I've been here before, wrong side of a locked door. Now I'm here again, just trying to get there. Nobody said it was.
T1 versus VP coming right up. Again, it's time for T1 to really solidify. You know, can they get a tournament victory? If they get this, they're looking pretty good. VP, same thing. You're maybe just looking at our grand finalists all over again. Right now, it's winner bracket finals, ESL 1 Summer 2021, powered by Intel. I know what you're really waiting for, though. You're waiting for the DHL drop. I know, I'm agonizing over it as well. Have you exclamation pointed your way to success? Let's find out. The question, yet again, was which of these heroes has the highest plus intelligence to gain talent in the game? Is it Medusa? Is it Shadow Demon? Is it Skyroth Mage? Is it Timbersaw? The answer is...
A.
It's Medusa. But what is it? Plus how much?
75.
Plus 75, level 25. It used to be a mana talent. They changed it to intelligence. Are you reading your patch notes at home? I hope you were. DHL drop A was the right answer.
Congrats.
Did you get that, T?
Yeah, sure.
I don't believe you. You probably picked Timbersaw. Does Timbersaw even have a plus intelligence?
You're lying. You're pulling a Jenkins.
I would never dare. Do I look like I go 1 in 17 in every single game?
No.
Don't answer that question.
17 and 1. Don't
That's
worry.
right.
I got you.
Don't forget it. Well, yes, that has been enthralling. I hope you only have 2 days. No, you only have 1 day left now to get at the top of the leaderboard. I actually don't even know what's on the line. ESL.dota.gg/DSL drop, something like that. I think that was the URL. Well, whatever. The important thing is something exciting is on the line. Same thing with this game, VP versus T1. That's right. One of these teams are going to go to grand finals where it is a BO5. The other one will get dropped down to face against the winner of OG versus Alliance.
Yeah, I like how you pointed that way for grand finals and then to us for the losers.
There's the winners here, and then there's a bunch of losers here.
Wow, that's fine.
And there's a bunch of heroes right here. We got a draft, game number 1 of VP versus T1. Ancient Apparition, first band. Oh, wow, we're getting really quick into this. Doom, first band. Oh, Carl.
Respect band
Get
right there.
rid of it, yeah.
Carl and Cuckoo, they both play it, and they both play it extremely well.
What about the Puck? You got to ban out that one, too.
There's only 2 bands here.
Only 2 bands, first phase.
So T1 getting rid of Invoker, not surprised there, considering how well GPK played it the other day. He was all over the place. Pretty much the same item build, double null into full Spirit Vessel, go around the map, get some stuff done, into Hand of Midas, into Aghanim Scepter. You are able to scale, get that Cataclysm. Why do I think it's called Exorcism for some reason? I don't know. But
there was just a Death Prophet game, so maybe it's all up there in your head. But yeah, I think more importantly is the fact that T1 is a team that actually doesn't really gravitate towards playing Ancient Apparition that much, especially in the first phase, maybe later on. So they themselves have to ban it out. Virtus.pro, of course, like we mentioned, they ban out the Doom. And now they're currently thinking what else to ban. Traditionally, teams against T1, they ban DK or Nyx, Viper, Enchantress.
Lion.
For the Lion. Okay, that's respectable.
Wyvern's still in the pool. Viper's still in the pool.
Okay. Nice. All right. Just
Aoi claimed that his favorite offlane Viper performance from the entire animation was from Cuckoo.
And that was because of the Tread Skadi style build,
He
right?
says that this whole Rod style build is trying to turn Viper into a hero that it's not his forte. But killing people, Dragonlance, Treads, that's what Viper excels at.
Yeah, it makes you tanky, makes you have another way of slowing people down, keep them in place. I think it might be a bit outdated. So Virtus.pro opening up with their favorite hero, pretty much going with the Enchantress. I believe we had an interview. Was it Cuckoo who said that? Or no, it was Zephyr who said, you know, they were playing against the Enchantress the other day. They felt comfortable going into the late game because of the Enchantress. Like, she doesn't really scale well as a position 5 or 4. You know, just you are able to deal damage, but mostly it's early and the mid-game damage.
Unconventional. A double support opening from second pick. Normally, it's like the idea of like a big core plus, you know, support, trying to keep things a bit more open. This is just very much, we're going to have heals. And this is where, like, T1, realistically, if you do play AA, you just pick it, right?
It's banned.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind.
Anyway, moving on. That's why it's banned. We literally already said that.
You know, I would not be surprised if they pick something like Spectre straight away, because I don't think it will survive the second banning stage, considering you have Enchantress plus Wyvern. Like, these heroes don't do anything to Spectre at all, and you want to be able to jump the back lines, especially the Wyvern.
23 is acting awful quiet here.
You know, wait, there's still Timbersaw in the pool. I don't mind seeing Timbersaw here as well, against the Enchantress, against the Wyvern. Get on top of him.
You kind of take the flex potential from the Timbersaw, though, don't you?
The Viper doesn't really
That is correct.
So maybe leaving that open. Is it going to be a Carl hero? I think generally Viper feels more cuckoo-ish.
And they go for the Nyx. Yeah, that's fair. I like the idea of the Nyx here is the Viper first pick kind of forces VP's hand a little bit in regards to what they can open with. They don't really want to go instantly for the tanky boys. And then you get the Nyx after that. It opens up for a strong laning, where if Viper is off lane, Nyx is one of the best enablers for that, because we haven't seen many melee heroes in 4 position. But that's because of like the off lanes also being the melee boys. But now if you go for the ranged off lane, you want to have that Nyx assassin, you want to have that Clockwork style hero to have that kill threat within laning phase.
You might start thinking about getting a ranged carry hero for Virtus.pro, something like a Luna potentially. Terrorblade already banned out. Playing into Viper, most likely. Still a flex pick. Viper plus Nyx assassin, ton of pressure, 1 stun, 2-3 slows coming out from Viper. Yeah, they ban out Morphling. We didn't see too much of a Morphling, right, in this tournament?
Yeah, I'm surprised because we have a lot of players who have signature Morphlings.
23 Savage.
Exactly.
Right? But that's the best thing I think about T1 is some teams with him joining, they'd have gravitated towards that very quickly, but like they haven't leaned on this hero to be like the reason why they are so dominant.
I credit that to March. I think March is like, you need to expand your hero pool, dog.
Naga Siren.
Another illusion carry. So maybe looking for a carry that excels in single target. Ursa, been relatively popular these days. Wraith King.
It's also safe lane heroes that can play the laning phase pretty well and then retreat to jungle very efficiently. And it's the concept of carries that can push lanes without any, you know, committal, right? They're the ones not pushing the lane with the hero, but they're still getting the economic gain. I think that's where Viper, he thrives on always punishing the hero, whoever walks to the lane. And that's where these illusion heroes will be somewhat good in the matchup.
They're dipping in. Reserve time for Virtus.pro. I think they got a bit confused by this Naga Siren ban. It might be like, what are they aiming for? Both of these are illusion carry heroes.
Sorry, we have a very excitable dog.
Yeah, we're getting yanked by Woof.
Some wowies.
If the stream can't hear this, we're just delusional at this point.
Arf!
Oh, there it was. There it is.
Where's Lycan at, huh? Where's the only dog hero in all of Dota?
Thank God Necrogoat got removed. Therefore,
right.
Dog also got removed. But then Dog came back with Armlet plus the Echo Saber, the slap down.
Where's tops and mid Lycan?
Oh, that's a good point. Echo Saber.
Give me that Echo Saber build. That's what I'm talking about. Orchid BKB on Lycan.
Did Virtus.pro disconnect or what's going on? 30 seconds reserve time left.
Come on, boys.
The last ban.
Ban time.
They are mainly showing webcams of T1.
Not even the last ban. 20 seconds.
Oh, there it is.
Chilling.
Medusa. Okay. I think the key theme of VP's bans right now, it's the the big cause that 23 Savage likes to play behind this big wall of aggression. Like when you pick Nyx Viper in your first phase, you are going to have a dominant laning phase, and you're going to look to pair up with +1 and just start sweeping across the map. Like Ench, Wyvern, they aren't going to be ones that dominate their lane. Ench, you know, can with the correct partnership, but yeah, and Centaur. Yeah, VP 100% are playing for reactionary Dota right now.
They just pick Centaur into Nyx Assassin. You hit him from Vendetta with the Carapace on, retaliate, damage kicks in. There's your first stun, and then you can follow it up with the Impale. So not the greatest matchup.
And Carl Puck still available in the pool.
They literally have no stuns. This is like Centaur stun. You can easily dodge it.
This is 100%. It should just be like Phoenix into Puck, right? They go, oh, I like Puck even more now for the PL. Knock him down with the coil.
I mean, T1 specifically banned out 2 illusion carries that they were not worried about, and then they banned out Broodmother afterwards. So it seems they have a plan for PL. Viper should be able to deal with the PL relatively well.
I think you shift this Viper to offlane right now and just start thinking about the mid laner that does well. You mentioned Puck. I don't mind Puck. I don't mind even like a Storm Spirit. Even
Sand King?
No, not a thing. You already had one Impale, aka Burrow Strike, coming out from the Nyx Assassin. It's not needed.
Yeah, realistically, like T1,
like even Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit sounds fine. Your shield gets purged off by Enchantress.
Wait, isn't Leshrac? Leshrac's also very, very strong. But then it reduces the catch and team fight, but more just the run at you mentality of win a lane and run throughout the map.
They have no tower damage whatsoever at the moment, so they might need to start thinking about it. Like even if you want to get something like a Dragonite, it's not bad. He doesn't get any damage from the PL. It also has a built-in cleave, level 12, level 18. Not enough burst damage for Dragonite either.
Oh, the splash. I was just like, wait, are there level 12 talents on Dragonite that I'm not aware of?
Yeah, just the splash damage.
I got you.
Lesh or Puck. This is kind of what I'm gravitating towards.
Yeah, the magic damage is going to be good against Enchantress as well. So, and Cold Embrace.
T1's opening just looks so scary. Just because of the simplicity of laning phase right now.
And you have a ton of damage that goes through Cold Embrace. You have Viper, you have Phoenix Sunray, Fiery Spirits. I'd say more than enough.
And they do go for the Leshrac. Okay. The key thing here for VP and why they picked the PL with confidence was the fact that T1 only has 1 stun, right? They now have a second with Leshrac, but these are really easy stuns for PL to doppel away from. And if he can cut out the fight, that's where he'll have his kind of big shining moment. But because T1, they go for the Leshrac, opting away from the control of Puck, it's the fact that the Leshrac will just run into the PL. It doesn't matter if you don't have stuns, because if you put him to half HP just with an ultimate, like, he's going to have a difficult time. So yeah, T1 really want to play these strong lanes and just sweep throughout the map. VP, this PL needs to have like heart, you know, +1. Maybe this could be the Mage Slayer game for the PL.
Ooh, could be.
It could be.
It's always scary, that Mage Slayer kicking in a very important game.
Sarcasm bleeds throughout the voice, but actually this game, it could actually be good because the Magic Resist, you're here that locks onto the targets, lock onto Viper or Leshrac. You can keep your illusions alive. But, you know, maybe we see it, maybe we don't.
23 Savage doesn't really have a history of playing the Leshrac, so chances are that they're looking for a carry hero last for T1. A lot of them banned out. He did play a fair amount of Monkey King, which may be pretty good in the lane against the Centaur, and then a lot of armor in Wukong's command against Phantom Lancer. And
I would like to see Juggernaut, because during the European DPC, we spoke a lot about the idea of matchups, and I think a Juggernaut that can go for like Mjolnir, the Shard, you just spin down the PL, you then have this double threat of just kind of AoE damage to kill him.
I don't mind the like Battle Fury Ursa here as well, or Lifestealer, something that 23 Savage really plays well. You can theory craft, like you can go for different item build with both of these heroes, which I think is completely fine. And yeah, Monkey.
Nice. Okay.
You think this is like a Battle Fury type of a game against PL?
I'd like to see this just be area control. You just fight. You just be able to tank up yourself, and you just like S and Y, get into the middle, enable your Leshrac to get some damage in, and like because you have so much early damage to kill PL. Like later on, you might need to itemize for it, but in the first 2 to 3 items, you're playing as a team, and I think you need to hit like some 20-minute timing and just run over the map from VP.
Of the other carries you mentioned also, you were saying that T1 was lacking stuns. Monkey King's probably one of the few heroes that still has stun, but They do not ban out the Razor, and VP will last pick that for GPK.
Yeah, this Razor, in regards to the game, you're going to have an okay time in the mid lane. You can just spam it out with your Plasma. And in the game, there isn't any additional source of physical damage outside of Monkey King. So we could see, I think...
It's Cuckoo Leshrac and Carl Viper, so mid lane Viper against the Razor.
Okay, that's fair. I don't mind that. That's a nice adjustment. But yeah, the main thing here for the Razor is his game plan. I can't remember what team it was, but he goes for a Blink Dagger. I think it was actually maybe T1. And it's the idea that he has one single target to static link. He buys the blink after like BKB +1, and he just locks on, removes Monkey from the fight. And I think that's exactly what this Razor pick is meant to do.
I like the flexibility that they had between Leshrac and this Viper, that Carl in the end will be playing it from the mid lane. Much better matchup for Leshrac than the Viper Doppelganger. You remove the stacks, you dispel against the Viper. So I love this transition that T1 did in the end. And yeah, I think they got what it's needed. They have a lot of team fight with, you have Egg Protectors with Monkey King, either it's a Wukong command or just a stun pre-BKB. I love it.
Is there your
T1,
favorite?
yeah.
Okay, T1, T?
I did predict T1 to win the tournament. I think this is the type of lineup that can overwhelm a PL, and PL is locked into having multiple items to try and play this game. So yeah, I have confidence in T1.
T1 Governor.
Easy. I think it's a relatively even draft, though, and that's what we want, upper bracket finals. And I know who you want to cast it. It's Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Wow, that's the opposite.
I don't think anybody wants that.
Yep, Sunsfan here with Jenkins, my good friend, as you can see, has been working out with the bicep reduction surgery.
Why are you so wet?
Well, what do you mean nothing's wet
You
here?
are slimy.
That's not true. He's making that. Jenkins has this thing where he just makes things up out of thin air. They make no sense. But luckily for you guys, you don't have to watch that much longer because we get into the game. A 10-man smoke. VP versus T1 in this best of one, or first game of the best of three, I should say. And this is going to be a hype matchup. Obviously, T1 playing extremely well at the major. VP had high hopes, but did not do well, but they are doing extremely well in this tournament, Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, I think both of these teams looks better than when they played at the major. And for T1, that's kind of insane because, you know, they obviously did incredibly well at the major. VP, not so much. They're one of the playoff teams that got knocked out, but I think people had really high expectations, and they seem to be performing at, like, I don't know, some 150% of what they were at the major, which is great to see.
Do you agree with the assessment that from VP's perspective, it was more of like these LAN jitters? I mean, they do have some young players on their team. I think the oldest was 21, I want to say.
Something like that. Yeah,
pretty freaking young.
That's like dinosaur age, grandpa level stuff right there.
Yeah, pretty much. As we're going to see, boundary runes taken. Looks like it's going to be an even split. But yeah, what do you think that's overrated? The idea of that?
I think that's a legit. I don't want to say excuse because I feel like there's been a lot of excuses made for players these days. People are, you know, their favorite teams, and they, you know, often when they lose, it's like, you know, jitters. But they said it themselves, VP. And having played at a single LAN, the other one, you were there. I can say that it's a very different environment in my expertise.
Yeah, that WCA performance by the great Leviathan, where you, I believe, got into the next stage because there was a team missing from after.
The flight got canceled.
Oh, that's what it
so
was.
Newbie could not show up, and we made it out of the group stages, which was very good for us.
Just the highlight of your career.
Yeah.
As we see GPK versus Carl in the mid lane. Okay, Razor versus Viper. Viper this year that we've seen. I mean, both heroes really kind of serve in a similar role in terms of the draft where you pick it up and you don't exactly know what position they are. As we're going to see Whitemon end up dropping here. So DM getting the first blood overall. But we can talk about this mid matchup, Razor versus Viper. Tell me about it.
I think Viper is pretty comfortable in almost any matchup because you just push the lane with his W. You're going to be fine no matter what. But Razor, if Viper does step too far up, does so much physical damage that it's one of the few heroes that can kill the Viper through his passive if you're not careful.
As we see the static link come out here for GPK, but didn't last too long. And, okay, in terms of the carries, Monkey King, not a hero we get to see all too often these days. After a couple of nerfs, I guess you could say, in the past couple patches, versus PL, who, I mean, the biggest nerf to him was essentially the shard tweak in the last, I think it was 2 patches ago at this point.
I think that's pretty relevant in this game, though, that shard nerf, because if you look at T1's lineup, Monkey King does really well against PL because you drop the Wukong's command, and You have a Maelstrom, you just clear through the illusions really easily. You have Phoenix, who does a ton of magical damage with the Sunray, and then Leshrac, who is arguably one of the best illusion counters in the entire game with his Pulse Nova. So it's a really hard PL game. He's going to have to play with the Shard, using those illusions from afar, because if he walks into the fight, he's going to feed to these heroes. And with that thing being nerfed, it's, you know, it's not so good to have to play that play style in a game. You would much rather play the kind of classic PL, tanking up, going for the Shard out of, you know, convenience because it's decent, but not playing entirely around it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think from 23 Savage, his perspective, the Monkey King, I mean, one of the nerfs that was made to him quite a while ago was the Aghanim Scepter. The Roche doesn't work on him anymore, which was a big, I would say that was a pretty big reason for picking the hero. Literally can solo at some point in the game.
I mean, it made him Ursa. Like, half the reason Ursa is a strong hero is because of the Roche potential. Same with Troll Warlord. And Monkey King can do that solo as well. And you can jump into the pit, right? So that made it even better because you couldn't see a Monkey King on the trees jumping into the pit. He's out of vision.
All right, what are your thoughts in terms of the lineups between the two teams here? T1, we talked about the good team fight for them, but I feel like the disengage with Stampede, I mean, T1 doesn't have a ton of catch. Like, you have the egg, you have the arena, but nothing really to truly lock them down inside.
That's a good call. I think the Centaur is a factor in this game that VP is really comfortable with, because and I you know, it's good for them because I think the rest of T1's draft kind of counters some of these other VP heroes. So, you know, the Winter Wyvern Cold Embrace is not so good in this game because Viper, Leshrac, like literally every single one of these T1 heroes will put something on that Cold Embrace that's not going to be good for the Wyvern. And then you have all the illusion killers versus the PL as the hero that wants to carry the game. So the disengage and playing from far with the ether lens on PL is going to be really important in this game for VP.
So you are expecting that ether lens?
I think you have to.
Shard build.
I think you have to.
The
unless
BSJ special, in other words.
Yes, of course. He likes losing pubs with very bad builds.
Okay, well, you're
now
calling
it's
it
good. Now it's good.
Oh, now it's good.
Yeah.
I see. Even after the nerf. To
Yeah,
the
and
Shard.
he doesn't build it now that it's good. Because
well, he's just a hipster.
Exactly.
That's all there is to it. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that to some respect. Okay, well, early on, we see the PL 25-6 versus the Monkey King 23-10. So overall, I mean, obviously the Nye going more in 23 Savage's favor, but pretty much a wash in that department. Anything to look out for in terms of farm from the offlaner's perspective? Like how well they're doing right now?
They're both doing okay. I mean, I don't think there's any like crazy timing from either of these heroes that's important. There's some setup from the Wyvern, so you don't really need the blink on Centaur. Vanguard's not all that good. Like, the offlaners are... It's a tough game for both of the offlaners, I think. Leshrac can die really easily to to Razor. It's one of the highest win rate heroes versus Leshrac because you want to man up and get in there as Lesh, and Razor absolutely favors that. So it's pretty typical you see offlaners in games where it's not so good. They get early phased.
Yeah, and this from DM side, I know I say this every game. It's not true. I don't say it every game, but I do mention it a lot. This is an Aghanim Scepter game on Centaur.
Oh my God, you do
I know that you're smiling. I see you smiling. Are you saying that's incorrect? This is a god tier Stampede upgrade.
Why?
Especially for this game. The
Aren't
disengage.
you just running away anyway?
Yeah, but it's an extra second on Stampede in case the Nyx has his Aghanim Scepter. You're locking people down a little bit there.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
And the damage reduction. I mean, Wukong's command maybe doesn't scare you as much if you're taking 40% less damage.
Eventually. See, my argument here. My argument for the...
Incorrect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No. My argument for the Centaur not getting the Aghanim Scepter is that I think that it's a really tough PL game to have all of the weight on his shoulders to carry the game. And so Razor and Centaur are going to need to be doing a little bit more of the carrying. And so I think some sort of, you know, heart...
Really?
Yeah, some build like typical Centaur build, but playing more around being tanky, frontlining, and maybe doing a little bit of damage.
I like that as GP Gay. Oh, he's actually going to dodge the Impale. Nicely done, and that's going to prevent a kill. But Carl has that haster and getting blocked by the creep. Not going to be able to find the kill that he was looking for. As you can see, the ward spotting out for GPK, so a nice stutter step there in the fog.
That is honestly classic Carl to just run in and, like, the stun is missed, and he still wants to go for it, too. Like, this guy.
It's worked out pretty well for him overall. As you can see, the gank potential now from Save. Only level 3 right now. Takes the Viper Strike. That is a spell to fear if you're an Enchantress, that's for sure. Double Impale from Zephyr. They're going to try to turn this around to get 2 kills. They will do so successfully, but Carl does fall in the end. But again, the XP going the way of T1 for the most part.
Yeah, really great turn from T1 there. Just basically recognizing that like where VP were in the river, it's going to favor the Viper. Like you get locked in there against a Viper slow, you're never going to get out unless unless you die. And so VP thought that because they had 2 supports there, it's like, oh, this Viper, he's the one trapped in the river. But really, they were trapped in the river with him because T1 also had their supports there.
Yeah, and I have to say, obviously, when we come from different regions where we're, we did NA, a lot of the other talent at the major did other regions, and we get to see this, cross-regional play overall. We don't get to see a lot of these players play on a consistent basis. Zephyr on Nyx specifically at the major and this tournament so far has been, I think, a standout performance. He has been absolute god tier.
And he makes it look like it's impossible to not hit double stuns.
Yeah.
Legitimately. I remember watching him and thinking like, man, is Nyx just way better on LAN? Like, what the hell is it?
I mean, it's not truly LAN, right? It's still technically on the
No, I just meant at the major.
Oh, we're going to see the Wukong's command. Oh, tries to dodge that there with the mischief, but in the end, we'll be disengaging here from VP's side. 23 Savage extremely low. They can't finish him off. Save will die, though, to Zephyr, as we were just praising him here. Looking for another stun potential onto Kingslayer on the run. Cuckoo gets the Lightning Storm off. Split Earth will not connect, though. Still no Impale for another second, so looks like he'll get out just fine. Looking for the high ground potential here, but Zephyr feels a tingling there. He is a spider after all. Well, it's close enough. It's a bug.
He's not a spider.
Spiders aren't bugs either.
He's a cockroach. Do you know cockroaches are just as smart as dogs? I don't know if that says it's something about the cockroach intelligence or how dumb dogs are.
I did not know that. I'm just going to choose not to believe it because that creature really scares me.
Dogs?
Yep, that's the one. Nightfall in the jungle now. We can see he's working on the Diffusal Blade. Not too big of a surprise overall. VP's side. They will smoke out. And we'll see where they want to go with this. They're in the bottom area of the map, but not sure they're going to find. I mean, 23 Savage is down here, but he is on the tree. And, yeah, using the tree dance to get
they
away to
scanned
safety.
it. Yeah, they knew that this was going to be a triangle smoke. That's really good game sense from them. That was a 6 scan.
And that's going to prevent any kills coming away from VP's side. So, well played from T1 overall. As we see a little jungle stack being taken out by DM and GPK on the other side doing the same. GPK looking for the BKB as the... Is that actually the first item? Yeah. What are your thoughts on GPK first item BKB?
Straight BKB?
Yeah.
I think there are certain games where one hero needs to build it, and Razor in particular is the type of hero that you never lack damage.
Oh boy. Yeah, they're going to find a kill here. Viper Strike is there. Stampede, okay. Does get him out of harm's way for now, but with the Sunray, T1 with 4 members up here secure themselves another kill.
It's crazy. Even with a hood, he dies. And Cuckoo just rotating with that Max Edict. This is the annoying thing about offlane the Shrek is that you can do little plays like that sitting in the trees, and you're not wasting your time because, let's be real, if you're an offlaner, your time's pretty worthless anyway compared to
Yep, this is true. 23 Savage going to get the Wukong's command, but it's going to be a full static link applied to him with the Arctic Burn on the side. But with reinforcements from T1, I think VP is just going to disengage as well. But they do get a big cooldown there for the Monkey King.
That's cool that he just kind of used it for the armor on the ring, and GPK not having the ulti available means that there's no way to shred through that armor. So even though he got a really good static link off, it's only level 2, and the armor meant that it did kind of deceptively low damage.
Yeah, but let's go back to this GPK first item BKB because, I mean, I'm not saying BKB is bad necessarily, but first item is not something we see all too often, I want to say.
I'm just going to say Razor, to me, is like the single most hero where if you don't have a BKB at the right time, the rest of your game is just worthless. You fall off so goddamn hard.
Oh, boy. Yep, Zephyr gets off that Vendetta, and with Whitemon's help, able to take out Save.
Dude, these supports are just everywhere for T1.
They've been playing so well.
Every single kill they're involved with. Literally. Look, 1-0-4. That's nuts.
Yeah, Zephyr doing work, that's for sure. Carl has the Boots of Travel as the offlane Viper, so a bit of a greedy build. And going for the Dragon Lance as well.
Offlane.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he was the mid.
I still think
so often Viper is the offlane. That's true.
I still think the offlane Viper bots is really good. Just depends on the game. And Carl, Kugu's building into some pretty supporty items with the Yule Scepter. Didn't go for the hood this game, though. Doesn't feel like he needs it, because there's not really that much magical damage on VP, so
yeah,
it does make sense.
And Diffusal now online. I mean, what are the timings for these lineups, you think? Does one team want to play a little bit more aggressively than the other?
I think you definitely, if you're VP, you really want to do something around this Diffusal timing, because you don't want to go late game against all of these illusion killers.
Yeah, might have a fight here though. GPK taking a little harassment. Cuckoo in the meantime, putting himself in harm's way with that tier 1 tower in tow. Zephyr gets brought down by GPK. Finally, the reign of Nyx Assassin comes to an end. It's going to cost them Cuckoo as well, as we see the Winter's Curse onto Whitemon. Doesn't have dive, does have egg, but obviously they would have killed it anyway. So nice 3-kill setup here for VP.
Yeah, we're seeing just how strong this Centaur ulti is right now. Like, for every reason that you mentioned, like T1 commits like this, and you can either use it to get in there and kill Cuckoo, who's like literally tanking the tower with absolutely no effective HP, or you can use it to get out. Like, you can pick and choose your fights really easily right now for VP, and that one just looked really good to get in.
Yeah, and DM is about to pick up a Blink Dagger, so Centaur initiation will be online as well. As Zephyr trying to find Kingslayer here, has the Vendetta, gets it off with the Impale, and with Carl's help. Now, it's going to be slowed down a bit by this Cold Embrace, but they'll give this to Carl in all likelihood.
They've really
tier 1 tower.
That hero, the Wyvern, for T1. Like, all of these heroes, if you're Cold Embracing in front of a Viper, it's like he's just so happy that you did that.
Yeah,
you just get
for
5 stacks instantly.
Yeah. 23 Savage gets off his Wukong's command. That's going to help set up another kill for VP. Or for tier 1, or T1, tier 1. Well, they are tier 1.
And they defended the tier 1, but then they denied the tier 1.
That's true. Which is, in essence, defending the tier 1.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because you're going to lose it on the next push anyway. And I think oftentimes you can get baited into continuously defending your T1. Oh my god, Kuku's so annoying.
I think you're right, though. I mean, we've seen position 4 Lesh as well, but obviously in the 3 position, you're going to get the Diabolic Edict a little bit faster in terms of leveling it up, but he has done a lot of work to these towers this game.
Yeah, you can just do this because your time is worthless as an offlaner. It's so much fun. You can run around and suicide and side lanes and people chasing you, and it's not really worth it for them to chase you because you're such a low farm priority. Like, Carl's getting so huge on Viper.
And he's actually going to finish the Hurricane Pike first. A lot of times we see the Dragonlance into other things.
Yeah, against the Razor. Static Link, as well as getting away from the PL, who's maybe going to defusal him, Enchantress Enchant. You can force people out of the Centaur stun, too. Usually that ability is on, like, 1 or 2 heroes. You never really see these, like, big 5-man stomps that often.
Well, DM looking for... I'm not sure if he's actually shown the Blink Dagger for the Centaur, but see if they can find some sort of initiation play here. I mean, they have a lot of relatively low cooldowns, I want to say, for VP, so it's not like one of these lineups that you have to just reset after a big fight for a long period of time, at least. There's the Blink initiation. They find it, the Sentry a little bit late, but Zephyr is getting pressured here, and yeah, nobody really nearby, but they don't have Dust, so, and no more Sentries to speak of. So Blink is now shown officially.
This is something that I've seen a lot during the entire major, and during this tournament as well. You have these, like, kind of tanky or hard-to-kill heroes literally just, like, sitting at the perimeter of where the enemy team is standing, like, close enough that if they go on you, you can survive, and far enough away.
Oh, 23 Savage, the Arctic Burn with the Hoof Stomp Stampede to follow, and the Curse, but the heals coming out from Whitemon. That's going to scare VP away.
That's a pretty cool bait, or a pretty cool play there, though, from VP. I don't think they ever intended to kill him. There was no damage dealer there. They were legitimate. I mean, maybe using the Winter's Curse is a little committal, but still, it's cool to see that, like, they know they don't have any damage dealer.
Yeah, that's true.
But then again, they just did use 2 ultimates, so that's probably not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, the Stampede, relatively low cool. It used to be a lot lower. It's gone up 20 seconds over the last, I know this by heart, by the way, 20 seconds in the last year. Feels pretty bad, but you do get that talent, the minus 20 seconds at level 20.
This is the literal most boring offlaner, and it does not surprise me you know everything about it.
That's right, Zephyr. Well, he knows that there's a Sentry here now, but he is more than fine, and he is, of course, working on the patented Brown Boots Aghanim Scepter, which we saw so often at the Major, and it had a very powerful effect.
Nyx Aghanim Scepter with a Leshrac is the most toxic thing ever. It is legitimately just like 30 seconds
Less
straight.
shard, you mean?
Yes,
right?
with the less shard in the late game. It's 30 seconds straight of chain stun, and you cannot go high ground against these heroes. You can't play into an area against these heroes, and so much of Dota is about area control right now. Like I was saying with Zephyr, kind of playing in front of the enemy team, but far enough away where he could survive. It's like he is just extending his team's ability to farm by doing that, because they're going to go on him first.
That's actually an interesting point, though, because VP, if you look at their lineup, they don't actually have the greatest high ground push. It's Cuckoo Trying to get off the split earth. The static link applied, and there's the Winter's Curse, and the heals coming from the side from Whitemon. Will it be enough into the egg to follow likelihood? Nope. They're first going to get the kill onto Cuckoo, so that's a big kill overall for VP as they clean up yet another. And inside this Wukong's command, 23 Savage trying to save Zephyr. He'll do so successfully, but now they're on the retreat. The VP with a 1K deficit here. Looking for this tier 1 tower probably is, I believe, T1 are just out. Carl is invisible, though. Still has Viper Strike. Doppelganger might confuse them a bit here. Oh, Dust is actually popped, but yeah, he's out of range now.
Oh, the sentry, I see it. That's so funny. The VP's just punishing Cuckoo's. Oh, is he going for
Zephyr. Oh, the Doppelganger before the Impale comes out. Boundless Strike does connect, but yeah, T1 just out of steam here in this particular fight. But yeah, talk to me about this high ground push potential.
Here,
see the impact move.
Cuckoo. Why?
Yeah, he's in the middle of nowhere, for sure.
Okay.
That is a long static link. I mean, that's the beauty of this combo as well. That's something we didn't really mention. You can get a free static link pretty much every time.
Oh, yeah. He's doing like 300 damage per hit. I love seeing this in like professional matches because I do the same feeding shit on the Shrek. Just running at towers like, guys, I can get it, I swear. There's somebody just literally sitting in the trees waiting for you to go in there.
And he's actually going for Essence Shroud next for the left Shrek. Is Carl working on a BKB? But once we get to this point of the game when the Shard is online for Lesh, the Ags is online for Zephyr's Nyx Assassin, you have Wukong's Command, you have Egg going high ground. Like, Centaur can tank the tower at the very least, but in terms of building hitters, not the best.
That's another reason why I think DM probably will end up building into hearts and tanky items in the late game, just because...
Against the Sunray even?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Sunray's enough to... Like, what else are you going to go? I mean, I suppose you could go for some Satanic if you think you're going to be right-clicking people.
Or you could get Ags, so you go up high ground on a different path than you're used to, and then initiate on them in the back.
That's so smart.
That's right.
That's
we have
really
the Impale. Viper Strike to follow. This looks like the death of DM. Gets off the Stampede, but really to not much avail. But it looks like VP still want to fight here. We see the impetus going to work with Whitemon. It looks like he's going to survive. A nice split earth, keeping save in place. And that is a double kill for Carl. We'll see if they push after the fact. But yeah, and then the other side, T1, they have really good push. We talked about Diabolic Edict. I mean, they have a lot of good team fight as well, but with Viper potential Shard, that's minus armor to the towers. That's, I mean, if you lose one fight, this is a super fast Rax for sure. You'll see this beautiful Spike Carapace. I mean, this is the reason that, this is literally the reason Nyx is picked, both for the, obviously the invis giving you a lot of vision and whatnot, but the Spike Carapace has got to be the #1 skill.
And once again, it's just the two supports setting up. Every single fight is just this is just the support setting up, and then Viper TP's in and is the damage source. So it's really cool to see supports carry like this.
As we see Whitemon here. Working on the... Oh, actually, is he actually working on that? Yeah.
Holy Locket.
He's getting the Holy Locket as well. So we get the heal strat versus the anti-heal strat / heal strat themselves to some degree.
Is Enchantress going Holy Locket as well?
Not yet.
Dragonlance
going for BKB, but
more of a position for...
I'm sure Wyvern will get it at some point after the Glimmer. In all likelihood. I mean, he does have
that thing is
the all-important Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, of course. That thing's getting nerfed into the ground, Holy Locket.
Oh, yeah.
I think just Vitality Booster and Energy Booster need to be nerfed.
I mean, maybe the build will be changed.
Fluffy hats as well. Have you noticed that every single support in this tournament and the Animajor, if they have open slots, it's like fluffy hats or cloaks. Like, they're never open slots anymore.
Yeah, but that's probably a byproduct of the fact that everybody's getting more gold in general, right? Because if it's not that, it's always going to be some item you're going to have in your inventory.
That's true. Also, just the fact that they're such cheap HP. Bracer, like, you didn't really want the other stats from Bracer anyway. Supports are buying it for the HP.
Yeah, true.
A fluffy hat is just that, except cheaper.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what kind of patch update we get for sure. But Nightfall has the hood.
He's a big boy.
Almost done with the Manta style. Yeah, he is a quite large individual.
He's gotten large.
In this game, at least. Yeah. He's top net worth, but not too far behind is the Monkey King. He's at Stampede. Zephyr gets off the Spike Carapace, but Hoof Stomp will still connect, and that should set up a freebie for VP. One more Spirit Lance will do it. Into the Doppelganger, and down he goes. So at what point in this build for PL do you go for Shard? Do you wait for Ether Lens? Do you... I mean, obviously you can't... I mean, it's 21 minutes, so you could get Shard next, theoretically.
I think next item he'll probably pick up a shard. I think you go for the shard whenever it passes the 20-minute mark, essentially, and you're not, you know, building into another item. Like maybe Yasha shard would have been fine, but like it just passed 21 minutes, and you know he's already got the full Manta, so he's like, oh, okay, I'll just go for it next.
Oh, DM with the initiation. Will they be able to take out Cuckoo before the counter initiation comes? Wukong's command from above though. 23 Savage gets cursed, and DM is gonna pay for his insolence. Looks like nobody from T1 is really in peril here. Cuckoo a little bit low, but he's pretty far away as the egg is providing a lot of space. It looks like T1 want to retreat now.
They pressed all their spells. Lush out of mana. On the flip side, though, if you're VP, you can't fight without the Centaur ulti. It's so important for the disengage that you mentioned. Like that to me looks like a really easy or a way to win team fights in this game is to disengage from these eggs and Wukong's commands. And now that Centaur's back up, I think you can go smoke and take a fight, and it's pretty likely, maybe without the curse, it's a little awkward.
I mean, it's a little awkward also that Centaur's the guy that has to initiate for you as well.
It
right?
is, yeah, it's strange. It's strange.
And if you're gonna initiate, you kind of want to use Stampede at the same time, so yeah, you got to play it a little bit differently for sure. It's a 3K net worth lead now for T1. But overall, the farm discrepancy, it's not like it's basically the mid laners are the biggest discrepancy, the Razor and the Viper. That's where essentially the lead is for the most part. As you can see, successful hoof stomp onto Cuckoo, and with the Centaur coming in as well just to help out a bit.
Cuckoo's a literal maniac. Walking
creating space.
That is some Shrek chaos right there.
I mean, the cool thing about this hero is you can not be that farmed. You can die a bunch of times, but you still get decent farm at the very least, right?
I think it functions really well too with a lot of the more supporty items like the Eternal Shroud, and you know, a Yule Scepter is not, you know, it's not as expensive as something like a BKB or a Heart, obviously, but it gives you a decent amount of tankiness on Leshrac.
Zephyr only 100 gold away essentially from finishing Ags, and that's going to change. I feel like the complexion of this game. I mean, Roche, we haven't even talked about yet in terms of what team has the Roche advantage, but if there's a Nyx Assassin with all this AoE between Phoenix and the Monkey King, it's going to be pretty hard for VP to fight into that.
Yeah, if you're VP, you probably need T1 to press their ultis before you can take Roche, but even then, there's a lot of poke coming from like the Nyx Ags and the Lesh. Like once again, going back to area control, I think T1's lineup is better at that. But VP, if they can get the right initiation, they do have a lot of chase potential with the PL. He can just chase forever and keep killing people, and then Razor's gonna have like plus 300 damage.
Oh, we have the initiation yet again. Wukong's command is out, but it's not gonna be able to save Cuckoo. Winter's Curse to follow. Look at the damage to Nightfall. He's trying to get out with that doppelganger. Will be successful for now, but the egg right next to him, he definitely cannot kill it, so just has to run, and now being chased by the Monkey King. And here's the counter initiation again. DM does get the successful hoof stomp off. 23 Savage getting all his damage stolen. Gets off the Jingu finally, but the Boundless Strike only hits one. Not a whole lot of heal other than from Whitemon. It looks like it's going to be his death as a result. So 2 for nothing. Impetus coming through. Not enough to take out the Phoenix in the meantime. Zephyr showing off his Aghanim Scepter, but he is left all alone. All the damage reduction in the world will not save you there. Beautiful fight from VP.
Yeah, amazing kiting from them. With the PL having a defusal and with Razor like literally stealing damage throughout the entire fight, they really want to take these long fights, especially if you can retreat to a high ground like that where you have vision down already. I mean, that's perfect. That's exactly where you want to fight. Cuckoo, once again.
Yeah, dies right away again.
A little ballsy and doesn't really have the items to be running in face first like that.
I thought Nightfall would die here, though, regardless. Winter's Curse definitely saved him for a bit. Egg forces him out, and 23 Savage puts himself in a bit of harm's way here.
Yeah, great hood pickup from Nightfall, too. If he doesn't have that item, he's dead there.
Yeah, I mean, he had the Jingu stacks up and then didn't Boundless Strike until after the procs were done already, so didn't get any heal out of it.
He had got all of his damage stolen, too, so I think even with the Jingu, he was going to heal for nothing. It's a really awkward situation, and it's exactly the situation that you want to force if you're VP. And the spell casting that they needed to do to force that,
look at that.
It's not easy.
Look at that, Jenkins.
Oh my god.
What do you have to say for yourself, young man?
All right. Well, nobody should be listening.
Stampede. They're going to find Whitemon. Hoof stomp. Double edge. Kaboom. Kaboom. Nightfall gets the credit for that. So Aghanim Scepter, at least for now, will be in DM's inventory.
Can I say something here? I really hate birds.
You hate birds.
It's satisfying to me. I hate birds. I think the tweeting is very annoying. There's this bird that sits on my window in the mornings at like 3 a.m. And tweets into the window, and it's very annoying.
Thank you for sharing that information.
I scare it away every single day.
Well, speaking of birds, I have no segue. That was so bad. PL dies. That's the Aegis. He's actually completely surrounded. Monkey King gets off the Wukong's command, and yeah, VP just have to leave their PL. That is not how you want to use the Aegis. He is dead for 60 seconds, and now the chase with the tree dance. 23 Savage, like a bird on the trees. Does he have enough damage? No.
So beautiful.
Save gets away.
That was so good.
Thank you.
I think VP just overestimating a little bit their strength after taking that really nice fight previously. You know, once again, the execution that they had to do to get that fight in their favor was hard. It was really hard. And, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that you can run at towers against this Lesh plus Nyx. As we talked about, this might be the single greatest duo for defending towers in the entire game currently. So you need to be damn sure that you're strong if you're going to run at their tier 2s.
Yeah, I wonder what the best 5 would be. That would be an interesting list to put together. Invoker would have to be on there at some point, right?
For like high ground defending?
Yeah.
You know, there's the obvious ones like Zeus and Tinker, but
Tinker's pretty annoying too, yeah.
But if you catch him, it's all over.
Oh, 23 Savage with a balanced strike. Will find save. Question is, will he get the kill this time around with the help of Whitemon? Stampede to follow, though. 23 Savage just going to TP out. Will be successful to dive away. Zephyr and Cuckoo will likely fall here, though. So a little bit of miscommunication potentially from T1. And VP gets some pretty value. I mean, Cuckoo is position 3. He's died a lot this game.
He's having a tough one, and I think
he's not a big boy.
He's not a big juicy boy this game. I think a decent item for him would be like a Glimmer Cape. You often see offlaners who are not having such a good game going for something like this, but he's just going for the full greed. He's going for a Bloodstone. He thinks that he's not going to get punished for this, which is an interesting choice, but it is reflected in a lot of other of T1's games. They're a big Doom-picking team, and that hero...
Oh, mid-dive. Nice hoof stomp from DM. They do have Egg, though.
They don't have, once again, it's not damage dealers. But I do like that DM and Kingslayer are running around and just forcing things. Like, this time they don't use the ult, so it's not as bad as, like, the top time. But just the idea in general of, like, making the enemy team scared of you for entering into an area is really good.
Yeah, we have the Mindbreaker now in the PLs. We see 23 Savage wind up his ultimate into the Balance Strike. Cold Embrace is going to save DM for now. Winter's Curse to follow. This will give him a lot of space. DM just barely gets out with his life. Cuckoo is surviving inside that Wukong's command, and now the chase is on for T1. They're going to focus on Carl. Gets that static link off with the BKB to follow. GPK has a BKB of his own. We see the Boundless Strike, or the Jingu Mastery, I should say, proc. And that's a 1-for-1 exchange to start things out. Nightfall deep within the tier 2 tower right now. He does not have Aegis. He does have Heart, so he's extremely tanky right now. And fight might actually just break up here. So the 2 mid laners end up dying.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but directly in front of the T1 base. So if you're VP, you're pretty happy with that. You get a tower. And you know that they have this added strength of like the tower aura. They've got the tower doing damage. They've got the TP locations. And so if you're winning fights here for VP, you're really happy about this.
Yeah, we can see that. Back to Centaur watch, Jenkins. Very important. He has the point booster.
Okay.
So.
Oh, he could be building a Scotty.
Nah,
you know?
on Centaur? What?
All right, here, let me bail myself out here.
Okay, sure.
Here's the thing. GPK's popping off on this Razor, okay? He's dead, I know. Let's relax on that, guys. That's not a big deal. 1-for-1 trade. But he's going to carry the game. And PL does not have an Aghanim Shard. Why do I have this job? Why am I here?
Yeah, well, PL going for the... I mean, it was a 50-50 at the beginning of the game, right? Which kind of a build is he going for? But yeah, he's going for the more, I mean, it's a tanky, and this is the traditional build.
Of course, it's just so obvious. There's not much illusion clear on the enemy team.
I mean, I took your word for it. I mean, again, the Aetherlands build is pretty strong. We've seen it a lot.
I'm a stupid offlane player. These carry players, they know the math. You know, they're much better than we are here. They know the math on what a heart is going to give them in the game, and if they can survive versus the magical damage. And his read on it looks to be right. In that last fight, he was very tanky. Couldn't even tell like which one was a real PL.
That's right. We have a 4-man smoke now from T1, and We won't know when Roshan is up for a bit here. Looks like we're going to find Save, who has a BKB already on the Enchantress. My goodness. Winter's Curse, it's a solo one for now, though, as the disengage is there with the Stampede. Talked about that before. VP taking full advantage of that. It's going to cost the egg already. Viper pops the BKB. Carl's in a lot of trouble. Staying alive for now, but the static link still applied, and GPK in the end finally gets the kill. But now he's put himself a little bit in harm's way. Has no save for him. Zephyr with a nice stun. Yeah, 1 for 1 again on the mid laners, but the question is, will this turn into more? Hoofstomp comes in, a nice dodge from 23 Savage. He gets the Boundless Strike off. He is doing so much damage. Look at this stun from Zephyr. Again, huge Ravage, essentially. And T1 turning this around again. Kingslayer inside the trees. Split Earth connects. Give it to Zephyr. Damn it. He should have gotten it. That's the MVP of that fight. My God.
Okay, another reason that Zephyr's a literal god is that in every single one of these fights, do you see how this PL has absolutely no mana? He's just chain mana burning him every fight.
Yeah, true.
And it sounds like, oh, well, that's easy. Well, not against PL. You don't know which one's the real goddamn PL. So he not only the PL can't doppel the beautiful Ravage stun because he has no mana, as we see.
Yeah, we got 8 seconds for the impact move here. Yep. Just wait for it.
I honestly think the mana burn is more impactful because he can't doppel.
Yeah, that was a mischief attempt at the dodge there. And Save is literally on top of him. And I think he gets stunned out of this too, right? Why does Impale work behind you? Why?
And it's also very conveniently Whitemon. All right, we keep praising these supports, and they just keep doing more and more to impress us.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of the caster curse. I don't know what the caster blessing this game.
They were like in sync. The line of the Phoenix Sunray was just right on top of the Ravage.
Yeah.
Conveniently.
Very convenient. Almost like it was planned.
But once again, the mana burn to me was just really sick. Like the PL had Doppelganger, and if he survives because he dodges the stun, they could win the fight.
Yeah.
PL does enough damage to kill everybody.
Yeah, so now T1 with a 5K net worth lead, and we'll find out when Roshan spawns in the next 10 seconds. That's obviously going to be a big deal. As, I mean, we talked about the shards in this game, but Leshrac shard is really good. We talked about Viper. If you want to go high ground, it's a really good one. We're going to see a fight. Looks like Save might take a tumble here. Cold Embrace is going to keep him alive for now, but you can see the pseudo counter in the Sunray coming through. Nice Winter's Curse to disengage. Might actually buy enough space for VP to chillax and reset here. Sending out some illusions. Still using the cover the Wukong's command, but now VP. Perhaps they want to fight now that that big ult is down. Zephyr.
He's just still there. He doesn't.
Yeah, he gets immortal. The mana burn, the Impale. Now getting surrounded. Hoofstomp is there. Boundless Strikes is going to save him for a little bit here. Spike Carapace in that AoE. And look at this. Centaur has nothing to work with now. Cold Embrace. Now you're stuck within the midst of T1 as an entire team. Centaur is not tanking in that situation.
Is Carl just solo killing Kingslayer here?
He is doing a lot from basically global range there, right? The global range attacks from Carl.
Absolutely.
Enchanted Quiver on top of the Hurricane Pike. Good, clean stuff. I think he has the talent for that too, right? Let's see if I'm right. Yep, 100 attack range. I knew it.
Of course, you are the Viper expert.
Played a few games of Viper in my day. 60% win rate with this talent. It's good stuff. Basically a 50-50 though on the pick rate.
It should be higher. It should be a higher pick rate after the major and after this tournament. The right-clicking, like tower-taking Viper seems a lot better. Like he doesn't even have the shard because he doesn't feel like he needs it. They're not really looking to push, and if they do push, they already have a Leshrac and a Monkey King.
Good attempt from Zephyr on that Spike Carapace. I mean, that's the thing about this Nyx Assassin, just as a hero concept that makes him so strong, is if you have any AoE on the other team, a Spike Carapace just gets the stun, and that could just be the end of the game in a lot of cases.
Yeah, or you get the Aghanim Scepter. You don't even need to stun somebody off of the Spike Carapace. It just becomes an AoE stun with that thing. True. And the follow-up from Leshrac, like they have so much chain stun. Even without the Lesh Shard, we saw how much chain stun they had in that fight on the Centaur. He couldn't move.
All right, looks like Roche #2 going T1's way for now, but VP might be coming. It's going to be a little bit too late with that Zephyr stun coming out again. GPK gets his BKB off. He gets the static link as well, but they have to stampede away. There's no way they can fight into this. Becoming a regen rune just for a bit. Don't think they're going to be fooled by that. As yeah, the Viper, as we kind of expected, taking it was between him and the Lesh, but Lesh has just been, you know, he's a position 3. He can get it at some point himself, but you get the poison attack on buildings and the minus armor applied to it.
It does seem like they have enough area control right now, and now they just want to take towers.
Yeah, 23 Savage finds save. Oh, popping that BKB and just running away.
He's a gem, so that BKB,
Yeah, true.
very nice. I think...
2 seconds faster. My goodness.
Wow,
What a record.
What a stat.
Speedrun BKB from Miss Enchantress herself. Great stuff.
You don't see it often, but I do think BKB on supports is underrated, and it's really cool that he went for the gem immediately after picking up the BKB because he knows that there currently isn't anything to stop his BKB TP, so the gem's never going to be lost.
But he won't have BKB for this potential fight here. 23 Savage with that BKB. Plenty of time to work with. And just pounding into this minus armor tower now, thanks to Carl on the backside. And Zephyr, he's going to get Winter's Curse. Okay. A lot of damage reduction. You can see the heal coming out from Whitemon. They're going to apply all their pressure to him if they can. The question is it going to be enough? Zephyr looks to be falling here, so that's going to be a good pickup for VP. The egg with the Sun Ray just a little bit too late, but even if they lose Zephyr, perhaps they can still fight. No. T1 now on the run. Nice stomp from DM on the back line. GPK trying to go in, but the Wukong's command is enormous with this 25 talent. And DM just dies. Split Earth connects on the Kingslayer. I think with that now, potentially can push, but the buyback down to the Wyvern. He's already used his ultimate. Faking out this balance strike, will finally use it to connect. Static Link is applied still. Better be careful for 23 Savage here as Cuckoo gets off the Split Earth. Not going to connect it on anybody though. 23 Savage with that Jingu Mastery. Nice Cold Embrace, but the Sun Ray to counter it. Will it be enough? It's going to be pretty close. Dives away to safety, but GPK finds his way to the grave regardless. Finally, Nightfall in the midst of things. Finally gets that Phoenix kill, but it's going to cost him so much here. And Nightfall with barely any mana to work with. Focusing on a Cuckoo. 23 Savage again with the Boundless Strike. He just, I mean, he still has the Aegis and still has this mega farm. Trying to find the right illusion. And Cuckoo looks to be falling to Nightfall. Gets off that Ghost Scepter, but it's going to delay the inevitable here. So VP do hold, technically speaking. Did cost some buybacks. They don't lose racks.
Yeah, that was an interesting fight. A whole lot of T1 wanting to get out after Zephyr died, and then VP recognizing that without him, a large portion of their disable is gone for the fight. And then T1 was just like protecting their back lines as they were trying to retreat. I don't think they really wanted to fight that. It was just like, okay, this guy's overcommitted, so let's go on the Razor. He's overcommitted, and then that basically results in T1 overcommitting, and then VP goes and they go with the Razor and they kill everybody else. It's just very awkward, and it kind of all started from Zephyr playing on the high ground there. But I think if you're in Burrow and that happens,
is he actually getting this?
You don't want to exit Burrow. Is he getting what? Rapier?
Yeah, he went back and forth between MKB and Rapier. Obviously, I mean there is a butterfly on 23 Savage. So MKB would make a lot of sense, and obviously Rapier does not give True Strike anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like PL is one of the worst Divine Rapier carries in the game.
It is, but you do get a crit talent at level 25.
That is true.
I'm not sure if he is, maybe he'll go for that. We'll see. I think if he's going for the Rapier, he probably will go for that.
Yeah, we can see that most of the pickups are for the Doppelganger cooldown. Pretty overwhelmingly so.
I do agree with the sentiment, though, that he's really thinking about it, that they need damage. They need something big to win this game, because even when they're playing the fights extremely well, as he goes for the 4-second Doppelganger cooldown, thank you very much, Nightfall. I will not be here tomorrow.
So Divine Rapier. Okay.
I feel like they need it. I really do. I think even if you're taking these fights that are going really well for VP, they're really hard to execute, and they're just long and painful, and they're not something that feels reliable. And then even if you win these fights, imagine going high ground into this Nyx plus Lesh. They haven't even dealt with that yet, and that's the hardest part to deal with of T1's draft.
2.5-second cooldown, another Toxin.
Very reasonable stuff there.
Yeah, the 25 talent and the Spell Prison. All right, 23 Savage gets Hoof Stomp, but we do see the Force Staff to safety here. So no Divine quite yet. About 1,000 away from being able to finish it. And again, it's a PL, so I'm not even sure how strong that is. I mean, we'll see. And I think the idea behind the Doppelganger cooldown for this game is if you lose the Divine Rapier, you die.
Yeah.
The Doppelganger, I mean, that's a great safety measure for yourself.
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
Oh, the Spike Carapace is going to keep the Razor in place into the right clicks from 23 Savage, but there is the Aghanim Scepter Stampede coming through with all that damage reduction to come. Nightfall. Well, the Phoenix staying alive for now. Not able to get off Egg, though, so a nice first kill for VP. See if the buybacks come through on T1 side or not. Split Earth will connect, though. This will be a huge kill. Big impale on the two heroes. And it looks like DM takes the tumble first. Cold Embrace did save the PL for the time being, but Nightfall just doesn't do enough damage to actually make a difference there. GPK just getting chased by Cuckoo, who's been dying all game. We actually will live thanks to that Yules. 23 Savage now in enemy lines. Is so tanky himself with that butterfly.
Look how fast
Trying to dodge a little bit here. And of course, the rest of his team on the backside. Zephyr continuing to get these big impales out. Cold Embrace not able to withstand this damage. Boundless Strike is there. And finally, save will go down. So it's now a 4 versus 3. They do get that full set of racks in the bot lane. And looks like they're just going to reset.
Yeah, they need mana on their heroes for T1. So it does make sense to back off there. I don't think your high ground siege is particularly hard. You just literally hit with the Viper from 2,000 range away. And my God, Cuckoo. He goes for this like greedy build and it's absolutely paying off. 23 Bloodstone charges. And he's got the Invis
That's
cape
after
too.
he died a bunch of times.
Yes, yeah. So like he accepted that he was going to die a lot in the early game and then decided that his late game is going to go really well. He's going to build
Maybe
this
now
brigade.
I'll get very tanky.
Yeah. We have the
It's worked
Rapier
out.
now.
Okay, Rapier online for Nightfall. He is hard to kill, has a doppelganger talent like we talked about, has BKB, has heart, but again, not a typical Divine Rapier type hero.
No. The question is, who does he need to blow up first with this? He's not going to blow up Monkey King because the Wukongs, I think, is going to protect you, even through Rapier damage. I guess Cuckoo's not bad to blow up, but he's got a Ghost Scepter and an Invis Cape, so he's not going to be easy to kill either. Zephyr's got Ghost Scepter, he's got Neon Disc.
And so I think something we haven't really talked about is fighting for Nightfall is actually, when the BKB is down, the Nether Toxins that are going to be all over the battlefield, you can't create new illusions in that. So
Yeah, those don't matter so much now, though, that he has the Rapier.
that's true. He's basically just like a regular carry now.
That is a cool idea, though, that you're not able to spawn illusions, so you're just not playing based off the illusions anymore. Just get a Rapier, go raw damage, going for the Abyssal, too. Obviously, your illusions don't benefit from that either.
Yeah, he had the Shard queued up, but changed his mind here.
Yeah, at this
Just
point.
wants to go with against everything that you said in the early game.
Yeah, maybe that is the idea, is that he's just like, my illusions are going to die anyway, so I'm just going to be a regular carry, Agi carry, which is a cool concept.
Yeah, and this next, they're getting scanned right now, so. T1 do know this could be the game-ending fight here. 23 Savage, Boundless Strike came out.
Oh, that's a big item on Monkey King, or a big rune on Monkey King.
Oh, Nightfall. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. It's already at half HP. Pops the BKB. They now see the Divine Rapier. Do they have the damage to actually finish off? Big Wukong's command to come out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange to start things out just on supports. All right, he's beating the crap out of his own teammate here, but it looks like Cuckoo will survive with that Bloodstone thereafter. Nice impale from Zephyr yet again. There's the Boundless Strike. They really want this Divine Rapier onto Nightfall. Attempting to get out at half HP again, and Carl is coming. They're going to get, into the trees we go. And this, nice doppelganger, but you can see the Jingu stacks coming through. A nice stun from Centaur, saving, but Zephyr again. The impales have just been...
That's got to be game. Yeah, that's game.
So on point this game. It was a good last-ditch effort, but just didn't work out for VP. T1 played crispy this game.
Those supports, man. What the hell was that?
It's the first time I've praised somebody, and then they
didn't
made me look
immediately feed.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's surprising because Whitemon, when we were praising him before, he would always die right after the replay,
true.
right? So,
Whitemon, his deaths feel like they're space creators a lot of
no,
them.
I agree.
Right?
We're memeing about it, but I agree. I mean, he's a position 5. The guy just sits in side lanes, and he's annoying. So, like, he's doing his job. But, yeah, those supports. It's great to see supports carry games so hard. Like, I don't even care what all the cores did. Cuckoo ran around feeding. He did cool stuff in the late game. But that was mostly just the supports. And supports don't get enough love. So I'm super happy to see that.
You should make a video on that. Make sure you have the big arrows, though. That's the important thing to keep in mind. Just a little note.
No, I have to change the meta because Dota
another.
Cinema's doing that now. So.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about this game 1 for T1.
No clickbait here. Oh my god, best game ever. Southeast Asia destroying Eastern Europe. No, it was a damn good game though, I gotta say. We're gonna go to a break, and when we return, T1 versus VP, the analysis.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
T1 picking up a Game 1 victory over Eastern European team Virtus.pro. How'd they do it, T?
I mean, Virtus.pro, they came out a little bit swinging. They were the aggressors. They were the one, you know, going poof, poof, poof. But no, T1, I hope to see it shortly, but the way in which, oh, this is it. Zephyr, look at this. His positioning, mana draining the PL consistently, 30 minutes plus these team fights. T1 expertly were able to keep their Leshrac and Viper alive at the start of the fight, and then the Nyx inside that Burrow Strike, always mana burning the PL. VP honestly had no way to take some of these later engagements, and it's just testament to T1. They might be behind in the first 20, but they always find the way to have that teamfight execution to beat any of these teams. It is very impressive stuff.
Once again, I think I sound like a broken record, but the support duo
Zephyr
from
and
T1,
Whitemon.
Zephyr and Whitemon, they've been pretty impressive throughout the Season 2. Like, if I compare them to Season 1, they were not as good, because the whole team was not performing on the same level as they are right now. But these two guys, like, they just play some top-tier Dota every single game that I watch them play. It's actually amazing.
Yeah, and then a lot of that comes down in this game to shutting down Enchantress. How'd they make that a possibility? Let's find out with Purge.
Thanks, guys. Very excited about this segment. So VP Save has been using Enchantress to like ultra stomp laning stages in so many matches. It's like one of the biggest threats that VP has on the board. And what Whitemon did was he fed in the best way I've ever seen in a game. He's saying, okay, I don't want to let you have your large camp. It's really important because then you get these really strong creeps. So he says, knowing that Save had already placed his sentry, he buys time and he puts a Centaur right before he dies. That way, when it's the 1 minute mark, he is good to go 100%. The camp is blocked. That's not going to spawn. It seems like all he did was give first blood to his opponents, but what he accomplished was really good because normally Save would just say, okay, you're dumb, whatever, I'm going to go get a different big creep. But if you look at the jungle, they had already placed 2 sentries before the rune spawns to block out their large camp and their medium camp. Medium camps have a chance to spawn centaurs. There's a centaur here, which is a little bit lucky, but centaurs do not have AoE damage. They just are a right clicker with a stun, basically. So they don't actually accelerate Save. Normally in this time period, he would be accelerating his farm, grab a Wildkin, a Satyr Creep, a Hellbear Smasher. He would clear camps and get some acceleration. So what Phoenix does is he then says, okay, you're not getting that camp back, so he dewards it again. Also, in the meantime, Monkey King moves over, body blocks the large camp again, further removing their ability. I gotta remember how to, I'm sorry, X, there we go. Gotta remember how to remove that. He body blocks that, so Save still doesn't have a large camp. He moves over, he finally takes a Centaur, and now he's like, maybe I'm gonna gank mid, because this is the other goal of having a large creep here. It's pretty close to the safe lane, and it's pretty close to mid lane. You can pick and choose, right? But instead, with the Centaur, he's maybe thinking about ganking, but they have this ward here as well. That's going to spot most of Enchantress's rotations that could come pressure in the mid lane. The Enchantress rotation with a Razor versus Viper is really, really scary, frankly, if it does end up coming. So he finds a Hellbear Smasher finally, but keep in mind, he's only level 2. This only lasts for 30 seconds. That gives him a much smaller window to potentially gank. And because these waves are pushed out, he can't gank right now. It wouldn't be viable for him to do this. So again, he dewards the camp. He's like, I really, really need this large camp. Moves over, dewards the large camp, and what does Phoenix do? He says, nope, sorry, I'm gonna body block this one again. So he again moves over, body blocks it. His sentry comes, he blocks it another time. And there's that medium camp respawning. It was lucky it was a Centaur, but now it's just medium small things. And even takes the time to put another ward in the same spot. It's like we're watching an open AI game. So this basically just puts Save in a really weird spot. He gets a Wildkin creep, and yeah, he can harass his opponents with it, but he really wishes he had a nuke. Some way to like really affect the lane in a positive way that he doesn't end up getting. He ends up ganking the mid lane with a Dark Troll that he steals from the enemy stack, but watch this little mistake here. They're going for Carl, they see him coming, and watch the body block that Save accidentally does here. GBK trying to wrap around like this to get initiation, gets body blocked a few times, and finally when he moves in, he still doesn't even get his static link off. So they put Save behind, he dies in the first 2 rotations that he attempts to get kills in, and then in the late game, Enchant is not the same hero. So absolute amazing early game takedown against the Enchantress by T1.
And that was a first phase Enchantress from VP. That's one of their go-tos. If T1 have already found a solution for it in game number 1, tough to say if VP will find as much comfort going for it in game number 2, but we're gonna have to go to a break before we can find that out. We'll be right back after this.
That same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go. Waiting, I've been waiting for too long, and now I'm over. Yeah, I'm over sitting down. Lately, I've been crazy letting go, and I've been watching for a while. We're the same thing, need the same love, with the same.
This is it. We're getting very close to the final stages of this tournament. T1 may be able to pick up a 2-0 victory over VP. Are you with Purge? Do you think that they figured out the Enchantress team?
Man, that was a masterclass on how to make Bambi feel like she has no forest to play in. And I think, yeah, maybe VP, I think especially Save, if he's kind of talking back to his team like, guys, the amount of resources they use to shut me down, maybe he doesn't want to play that hero. Maybe he wants to be more inside the lane, because we didn't really mention it, but 23 Savage, he only had one death in that game. And it is a product of how they shut down that Ench. He was able to have a chill time, an easy entry to the game. And because of his kind of just general presence, enabling the Lesh, enabling the Viper, that's what kind of brought them back with that comeback presence. There we go.
And no surprise that they banned the Viper in the first stage, because he was doing so much. It was the old school counter to Razor when you think about it, because you don't need damage to actually deal damage. You have poison attack, you just get the stacks over time. It's eventually gonna deal damage, so you don't care too much about a static link in the laning stage. And T1 opening up with Nyx Lesh. This has been the strong opener during the second season in China. I talk a lot about China because China is super strong and competitive region.
Correct.
And because Southeast Asian team also, they screamed hell lot of against the Chinese teams. Like this was their go-to, and we can see the improvement already. T1, like this is such a strong opener. I think this might be one of my favorite ones.
I think the main thing about Nyx Assassin is the development of the hero, especially within the European region and Eastern European region. We didn't really have Nyx Assassins buying Aghanims. There wasn't any major changes to the Aghs itself, maybe an extra little 10% damage reduction increase, now 50, but like overall, the item never really changed. But just players realized how strong it is. Like if you're able to play in an area, burrow strike in, have this additional range on your spells, and just be obnoxious, it is so hard to deal with. So I think that is
mana
the main
burn,
thing.
especially in the previous game against the Phantom Lancer. There was a cute little play coming out from Wyvern in the previous game where he uses Holy Locket to give him mana so he can at least use the Doppelganger and get out of the trouble. But yeah, overall, mana burn, one of the most annoying spells to play against this time around. Wyvern and Invoker. So
yeah, you're talking about all this mana burn, and then they pick Invoker into it. I feel like every single time I see Invoker into Nyx, it's a bad time.
But I like this for the idea of Nyx is a hero that plonks himself inside the ground, right? And he needs mana himself to use his spells. So Invoker, sure, he might get annoyed by what Nyx brings, but if he can chuck an EMP where Nyx is burrowed, like you are going to be able to completely mitigate his overall presence, right?
Sure, but he doesn't have to be burrowed to be casting mana burn. He can be walking around.
I know, but I mean the big picture impact, you know?
We've been theory crafting in our green room against the Nyx Assassin who's burrowed. Maybe just maybe get a Skyrot Mage, something that Virtus.pro really likes to have. The long duration silence, can't use spells, can unburrow, and also ton of burst potential coming out from him.
Yeah, the other alternative was Doom, but Doom is banned out, so can't keep him perma-burrowed, unfortunately.
The VP, again, like we mentioned it already, they have this Invoker now. It was banned out previously, but yesterday when they played against Alliance, it was very active. You know, they had these kind of axes, Timbersaw off lanes, the Invoker was kind of the connecting piece of the puzzle, and that's the type of momentum that VP want to bring, because like in that first game, they were ahead. They had tactically been able to locate the Viper, the Leshrac multiple times alone, and were in control of the game. It's then T1's dominance of just kind of teamfight execution later on, where they're able to keep that Viper alive and get it around. So I think VP, they might just be fully subscribing to all-out fight early on just to try and overwhelm T1, like they have overwhelmed most teams in the tournament thus far.
And I like this. Enchantress, you know, we've managed to beat it quite hard, and we'll show you how to deal, you know, with the maybe you figure out how to deal with all the pressure that we put with the Enchantress.
Do you think VP is going back into the replay and just really understood how the Entrance was locked down? Do you think they might even try and copy some of that
Possibly, yeah, because he was definitely shut down. And this is the big counter.
The Mirana, exactly.
The old school counter, Mirana, just one-shot the creep. You know what would be cool? If Glyph worked on the creeps and your summons. So you see the arrow coming, you glyph it.
Oh, as in like the arrow won't insta-kill through Glyph?
Yeah, but it still insta-kills through Glyph anyway.
It does, yes.
Yeah.
Although if you persuade or enchant a lane creep and you use Glyph, it works on that creep. Even though it's persuaded or it kind of like you're controlling it. It's weird, but it does get insta-killed.
But still, you're saying you want Glyph buffs, you're saying that Glyph is also broken. Interesting. Kunkka? Ooh.
This is off-lane.
Hey? DM Kunkka?
In our interview with DM himself, he did mention the reason why he likes playing Kunkka is because of winning the lane, the Tidebringer. You play on the range creep, the additional damage just eats through these carries and just applies a lot of kind of pressure.
I think what they can do is put Dragon Knight possibly against Kunkka, because he can out-regen that early on. Like once you get to that level 3, level 5, 1-1-3 build on Dragon Knight once you're level 5 should be enough. There's a lot of harassment and potentially a tri-lane coming out from the Enchantress, Nyx Assassin +1. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
The thing with T1, their draft, they always have this double flex between like offlane and mid, right? It's like the Leshrac, the DK, the previous game they had the Viper and the Leshrac again. So it's just kind of like, and now their second pick as well, so they have the ultimate last pick. What is the carry right now for VP? What is going to be?
Faceless Void.
Could be.
It looks good because they have no saves inside a Chrono, and the combo is too powerful. Either just like they have Winter's Curse into Arrow, they have X Mark into Arrow. If it's a Chronosphere, they definitely need to ban out Faceless Void. It's just too good of a hero with the hero combination that they got.
Do you remember the Sunstrike spell, Lacoste? You said you keep forgetting it.
I remember. I know Sunstrike, but I keep forgetting about the Cataclysm.
Okay, good.
There we go.
VP gonna ban out 23 Savage's Monkey King yet again. Don't want to have to deal with picking their melee offlaner, which has already basically been confirmed to be Kunkka, into whatever the carry is. And Ursa's already been banned out by T1 themselves. 23 Savage still has his Terrorblade. Oh no, never mind. Terrorblade's first phase banned out also. Wraith King still available, and would be a good answer to maybe preemptively counter a Faceless Void.
The thing is with VP, it's like they have control of what they pick first, and I think for them, they have a lot of setup, but they don't really have damage right now. And my fear is if they go for Void, they will rely on him getting 2-3 items and Invoker, then having Ags +1 to really kill things. So I'd rather them go for a more active style of carry.
That's an interesting hero ban. Slark by T1.
Doing their homework. I think right now what T1 is basically presenting to people is they don't have reliable team fight, and their stuns is pretty cheap. So any more of these elusive heroes will be kind of very prominent at running and catching the backlines. Because like, again, like Nyx just won a game because VP's only way to take the fight was to stay in one area and kill things. If a Nyx kind of burrows, they can't take a fight elsewhere, right? They need to fight around the Nyx, and they don't have that control. So that's kind of why they're banning out these types of heroes.
What if they get Sanking and the counter Nyx Assassin with the Axe? He burrows, Sanking uses Burrow Strike and strikes him while he's inside. Like, that could potentially work.
I do enjoy seeing torrented Nyx Assassins who are burrowed. You see this giant mound fly up into the air.
Yeah, and then you have the Lotus, and then the Lotus, the Burrow Strike on the burrowed. Oh my god, there's so Burrowception.
VP ban out the Morphling, of course, 23 Savage Siggy.
Mm-hmm. Siggy?
Siggy. Yeah. Oh yeah, you didn't hear the AUI panels? Oh yeah, AUI was bringing Siggy into my lexicon. He was like, oh, MSS, every single time you suggest a hero for him, he's like, oh, that's my Siggy. Hoodwink, that's my Siggy. Tusk, that's my Siggy. It's my signature.
What about Tusk Siggy with the sigil?
Hey, the frozen Siggy.
Siggy, there we go. So what did they need? They banned out Phantom Assassin. I just want to see what they pick.
They're banning out a lot of carries that are very good at going one-on-one. The Slark, the PA, the Ursa.
Is it? They do go for the Void. Okay.
That was pretty obvious. Yeah.
So why not Wraith King now?
I think that's the go-to. It's just your Skellies, they die against Kunkka in the lane, so it's not the greatest in terms of the lane, but it has been the old school counter to Faceless Void.
Yeah, I guess that also explains the Morphling ban as well. Another hero that could probably survive Chrono Burst.
Maybe something like, if they want to not get Wraith King, I'm thinking maybe Drow Ranger.
I think into the Void, the Drow is very much, they win the game before the Void really comes online. I think that's where T1, most of the games they win, it's from the 20-25 minute fight where they just outplay, and then they can take control because they outscale better. And I think that's kind of where they might lean towards a more scaling type of core.
Dragon Knight gives them push, gives them reliable stun. It's just a hero that I would say doesn't have weaknesses at the moment. Like, he's good at every stage of the game, scales nicely. They decide to go with the Spectre. Okay.
Yeah. It kind of feels like a classic T1 where as long as the Spectre isn't the one just getting blown up instantly, they are just going to be able to take these fights later on. Virtus.pro for sure. They do have a nice window to play around Kunkka's laning phase, because I think you cannot disrespect what Kunkka brings to the game. He will be able to play his lane out pretty well, connect with this Mirana, this Invoker, and start applying pressure across the map. But for T1...
Mid-game damage from Dragon Knight, Enchantress, Nyx Assassin, it's really not that high, especially if they get the boat off, you have a time walk, so it could be a bit tricky. Even Spectre, like first 20 minutes, doesn't do that much, so...
Both teams are kind of in this boat, right? They're both kind of, they have their
I think Virtus.pro, they are in the boat because they have
ghost ship. Because they ghost ship this guy.
I did not get it.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Yeah, you're just way too witty. But yeah, I think both of them, they do have the same issues in regards to the damage they bring. They're going to rely on items. And yeah, I've just been dumbfounded by how smart this man is with his puns.
I mean, you said that DM is going to be able to connect a lot, but in terms of objective-taking capabilities, they're kind of lacking. I don't see much push on the side of VP.
There isn't. They don't have that much tower damage. No tower damage at all whatsoever.
On a catapult. That's going to be their main form.
Alacrity siege creep. That's right. Yeah, too bad. What? No. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Oh, well.
But maybe T1 also has some shortcomings. It's going to be exciting team fights no matter what. And you know who's going to cast it? It's your favorite pair, Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Why do you always set us up to fail, Tsunami? Sunsfan here with Jenkins in this game 2 of this best of 3 for the upper bracket. We got Virtus.pro versus T1. T1 looked pretty much unstoppable. I mean, they looked pretty unstoppable this entire tournament and throughout a large majority of the major itself. But have they met their match in VP? Will VP come back to force this into a game 3?
We'll see, Sunman. I think there's
That's not my name.
A lot of work that you're going to need to put in to take this team out.
Me specifically?
Yes, I think that VP would have a lot less issues than you would.
I see. Well, speaking of the game itself, Jenkins,
yes,
as you start to go off on tangents that don't make literal any sense, what do you think of the lineups? We got Faceless Void versus Spectre, an old tried and true matchup. Old school.
Yeah, of course. This one to me is a lot more balanced than the previous one, where there were some obvious advantages to one draft versus the other. On the VP side, you have the Cataclysm Faceless Void combo, and I don't think we've seen DM lose with this offlane Kunkka even once. This guy just seems to snowball out of every lane, which is funny because Kunkka's not usually the greatest lane winner from the offlane, and yet he does, and he snowballs. So maybe we'll see that here today. Maybe that's how VP wins this.
Yeah, Nightfall trying to get a little cheeky here, but looks like, oh, actually T1 gets 3 bounty rooms. So that's a nice little bounty for them, if you will. As we have Whitemon's playing the Nyx Assassin this time, my friend. What are your thoughts on that? We don't get to see the Zephyr God. He will be playing the Enchantress this time.
So Spectre Nyx does make sense to me to run these heroes against the Kunkka because you're just taking a lot of harass damage, but there's not really a huge amount of kill threat unless you get really low versus the Winter Wyvern. Oh, he starts with the EMP on GPK. Carl just easily sidesteps it. But yeah, this lane, it's all about harass, and so having this melee hero in the Nyx that has a ton of HP regen, you're fine playing this lane.
Oh, all right, Spectral Dagger's going to set up the Impale as Kingslayer's taking heavy damage. DM in the meantime, though, just pounding on the Spectre. Looks like Kingslayer will be protected by this wave of creeps, so things will end there, but he definitely got the brunt of the worst end of that stick, as it were. You know a lot about that, Jake.
Yes, a lot about sticks. For some reason, I guess.
Well, you did talk about birds in the last game, so I just figured to be connected.
Don't even get me started.
And that's how they make nests. I don't know if you know this. As Kingslayer's getting pushed out of lane by Whitemon. But yeah, what about this lane in particular? 23 Savage on the Spectre against these two heroes. Should he be fine, or will he be worried for his life? Because we talked about how DM's Kunkka has looked really good as of late.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking a lot of harass. So it's hard to say. Once again, it's like this PL thing with the heart. This is something where the carry players will have some idea of what regen they need to sustain through this lane, but it's a little awkward because you don't see Kunkka offlane too much, so it's hard to calculate this, even if you're a really skilled carry player.
Ooh, Spectral Dagger. I think that was a little bit of misclick there. Try to get the last hit on the creep, but hit Kunkka instead. But yeah, early on, nothing too much to talk about in terms of CS. Just a lot of harassment in this top lane, especially with Zephyr, which should come to expect. Playing the Enchantress, of course, as save has to be a little bit careful here.
Nice positioning there from Nightfall, making sure that Zephyr doesn't just get a freebie on save. Because if he leaps away, he takes so much damage from that impetus. So I think Nightfall actually needed to run over there.
Yeah. What about the Lesh Invoker mid dynamic?
You know, Lesh is active with towers, and Invoker is active for kills. So I think we'll see a lot of Carl running around and trying to set up on towers, and then GPK responding by running there and just looking to get some kills.
If you look at the CS right now, I have to say DM is having a great time overall in this offlane.
Yeah, as usual.
16-0. That is, my goodness.
All right, I have a very important note. Click on Invoker mid lane. That thing, that looks like Exort orbs, that cosmetic.
That's true.
He has Quas Wex. Those are not Exort orbs.
Yeah.
That's
so competitive advantage is what you're trying to say.
Right
save, there. Leaps to the other side of the tree line, and it looks like that's going to save his life. Wait, maybe not. Zephyr? Yeah, not able to find the vision needed. But Kuku, in the meantime, if we want to compare the off lanes, he's not having a terrible time. It's 11-6 versus the 12-3 Nightfall. That's probably the bigger story than anything. And Zephyr getting a little bit pressured here by VP. Ooh!
Oh, so close.
30 HP.
This offlane Enchantress, or offlane support Enchantress, it's so easy to play a core in a lane with this hero because it just wins every single support matchup, and then if the support goes away, which is going to happen eventually because of exactly what we're seeing here, then the Enchantress can just go jungle and be really greedy and get huge, or you can sit there and pressure the carry. But DK is pretty similar. DK just always wins lanes, so that means that Zephyr can basically run around and do whatever the hell he wants.
23 Savage getting forced out by DM here, and in terms of mid, I mean, Carl right now is having a pretty freaking good time. About 5 CS advantage just in the last hits alone. But like you said, it is a Quas Wex Invoker. So kind of to be expected. I mean, are you expecting the same kind of build where we see the Spirit Vessel into Midas afterwards?
I think that's a good build.
Tornado EMP. Oh, arrow just off the mark there from save. And Carl with that Diabolic Edict will live here.
I think with all of the healing mechanisms that exist in Dota right now that are incredibly strong, as well as the fact that in this game, VP is up against a DK, a Leshrac, and a Spectre, all heroes that are very tanky, all heroes that don't want to have Vessel on them. It's such a good Vessel game. Yeah. They all also run in. Okay.
Ooh, top lane. First blood goes the way of T1.
Level 2 and
level 2 Dragon Tail.
Yeah, really cool.
Under the tower, my goodness. Save is trying to get a little bit of a retroactive kill here potentially, but it's going to leap in. Has level 2 on arrow. And we saw the setup with the Tornado. Of course, you do technically have X marks into arrow as well for a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, that's a much easier combo to hit. The Tornado, it's really awkward because depending on what level the Quas Wex orbs are, the combo's different. So it's one of those things that like it looks easy when it gets hit, and then when you actually play it in a game, it's like, okay, I don't know how the hell to time this thing.
Yeah, that's true. But the reason I really like the Midas after Spirit Vessel this game is, I mean, it's kind of the same tale that we've been seeing throughout the major and this tournament as well. Is the Cataclysm is super important in this game because of the Chronosphere. And if you're playing Quas Wex, obviously you're not going to have those levels of Exhort early, so that extra leveling from the Midas is going to help out quite a bit.
Yeah,
he's going to get pressure here potentially. All right, Tornado into EMP. Will actually clip Carl, so he's basically out of mana at this point. He's taking some Arctic Burn on the side as well. Kingslayer takes a mana burn from Whitemon in turn. But no kills will be traded here.
T1 are so ham, dude. Like, he gets Tornado EMP'd and he just runs into GPK, and he has no levels in Lightning Storm, so this Leshrac does a lot of damage just by walking up to things, which is why I'm kind of surprised that he's winning this lane so handedly, given that he's not using the Lightning Storm to CS. This is purely just utilizing the stun and his last hitting capabilities to win the lane.
Yeah, for sure. Nightfall. Oh, he's actually going to get the TP out here. No cancel available. We'll actually go back to base, it looks like. So being completely pushed out of lane. And in terms of the net worth between him and 23 Savage is not really close right now. I mean, it's almost a full 1,000. Actually, it's more. It's 1,200 gold now for 23 Savage. That is real bad news for VP. You can see the discrepancy here. I mean, Spectre has, historically speaking, wasn't a great laner. Not very good early game, but changed things around a little bit as 23 Savage. Looks like the arrow into the boat actually will all fully combo. So nice rotation from VP. We just talked about that net worth advantage. That will help VP now in turn.
Yeah, he just kind of accepted his fate on 23 Savage. Man, this DM Kunkka is looking like the sort of hero that maybe you first phase ban it. I mean, I know obviously it's only 7 minutes into the game, but like he's the only reason that VP is still in this game, given how the safe lane went. Like,
first
top
phase
net
ban?
worth.
First phase?
I don't know. I mean,
he was picked like 4th.
Bro, it's looking pretty sick. I don't know. This guy with Kunkka, he's just such a specialist.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I mean, yeah, he's looked really good so far for sure. Is Carl going to get clipped again by the Tornado? EMP will connect as well. The arrow does not, though, but he's out of mana. The Pulse Nova is not going to do so much. A save jumps in for that Star Storm. It's not enough to take out Carl. He's going to bottle up, and now from the side, Zephyr with the impetus ends up taking out save. And, I mean, in the meantime, we see the push from Cuckoo's Dragon Knight and 23 Savage. Yeah, things are looking very good for T1 here. Honestly, they're looking like they're on kind of another level right now from everybody in the tournament.
Yeah, it really is looking like that. Nightfall, man. This is not the hero you want to be jungling on.
Well, talking about DM, looks like they'll find another kill here. So he is the guy that's setting things up, you're right. But yeah, let's go back to Nightfall. I mean, the farm doesn't have boots yet, has just the gloves of haste right now. And still working on treads. See another EMP connect. I mean, what does VP need to do to get the Void back in the game?
Chronosphere with Sunstrike. I think that's what you have to do.
The Sunstrike's not going to do a whole lot.
Oh, that's true. Right? There is no Sunstrike at all.
See, so Dragon Tail,
never mind.
Just to force him out here.
1 point. So they're going to need the Kunkka and the Mirana then. Basically what I'm thinking is I think they need 2 heroes to do damage into the Chrono, because Void does absolutely nothing. Yeah. So they're probably going to need a Mirana arrow as well as a Kunkka boat.
It is a lot of set. Like right now it feels like Nightfall has to play almost like a pseudo initiator.
Yeah, he's like an offlaner.
And then maybe once he gets a little bit of farm, he can actually expand upon it. Like if he goes for Maelstrom or something like that, he can try to get back into the game. But definitely a rough start from VP overall, other than DM, like you said, who is actually top net worth.
Yeah, he's
good
huge.
lord.
He's huge. That's what I'm saying. This guy just seems like uniquely extremely good at Kunkka. I don't think I've ever seen an offlane Kunkka do this well.
Has his phase boots, has his hood, going for the straight into pipe, it looks like. Do you like this build?
Yeah,
expecting anything different, or is this pretty much on par?
No, I think this makes a lot of sense, because if we look at T1's lineup, the only source of damage that they have currently is Leshrac. So Carl is just going to be running in, Edict, Pulse Nova, and so if they can protect through that Pulse Nova, I think largely, especially with the boat buff, like nobody's really going to die.
23 Savage gonna take some pressure. DM not quite in range for the X marks the spot. It is only level 2. I mean, that's the biggest reason to actually upgrade this, is for that range. Once you get to like level 3, it becomes a lot easier.
It does. Yeah, it really does. It's one of those abilities that's like, it was so bad in the early levels. It's been buffed so many times, and yet...
Well, it was originally nerfed because people started playing him as support, which he wasn't originally intended for.
That's
right?
true. That is true.
As we see the rotation into the bot lane. Tornado, EMP again. Cuckoo gets X marks. Here comes the boat. I mean, he's quite tanky. Let's see if this is enough damage or not. Into the air. Just extreme lockdown from VP. And you can kind of see where the draft comes together here. As Nightfall again being forced out. He just has to play ring around the rosy here. TP's into the mid lane.
It's kind of cool that GPK is hard farming the Vessel. I think it's a really important item to get this game. And so they're just using DM's Kunkka to run around. And
oh boy, Vendetta into the Impale. Splitter to follow. Big kill onto Nightfall. Winter's Curse is there though, as Kingslayer and company have come to try to get a trade. It will be for Carl, it looks like. And it might break up here. But there's the Dragon Farm from Cuckoo with that Siege and that annoying Satyr creep as well. So some damage at the very least will be applied to this tier 1 tower. As we see the Blade Mail finally online for Spectre. We'll talk about that in just a moment. This creep is just continuing to get some tank action here for that Siege. There's the EMP again, and this is like, yeah, the EMP has been really on point for GPK. You see the arrow, oh, it connects! Meatball to follow, Impale's only gonna connect on one in the meantime. They just don't have enough damage to follow it up because they used everything earlier.
Wow.
Savage will live.
That is a cool call. He walked in front of an arrow as carry for his DK and then walks off. Like, you have to have big cojones to make that sort of play.
Big. Yeah, big boy, indeed.
Okay, let's not go there.
All right, we see the Intel replay here. And yeah, this was the kill onto Nightfall. Again, just adding insult to injury for his game. I feel like, for the most part, VP, the lanes went okay. Obviously, the off lane was their winning lane, I guess you could call it, because DM's having himself a game. But at the same time, Spectre's doing quite well himself.
Yeah.
But for the most part, a wash mid. It's just that top lane that's such a big discrepancy.
Right, and also the fact that DM is always stacking Ancients with the Illusion.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
23 Savage. He's looking for the MVP this game. That's 2 sick plays in a row.
Yeah, it looks like Nightfall will be going for the Mask of Madness this game to try to accelerate that farm a little bit. But like I talked about, 23 Savage with the Blade Mail, so it can actually take out some Ancient stacks here. Not the best hero in the world, but you know, when they changed Blade Mail to be...
It got a lot better.
Yeah, for this hero, essentially. Oh, yeah, the chip vest as well. That's true. So
that seriously does help on especially heroes that have, like, high agi and base regen. You just farm so quickly by tanking. I love that Cuckoo, both games, is doing this, like, I'm an offlaner, my life doesn't really matter that much. I'm just going to go to, like, the worst place on the map and, like, literally suicide for towers. In the last fight, 23 saved him from that arrow. But I honestly don't think that if he dies there, I don't think he cares, because he's literally just trying to, like, tank for siege creeps and you know, kill towers, like, at any cost. And it's a pretty good principle, I think, for offlaners, because your life is less valuable than the other roles, and towers are incredibly valuable, and people are putting all of their eggs in the basket of defending them these days. So why not just suicide for them?
Yeah, Nightfall. Oh, is he actually going Hannah Midas? Are we gonna see double Hannah Midas this game? Is that the play?
He's
you're going against a Dragon Knight Leshrac lineup.
He wants a recovery Midas.
Wow.
I think if he's the thing is, I think he's relying on his other heroes to do damage in the chrono anyway at this point, and so going for the Midas makes sense because I don't think you can build to like do some epic fighting in the early game that's going to come from anything other than like the heroes that are already having a really good game. So the Midas is it does make sense for the timing they want to play for, which is like the Cataclysm timing eventually.
All right. I mean, he finishes his Mask of Madness first, which is also interesting. We're seeing a Dragon Tail Cuckoo. See the X marks the spot. We'll be going back shortly, but he takes so much damage, they actually burst him down beforehand. My, oh my.
Another
T1 very ready for that.
Another offlaner kind of suiciding for towers. It seems to be a concept that is shared between
among all regions.
Yeah, I mean, all the regions watch each other, especially at the major and scrimming each other. So in this case, though, he didn't really get any damage, and he's a top net worth dying. So that is definitely a little different. Like Cuckoo, when he's doing it, he's usually like middle of the pack net worth.
Well, as GPK and Nightfall try to farm their Midases, I thought they were actually going to commit to that push, but I guess the Elder Dragon form is about to end. So I feel like if they knew that both heroes were going for Midas, if maybe they haven't gotten vision of Nightfall yet, that they play a little bit more aggressively. Like, what do you think their reaction's going to be to seeing that both? I mean, obviously Invoker, it should be expected based on the play so far in the last couple.
Probably Roshan. You see the Midases, and then the moment Chrono is down, you just head into Roche, thinking like, okay, they've got like 2,000 gold of just wasted net worth right now, or 4,000 gold of wasted net worth. So let's go take Roche when their abilities are down.
All right, I mean, this feels like it, from VP side, pretty risky to do this when you're behind already in the laning stage, to get it on 2 heroes. We saw Tundra do it for 3 heroes, and it didn't work out for them in that case.
I think Invoker needs a Midas because
I agree, yeah.
You need the levels to make your Cataclysm worth anything. If you're going to go for this Quas Wex in the early game, and you have to go for Cataclysm because you have a Faceless Void, that basically leaves you with no choice. And then for our boy Nightfall in the Faceless Void, you are just having such a horrible game. I think he's...
I mean, I understand why you would want to go for it, right? It makes sense. But at the same time, 2 heroes going Midas should click something in the head of T1, I feel like. But we'll see. Like, if Virtus.pro can come out in the next 10-15 minutes and not, lose a ton of net worth in the meantime, if they come out even, essentially, that's a huge win for them because they're just going to outfarm them.
You did say last game Invoker's one of the best heroes for defending that high ground.
That is true.
Maybe that's the idea, is that it's like, okay, they're going to get our outer towers, but for those, we have DM to stand in front of them, and then when they push high ground eventually, it's just too much of a pain. That's maybe the logic there, is like they think they can hold out for long enough to make the Midases worth it.
Yeah, but it is very scary because, obviously...
yes, the fluffy hats.
Yeah, double fluffy hat. Nerfs, thank you. But with Dragon Form, it is a little lengthy cooldown, but Leshrac, not so much. A ton of Diabolic Edict, that's constant push.
One thing I do remember hearing from Kunkka players back when this hero was like the go-to mid laner is that he's quite hard to siege these like tier 1 towers into, especially the mid-tier 1, because if you walk up to try to commit to it, even remotely, he just X's you from afar, and it's such a low committal thing that he can get a bunch of damage on you, and then if it looks good, they just murder you.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to push into this hero just because of the range on X.
So Cuckoo here has his hood, almost done with his Blink Dagger. Maybe that's what they're waiting for here on the side of T1. They should know that they have some sort of an advantage after this laning stage. As this tier 1 tower is still up, you can see that the sentry is spotting Whitemon right now.
I love this Nyx playstyle, though, to just, once again, playing the absolute perimeter of where is safe for your team and just be tanky. And if the enemy team goes on you, the fluffy hats make you tanky enough.
Yeah, Tornado into EMP. Spike Carapace comes out into the boat. The big shark is coming. As you just praised Mr. Whitemon, he dies.
God damn it. God damn it, Whitemon. Every time.
It's always him.
I mean, okay. If you're a 5 Nyx assassin, do you care? That's all I'm saying. I don't think you care about this.
I guess that's true.
I mean, you can argue that like he's in the river in the lowest of low grounds possible, and there's probably no reason to be there because you know that all of VP are sitting on that hill anyway. So there's that. It's not like he's really extending his team's perimeter by being there. But with that being said, if you are a 5 position and they're using spells on you like that, you're just like, okay, I respawn in 15 seconds. I don't give a shit.
All right, well, we have the double Midas officially online for VP. Of course, you see GPK already been using it for a couple minutes now. Nightfall has his. will be going for the BKB next, so extra survivability. I mean, he's a long way from being able to provide damage, though, that's for sure. But then again, they are playing for the late game, it seems.
He's going for a Sange now.
Oh, he changed it up.
Yeah,
okay.
he wants to be a beefy boy.
Yeah. No, that's been the kind of the item of the last year, I want to say. It's been getting nerf after nerf after nerf, and we're still seeing it pretty consistently.
Never enough, is it?
I mean, maybe they're just used to buying it at this point. Maybe it's not as good as we think. As we have the dragon.
Status resistance to OP.
Yeah, Cuckoo blinks in. Nightfall's able to time walk out, though. And we can see that not really much in the way of stacks here. But they are getting some vision in the enemy triangle for the time being. And I mean, does VP actually want to fight? They're grouping up as if they're ready to. With a couple Midases, I feel like you're... Ooh, an Aghanim Shard for Kunkka. So we're going to see the tidal wave. I have not seen, especially this early.
It's legit.
Interesting.
It's good. It does a lot of damage. It's a huge duration. It's more of a disable now because it actually knocked people back for the duration now. They can't move during it. I think it disarms too. Does it disarm? I don't remember. They cannot attack. Yeah, it does disarm now.
Okay.
So it's a significantly better disable than before. And it's funny. It looks really funny.
Yeah, it is funny, and it fits the theme. So that's why I thought it was kind of a meme in the beginning stages. But typically you see it like after an Aghanim Scepter or something like that for the Kunkka, when you're playing this off-lane, like chaos-inducing role, where you're just trying to create as much space as possible, and somebody else does all the damage for the most part. Or the caster build, I guess you could call it as well.
I think because of the caster build, this hero is legitimately an offlaner. The move speed as well means that you don't need early boots. You can go for some bracers. He has all of these like torrent damage and stun talents.
Look at, he went for the damage talent though. Interesting. Typically when you want to go Ags, you go for the other one for sure. So that indicates that he's probably not going to go for that. As Cuckoo jumps in with a Dragon Tail, impetus from the side. Kingslayer does get off the Cold Embrace for now. Nightfall again has his Chronosphere. It's going to connect onto 2, but they will find the Wyvern in the end. EMP right on top as Whitemon gets torrented, will be brought down. So it's a 1-for-1 with the buyback. Of course, Wyvern still has that ultimate to work with as GPK getting chased. Gets arrowed under the tier 1 tower, so 23 Savage has to be a little bit careful here. The Starstorm to follow. He's taking so much damage, especially with that Spirit Vessel applied. DM has the X marks into Torrent, and this should be enough to take out the position 1 from T1. And Nightfall with the value Midas right afterwards. They somehow win a fight, despite having these 2 Midases.
Just a great Chronosphere. I mean, those are the 2 heroes that you want to get with the Chrono. You get the 2, least tanky, most important support heroes. And with the Mask of Madness, he's actually able to do damage to the Enchantress. Good bait, too, by Kingslayer.
Did he get clipped in that Chrono? Or was he actually just stunned from the Dragon Tail?
I think he's just stunned from the Dragon Tail. It stuns forever.
Yeah, it's kind of an elongated fight for the most part, but...
DM again, man. Every single time with the spellcasting, he's doing so much.
To save GPK. Very nicely done. And the Ice Wall to prevent him from pretty much going anywhere. And he's all alone at this stage, so... Yeah, well-executed fight from VP. And you can see that DM not wanting to give the kill to Invoker, so X marks him back.
Of course not. That's why he got the damage talent, so he can steal kills.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
I mean, it's worth it. He's carrying the game so hard. Every single game, I've seen him have so much impact on this Kunkka.
Pick rate's actually crazy. We see Cuckoo jumping with the Dragon Tail. Carl, split Earth to follow. No curse online for Kingslayer. He does get off the Cold Embrace for now, but DM is in a lot of trouble. There's the curse. Just came off cooldown. You can see the tidal wave come out. Boat to follow connects onto 2. That is a lot of damage. Meteor is here, though, and you can see the slow from that Ice Wall just doing work this fight. X marks onto Carl. Is that another tidal wave? What is the cooldown on this freaking thing? 3 dead in the blink of an eye for VP. Sunstrike. Triple kill for GPK. All right, the double Midas works.
I think that's the best usage of Tidal Wave that I've ever seen, legitimately. It's always a meme.
12-second cooldown. Okay.
He Tidal Waved to get more people caught in the Winter's Curse, which set up for the Torrent boat afterwards. That was ridiculously cool. All right, let me see if this actually happened.
So, he just made it up?
Well, I think that's what happened, but you can't go back in the replays, but now we can. Of course, with the impact move coming out, the Tidal Wave.
Yeah. Look at
the Winter's Curse comes out, and it pushes the curse target. So it pushes them all together. That's amazing.
And it sets up the perfect Ice Wall and boat. Yeah, that was really dirty.
Okay, that is an interesting combo. You can just push the cursed target into other heroes, as well as the other heroes that are in the curse, they come along for the ride.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
My God.
Oh, slow-mo. Oh!
That's not even the impact move, by the way.
Yeah,
that's just an impact extra right
It just
there.
feels good to watch.
Bonus impact.
All right, double damage onto the Void, and it looks like VP are going to smoke up for now and see if they do have Chronosphere available. Moonlight Shadows popped. Cuckoo and company trying to take out Roche here as we see the tidal wave again. Hits only one. Okay. And it looks like this is actually going to be a freebie for T1. Cataclysm comes online, but not able to find anybody.
Wow, if they can get out of this.
Yeah, we're going to have the Dragon Tail. They might actually want to fight here. If they can take out the curse before it's there. Yeah, the Chronosphere just a little bit too late, but the boat on top of 3 into the arrow, into Meteor as well. You wish from VP side you at least kept the Cataclysm for this, but they have a lot of damage. Double kill for Nightfall as he's absolutely going ham now. Triple kill as 23 Savage now on the run with that Blade Mail activated. The bash is there. Another kill goes the way of VP. That is the Aegis. Arrow connection successful, and this is likely going to be an... Okay, it's not an ultra kill. I was ready to scream. But it's a 4th kill for VP.
You can scream if you want to.
Ultra kill! Okay.
Well, don't lie. That didn't happen.
Man, I genuinely don't understand how they got back in this game. I thought it would just be like this super slow-paced game with a double Midas, but it has worked out in spades for VP.
I just want to see the tidal wave again. I don't even care about the impact chrono. Like, I mean, it's a 3-man chrono, which is nice, but it's set up by the torrent into the boat.
Yeah, that's...
And then look at the tidal wave onto the high ground, pulling everybody out of position. If we...
Yep, there we go. Very nice. Man.
He's using it like a Mars spear, like a pudge hook.
See, the thing is, you know that a lot of people watching...
Oh, hell yeah, baby boy.
People are going to go in pubs and start building this, and then they're going to be awful with it. Like DM is just playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy. I mean, once again...
If it was that easy, it would have been picked up like 6 months ago when it was put in the game.
It's hard to say that with Dota because it's such a strange game, but I've seen people try to do this in pubs, and good lord, it's just a meme.
Fails.
It's just a meme. It's just like this wave comes through and it looks hilarious and pathetic.
Yeah.
But
6K network lead for VP. T1 feeling like they need to fight here. Whitemon on the sideline. They have the vision though. Yep, he's going to get Yulesed into the arrow. Spike Carapace is there, but here comes the Meteor. It's going to actually stun the original source, but it's not really going to matter. Gets a nice impale, but the Starstorm is enough to finish him off. And now into the 5-man smoke for VP.
Yeah, they want to get more out of this because, once again, just a 5 position. Oh, Dragonite?
Oh, Cuckoo.
He used
quite
Blink
tanky
already.
Indeed. Yeah, we're going to see the time dilation to start things out. Save looking for the arrow, but doesn't want to throw it out until it's a guaranteed one with the X or something like that. So they'll have to be, I guess, just happy with that 1 kill for now. They're headed towards the top lane. We can see, okay, Kunkka, or DM actually is building an Ags, by the way, which we kind of were expecting, but the fact that he didn't take the talent is kind of crazy to me.
30 damage is a lot, is the thing.
Yeah, but 0.4 seconds on the torrents when you have 1 million of them come out.
The stun's not so important. It's more like you're already...
It increases the damage, too.
What does?
The torrent from the Ags. Or the talent.
Does it?
100% sure, yes.
Wow, I had no idea.
It just doesn't say that.
Okay, so there's 2 torrent damage talents then, technically.
Yeah, for the most part.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which is why, like, typically when you go Ags, you just go for the torrent talents, you just brain dead it, but not the case here. I mean, I'm not going to question what DM is doing, but...
I think the reasoning behind the damage, I mean, we could, you know, there's a question of does he know that, because I feel like that's a very weird thing to be in the talents.
That's true.
Did you know Pangolier, when you get the Shield Crash talent, the damage of the spell increases by 1?
What?
Yes.
The 15 talent?
Yes.
What do you mean it
increases the cooldown talent increases the damage of it by 1. Dota's a very strange game.
How is that relevant? It's 1 damage.
I'm just saying, there are very weird things with regards to talents in this game.
How do you know that?
Because I was very confused by it, but let me get to my goddamn point. The 30 damage talent...
I'm more confused why you'd bring up that there's a 1 damage dip. Who cares?
Listen, Mr. Going on segues here. 30 damage, it's all about farming, okay? He's getting to that Ags faster.
All right. That is a good point, as we're going to see a kill onto Whitemon here. every time we have any kind of a segue or story, Waimon apparently dies.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that.
I mean, I understand that aspect. That's true. But now you're going to miss the fact, like, if you could revert to level 10 talent now.
Yeah, that would be nice if you could go back and take it after you have the Ags.
Yeah, it has his Ags now, so you're going to see the Torrent Storm out there. For those that don't know, it's basically just a ton of random torrents in the AoE that you, or it's an AoE around you, right? But you do see the actual pool itself from each one.
Yes.
From the enemy side.
And he did also go for the strength talent as well. So he's just really looking to go in, be tanky, be disruptive. He wants like mixed damage as opposed to just magical
technically
damage.
you said 2, but there's actually 3 torrent talents, right? The 80 AoE as well, which does
that's true.
go on top of the
Well, I was thinking, does that increase the damage for no reason?
AoE? No. As we're going to see, Carl, Sunstrike is going to connect. He's stuck inside the ice wall. Nice kiting overall from VP. But no, the reason that it increases the damage on the Torrent is because it does damage per second. So if you're going to be in the air longer.
I get that, but it's strange that it doesn't. Let me see.
I mean, if Valve came out with a patch tomorrow that said fixed, I'm like, okay. It could be a feature, could be a bug. I can see it both ways. But I'm leaning towards feature in this case.
Now I just don't understand the Pango.
That one's just an oversight. Somebody just put an extra 1 there.
Why is there an extra, what talents are there that they're just giving you extra little buffs?
Yeah, that 1 damage, as usual, very relevant.
Yes.
See the Spirit Vessel applied to Whitemon. It's going to get a Spike Carapace, so GPK is stunned. Arrow on the other side to make sure that nobody's in the vicinity. And you can see that nobody actually is. So Whitemon is trying to build the Ags, but it is much slower than we're used to seeing here. Tornado. Oh, not the best setup here, as the tidal wave was while he was in midair. But now with the BKB on the DK, maybe things change a bit for T1 in terms of their team fight, but it is an 8K net worth disadvantage right now. And they're going against double Midas. Yeah, don't forget to use it here, young man. There we go. Well done. Oh, Split Earth actually does connect. Nightfall trying to be careful here. Ooh, time dilation. Does actually proc on top of Whitemon. Torrent connects as well into everything. Tidal Wave, Tornado, everything. We're seeing the Chronosphere onto 1 with the Cataclysm to follow. That's 2 dead right off the bat. It's going to cost them their Winter Wyvern, though. Time dilation again. 23 Savage. He's stuck in the vicinity of a lot of VP players, and you can see the meatball come out. It's just too much damage to deal with. Double kill for Nightfall, as now Cuckoo's BKB has already been expended, attempting to get out, but with that cold snap, keeping him basically in place. Starstorm, GPK gets credit for that kill. VP, yeah, GGs are actually going to be called here, and I can't blame them. After the laning stage, it looked like T1 were in pretty good position, I'm not going to lie. But VP just out-executed them in the end.
DM is just such an impressive Kunkka player, man.
He literally carried them.
He legitimately 1v5 carried them. And, Nightfall with some clutch chronos, that's pretty good. Those were nice. But they were all set up by DM. Like, they were off the back of him running in and setting it up, or an X, or like a Torrent on 2, because the chrono would come out and the boat's immediately there. It's like DM was like, I don't even need the chrono. I was already going to boat them. What a Kunkka god.
I mean, we talked about how Virtus.pro could get back in the game since Nightfall is, he got off to a bit of a rough start. But
there we go.
Sorry. But the reason that we brought that up is because they have a lot of setup inside that Chronosphere, right? And they actually executed that to perfection, and that got them back in the game. And
it's one of those things where it's like, we talk about that part of the draft, and that's cool and all, but the only reason they get there is because DM on Kunkka. That's it. That's the only way.
Yeah, that's maybe the best offlane Kunkka that I've ever seen. Best performance.
Every time he does that.
I hope it gets picked again. I hope it's not banned, just for the sake of viewership, because that is a very unique thing to see.
I think you have to ban it.
Let's go over the panel and see what they have to say.
VP gonna be tidal waving, sliding with those DMs, because by golly, that was one hell of a Kunkka performance. We're gonna go to a break, and when we return, we will see what that Torrent Storm was all about.
Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Thanks for screwing me over, for taking the time just to tear me apart. Thanks for not being sober, it made it so easy to just turn and walk away. Thanks for missing my phone calls, not reading my emails, and breaking my heart. Thanks for being a waste man, I found it so easy to just turn and walk away from everything that I never had in the first place. From all of my needs that you never gave first place. And though I never ever thought I would say this to you, so glad you put me through. I found a little piece of heaven in the depths of hell. If I hadn't caught fire, then I wouldn't have survived. I'd have to burn from the inside now. I don't need you to keep me warm at night. If you hadn't treated me so bad, then I never would have done this well. Thanks for putting me through hell. Thanks for screwing me over, for taking the time, yeah, a round of applause. Oh, thanks, cause now I'm much older, I find it so easy to just turn and walk away from everything that I never had in the first place. From all of my needs that you never gave first place. And though I never ever thought I would say this to you, I'm glad you put me through. I found a little piece of heaven in the depths of hell. And if I hadn't caught fire, then I wouldn't have survived. I'll have to burn from the inside now. I don't need you to keep me warm at night. If you hadn't treated me so bad, then I never would have done this well. Thanks for putting me through. Oh, you put me through it. Yeah, you put me through it. No. Yeah, you put me through it. Yeah, you put me through it. Put me through hell. Yeah. I found a little piece of heaven in the depths of hell. If I hadn't caught fire, then I wouldn't have survived. I'd have to burn from the inside now. I don't need you to keep me warm at night. If you hadn't treated me so bad, then I never would have done this well. Thanks for putting me through.
This is the winner bracket final we deserve. Game 3 on the way. And you gotta wonder, is this DM Kunkka worth respect banning T?
Maybe not first phase like Jenkins was saying, but it was goddamn amazing in this game. He single-handedly brought VP back into the game after a Faceless Void was completely just dismantled and put to the jungle. Pretty much, I think it was like half net worth.
Sorry,
Spectre. No, please take it away.
This fight like that was just showed where he preemptively uses the boat. He knows that there's going to be a Chronosphere follow-up. I think you need to have a lot of teamwork and a lot of trust in this kind of situation.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I mean, they're doing teamfight execution, Faceless Void, Invoker. Cataclysm isn't even used for some of the Chronospheres, and they still smash the fight.
Yeah.
But like, this is one of those games where if DM didn't have an amazing start as he did in this game, would easily be going like, the Void pick was way too slow. He got completely, removed from the game. They're just collapsing on everything. But then the Midas, the fact that he could stick in it, it simply was because of DM. And like, rarely can you say one game is based off a single player, but this was just the DM show. The usage of his shard, the Ags, the pipe, the Solar Crest, like everything he did was just handling T1 independently. Like, it was amazing. And I hope Purge is talking about that.
Oh, he will. Don't you worry. He's going to talk about specifically how Kunkka fares against Spectre. Let's take a look.
Thanks, guys. DM had a really good laning stage. The Enchantress that the enemy team picked was offset by the Mirana arrowing creeps, so that wasn't a big lane pressure deal, but DM in this lane at 315 base movement speed with better base damage than Spectre can certainly fight consistently in this laning stage. And while Wyvern got a little pressured by Nyx, it's not the end of the world because Wyvern just has to hop forward every 60 seconds, put some damage directly on Spectre, and that on top of what Kunkka is providing is pretty effective. So consistently throughout the laning stage, you got a lot of right clicks on enemies. He constantly got to make mind games for Spectre and pretty consistently out-denied him throughout the laning stage. He pretty consistently went for right clicks on Spectre directly rather than going for denies, just trying to get him low so that he can contest him that way. And in this case, 23 Savage did really good. He got pressured, he bought a lot of regen, but he kept his net worth semi-close to where DM was, so he still got decent net worth throughout the laning stage. But ultimately what changed us a lot is once they pushed out the waves consistently, DM was able to get phase boots, which gave him a 30 damage advantage over 23 Savage, and they got a lot more pulls off in the side camp here. So this pull advantage allows them to eventually get a kill on Spectre. Spectre says, hey, where are my creeps? He moves on over. Save is already here for this, and DM's able to do the X combo with this final Centaur dying here. Centaur dies there, then he gets the X off, then he gets the full combo, that kills 23 Savage. But ultimately what was really valuable is that there's a long period of farming between the last clip and the one that I just showed you, but what's really amazing is that DM's able to be level 9 as this mid pressure comes in, and this is so valuable because it reduces the cooldown of X marks the spot and increases the cast range. Just makes it much easier for him to take fights and land these massive Tidebringers on multiple people. He got Hood really fast, he was able to delay this mid push, and that bought them time for their Midases to pay off and ultimately win this game.
Yeah, side lane Kunkka always feels like a little bit of a gamble because you wonder, will you be able to get your levels in time the team fights start rolling around? But D1 with that solid start along with the Wyvern was able to make that a possibility. Again, we're gonna wonder, is it respect ban worthy in game number 3? Only can find out by going to the draft after this break.
Can I get a refresh? 'Cause I wanna feel new, don't want any regret. I'm just thinking about the future, caught in a deep net to keep me from falling away. Now everything's gonna be alright. I own the future, gotta hold it tight. Now everything's gonna be alright. Gotta make
showtime. Upper bracket final. Next team that wins is going to go on to the best of 5 grand finals. And loser is going to play the winner of Alliance versus OG versus... I don't know. I have no favorites. I've seen what both these teams were capable of in the Animator. I've seen what they've been capable of in the first part of the bracket. And now I've seen what they're capable of by winning a game off of each other. And I still don't know what to make of game number 3.
Whew. It's going to be great. That's all we can say, because I think that second game, I was a little bit worried that T1 was going to walk over it and just, clean 2-0, VP into lower bracket, and then the same old story, right? VP, they're maybe, choking when it's important, need a coach, etc. But the fact they had that resilience and DM was able to step up, that individual performance, absolutely spectacular stuff. Can he replicate that again in game 3, or will someone else step up? That's what I'm looking for VP.
Yeah.
He stepped up a few times on some timber sauce, but this Kunkka was definitely star-studded.
It definitely is. I can already see attacker sliding into DM's DM, asking for some tips and the tricks how to play Kunkka, because I think this has been the best Kunkka performance in terms of using the tidal wave, moving around the map, setting things up with the X mark the spot into Invoker combos, Sunstrike, Cataclysm, you name it.
And now T1. Oh no, VP is actually first pick, sorry, and they're the ones that go for the Viper. I love how some of these teams, they develop a mini meta. Earlier, we saw how OG was forcing Axe, I think it was against maybe Nigma or someone, and then now we got VP and T1 fighting over the Viper.
You think they get like Zeus straight away, or is it like nah? We still have to keep things open for Viper. There's still 3 picks, but...
there we go. Yeah, that's it. If they want to go
if
Zeus...
they don't pick it, 100% T1 bans it.
Really? You think so?
Yes,
Yeah.
no doubt about it.
Second phase or third phase ban?
Second phase.
Okay,
Because
wow.
They need to... this is the main thing, right? VP is first pick. They get the last pick out of everyone in that second phase. So that could be that Zeus if they draft for that. Anyways, T1 with this Terrorblade. Again, against Viper, they were the ones banning out the illusion heroes because mainly in laning phase, you are kind of under pressure, but you can very quickly go to the jungle. And in terms of the game, you're able to push out these lanes without being the hero doing it. You're sending your little illusions to do it for you. So that type of map control, Viper doesn't like playing a quick pace game split across 2 objectives, your side and their side.
Surprisingly, Nyx Assassin uncontested so far. It was a hot hero in game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, I think VP, if it's not banned, might even pick it up. We've seen the strength of Nyx Viper as a lane, and then also AA Nyx as a support combo. After the laning phase, they unlock each other, running around the map, setting up kills with each other, using that Ice Blast, using the Vendetta, global map pressure with that extra little core to, swing the engagement their way.
They won't be able to pair it with a Sunstrike, however. The GPK Invoker gets a banned out.
Save he might be the captain on paper, but the real captain was DM on Kunkka in the previous game.
He was, leading the ship.
Yeah, they banned Darkseer, which is no surprise. A lot of the times we see that ban when Terrorblade is picked up. You're not gonna use your strength against you, pretty much. That illusions are a bit too strong, especially if you don't have anything to deal with it.
And they will ban out DM's Timbersaw. As Zeus still hasn't been banned out yet. I'm just saying.
Let's see. All right, depending on VP's third pick, that'll dictate everything. All right, but right now it is looking like a Zeus-tastic game.
Let's see. DM has so far had no history of playing Viper. Nightfall will play Viper. He has played it in the past, at least earlier in this tournament. So there is flex.
Yeah, in that game, it was a Viper carry with a Kunkka offlane mid-TA. They were playing into OG with a little bit more active style, the Furion carry. But when you have a Terrorblade, you need to also have the same type of scaling win condition. I don't think you can run a Viper carry in this instance, but this is mainly going to be the offlane to mid. And part of me feels that if Kunkka's not banned, they might even go for like the Kunkka again, put the Viper mid.
None of these teams, they have a stun. Wyvern ulti is a stun, so is Cold Feet, but no reliable stun whatsoever. There is no Dragon Knight, which salvages a lot of draft. Banned out by Virtus.pro. Yeah, finally we don't get to see Dragon Knight. Getting a bit of tired of seeing Dragon Knight every single game.
Bit easy, isn't it? I think anyone in chat could play DK in these games. Just blink and a stun.
I think you're just being rude right now.
Oh, no, sorry. It's pressing the BKB. That's what chat, that's the issue, actually.
T, you've got a lot of drafts open. Tell me, how many times has T1 first phased their 23 Savage hero? Because that seems like a bit of a change of pace from what we've typically been seeing from them. It seems like more like a second phase, third phase type thing.
20% of the games within like the last 20, maybe.
Oh, wow.
It's like TB, Spectre mainly.
Okay.
Other than that, that's the only two kind of big cores that they do first phase.
They end up getting the Lion as their support pairing, so plenty of reliable stun now available for T1.
Yeah, VP actually banned out the Nyx themselves. And I like the fact that T1 go for the Lion because, of course, we've seen when you are playing Terrorblade, this Lion running into the jungle, instantly killing off the illusions with the Hex or the Mana Drain. It does disrupt TB's farm, but they pick it up themselves. And what do they go for? Oh, they go for a Tide Hunter. Okay.
Still no backline jumper. Zeus is available, so...
This is what I think this Tide is for,
Yeah, protect the Zeus.
Exactly.
This is what China did in Season 2. It was Shadow Shaman plus Abaddon or Shadow Shaman plus Tide that they really love to pick to have a hero that just protects the Shaman once they go on him.
And the fact that T1 have picked two squishy supports, it does open up, so... Windrunner is a hero that is great at jumping the backline when you get to 2 or 3 items. The Ags, the Maelstrom, the BKB, you're just windrunning in, you're just stopping that hero from playing Dodo because they're just reacting to the aggression. But it is like 2-3 items that we're thinking about. Early on, still can be destroyed by potentially a Zeus that we mentioned.
But where are they going to put it? You have Viper maybe as a position 1. Maybe. It's still doable. There was some position 5 Vipers in Southeast Asia being played. So it's still doable if they want to go for it.
But yeah, realistically, because of the Tide, it is most likely just the mid-Viper. That is the reason why T1 picked the Windrunner. Because Windrunner into Viper, Viper likes to play on poison attack. Windrunner can, of course, dodge that, and it forces Viper to go for more farm-orientated game because he can't really bully out the mid lane. So that's kind of why T1's forcing VP's hand with the Windrunner pick.
This is surprising. They have not played Wind Ranger at all on any role throughout the entirety of DPC Season 2. So not in this tournament, not Season 2, not the Animator.
That's a core Wind Ranger.
Yeah. This is the Slacks coefficient, don't
that's right, it's Game 3 elimination. Well, it's not elimination, but it's Game 3.
Exactly, and T1 just testing the waters of the Slacks coefficient, because if they pick Windrunner and win with it, then they might have the confidence to pick it in the grand finals.
Yeah, and Southeast Asia has known for Yopaj's Wind Ranger. I'm sure it has all trickled down throughout the region.
And then, of course, VP, they pick up the PL, one of Nightfall's best heroes, and into the matchup of Terrorblade. I've seen it go both ways, just for the idea that if Terrorblade can lock onto the real PL, you can kill him quite easily. But if PL is able to then just kite out the fight and make it a bit harder,
not against
TB gets a bit lost.
Tide Hunter in this game, because they don't have the answer. Is there Doom available? There is. No, there is not. Never mind. I was
T1,
thinking,
of course.
Yeah, it's just too strong of a hero. So they have nothing that can't stop the Doom. Sorry, not stop the Ravage. And it's a good PL game. Like, they have no real AoE. These heroes don't deal well with the PL illusions. Like, you might try to find the real one, but it's a risk you probably don't want to take with the Wyvern.
I think so right now VP needs to last pick their 4 position. Some additional lockdown would be good. Some cheaper stuns, because right now they rely on Ravage and Cold Feet. That's all they're really using. And I think T1, they respect the type of aggression VP can bring out. If PO had Diffusal and they had this 4 position Enchantress, Ench can then dispel Windrun, and now T1, they can't really run away because of the dispels, not the stuns itself. But yeah, a nice stun from Save would be pretty handy.
You don't see any potential for this being a support Viper, like how South America may do it?
Just because of the AA, it feels extremely awkward.
Okay.
And right now, if you look at Save's previous games, I can list you the heroes he's played. Mirana, banned. Ench, banned. Lion, T1's got it. Oh, that's about Dark Willow's the only other one that is available in his last 15 or so games. So yeah.
So we're looking for an offlaner that has some kind of AoE damage against the Phantom Lancer. Possibly can lock down Tide Hunter. The only hero that comes to my mind is Legion Commander, but that hero is nowhere to be found in this tournament. In the previous major, was super popular in the 2nd season in C and China.
There's that. I oftentimes see Underlord as a final phase ban whenever you pick up a Phantom Lancer, but that hero's also kind of dead.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Oh, they're moving. Oh, Clockwork.
Oh, Clockwork for Save. So GPK gonna be on the Viper, DM gonna be on the Tide Hunter.
He's got a nice little giggle to him, all right? So what happens if it's actually the Tide offlane Clockwork, the Viper and Clock offlane duo and a Tide middle?
That seems pretty bad for Tide against Wind Ranger, wouldn't it?
Just you wait. I read that just because of the smirk from Save. Okay.
Okay.
So if that happens,
What are you doing right now? Like, what is Whitemon thinking? Tell me, Prof.
He's thinking I'm hungry because
Yeah.
why is he
He's
not eating?
always
He's
hungry,
always
yeah.
eating.
So Whitemon right now, he's thinking about how he's going to play the Wyvern. You know, is he going to break away from the meta? And realistically, it's no, and that's why he isn't showing any emotion because the meta has
It's hard to
dictated.
read, right?
Exactly, yeah. The meta has dictated what he does. He can't, you know, break away from the meta itself.
Need an offlaner. What's Master Cuckoo gonna be playing in this final game? Unless if it's like a Wind Ranger offlane, but I find that unlikely.
Realistically, they do need a frontliner, and
They
like,
could maybe put Wind Ranger on the offlane and get something like Ember Spirit, maybe, but then you get dumpstered in the lane against Viper. I'm just seeing this Legion commander. Probably not gonna be it, but
Sand King was that?
I think that's
Yeah,
Sand King
that's
sound.
Sand King.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Hold tight. Let's see if we got it again. Look, the smirk is. Look, there it is.
Mid Tide Hunter, you say?
Yeah, yeah. All right, GPK, what we doing, brother?
All right,
Which one you
production.
picking?
Show me the heroes. Show me the lanes. Show me the names.
Oh, well,
no.
you know, yeah.
Sometimes you
try.
read a little too much into it.
Yeah, a little bit. But anyway, you do have quite a stable-looking draw from VP. The fact that you do have the PL into the Terrorblade. And I think the big factor for T1 is they have the Windrunner. If you find the real PL, you lock in with the ultimate, you'll always be able to kill him. So it's a nice counter. And then, of course, Sand King with the Sandstorm, you localize that fight. So I think T1 has some nice answers to what VP has. But this is, yeah, VP with PL can sometimes be rather devastating.
I think no answer for Tide Hunter. He's not afraid of any of these abilities. He gets a hood. You can't really burst him. That's going to be a huge issue for T1. And just the PL against the TB matchup is too good for a PL. Hood into the Fusel Blade. This game, I believe, you're playing into Wind Ranger, into Sand King, so you also need to be able to protect yourself. You have a relatively global presence from Clockwork and Ancient Apparition to set things up. I'm feeling Virtus.pro. I'm also not going to go against my own prediction before the tournament started when I said that Virtus.pro is going to take the whole thing.
But I said that T1's going to take the whole thing. And I think Windrunner, the lack of clean lockdown from Virtus.pro will be the shortcoming. Windrunner will lock onto that PL and mitigate the carry potential. So I am going to stick with the prediction I made as the tournament started and say that T1 will win this game.
I'm going to go with the prediction that Slacks is probably the smartest among all of us, and Game 3 Wind Ranger is always destined for failure. That way, at least we get an interesting tweet out of it no matter what, and we're going to get an interesting game out of my personal favorite ever casting duo, Sunsfan and Jenkins.
As usual, all downhill from here. Sunsfan with Jenkins. We have game number 3 of the upper bracket finals. T1 looked real good. VP has looked real good. The loser will face OG or Alliance in the lower bracket finals.
I disagree with both the analysts. I think we will have a disconnect, a mass disconnect, and neither team will win this. I think we're going to a game 4.
So a draw, in other words, a remake.
Yeah, remake.
But that still counts as game number 3. But it will be technically a
it'll
different
be a
game
game
than this,
4.
right?
Yeah, the items will be different.
Okay, yeah. So who do you like here? We see I'm glad to see Sand King kind of coming back into the fray a bit. We saw a couple games in the Animator, not a ton of them, but honestly, he looked pretty good. And it was also against a PL in that game that I was casting, actually, which is interesting because is this more for the laning stage thing? Because, you know, back in the day, you would get Aghanim Scepter, the Cosmic Finale would work on illusions. Doesn't work like that anyway, or anymore, I should say. So your thoughts on this hero?
Well, I was going to say, I think that Sand King doesn't lane particularly well against PL plus AA just because there's so much nuke coming out. It's really annoying. Even though he can clear through illusion, Sand King's level 1 through 3 is just terrible. But what they're doing on T1 is they're doing a solo safe lane Sand King versus presumably what they think is going to be the Tide Hunter, and then they're going aggro with the Terrorblade, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, 23 Savage just trying to block these creeps at the very beginning of this game. We'll see how looks like the bounties are just going to go each respective way, so just an even trade, which, you know, typically in a game 3 situation, it's not, you know, loser doesn't go home or anything like that, but obviously a very important game. You typically will see players play a little bit safer, not a whole lot of level 1 action, at least historically speaking.
Safe at level 1, but aggro tri-laning is almost never safe. If you lose, there's nowhere to farm because you can't go to the safe lane. You've got this extremely high-level Tidehunter who is actually running towards top. So they predict the tri-lane on VP, and they match the lanes.
Okay.
Although it's Sand King versus 2 melees. I think if you're Sand King, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, he's actually getting the Burrow Strike off pretty early in that bot lane. And the fact that he can just hug this tower will, as we see Kingslayer taking a lot of damage top. But, I mean, talk to me about this. So this was the switch up that you were kind of talking about, but at the same time, being in the cover of your own tier 1, I would assume would allow Sand King to at least get a couple early levels without any fear of death.
Yeah, and being against a Clockwork, too.
Oh, wow. Yep, he's in meta. That means the damage is online. Whitemon trying to chase to get a little bit of vision for his carry player. And with the Earth Spike, it's going to ensure that first blood goes the way of T1.
Well, you don't expect a Terrorblade tri-lane to get first blood, but with the Lion's Impale, you know, it's enough.
You know, I call Impale half the time, Earth Spike the other half. It's a struggle city, my friend, as you're literally checking the name.
I see.
Impale is now Nyx's Assassin, which is not in this game now, although both spells are basically the same. And, you know, for people that were wondering, they actually were both called Impale for majority of Dota. So it's okay, I forgive you.
Okay, as long as you forgive me.
You can point out any mistakes that I make during the game.
Gaben will never forgive me, though.
That's
for
true.
That wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unforgivable for him, for sure. Okay, so bot lane again. We see the Sandstorm come out from Kuku. What is actually the skill build on this hero right now?
You basically go for just a value point and Caustic if you want to harass, and then generally you want to max out the Sandstorm, just because I think the best timing you can play around right now is to defend your tier 1 towers with the Sandstorm. People are doing that already, and Sand King's just the best hero at doing that in Dota. So people are maxing the Sandstorm, and against all of these melee heroes on the side of VP, it's going to be pretty easy to defend towers with the
save.
Sandstorm.
Yeah, he's pressuring a bit, gets the cogs off before the wave comes through, so extra damage with that battery assault, but Whitemon will be fine in the end. And the mid matchup we haven't really talked about, Windrunner versus the Viper. Windrunner, kind of this, it's a polarizing hero, I feel like, in the community. It's not just Slacks. I know a lot of people want to meme about it.
It's not that polarizing. It's just him.
It's maybe he's just doing it to such a high degree that it seems like it's polarizing for everybody else.
Vocal minority, as they say.
Yeah, that's Reddit in a nutshell right there, I guess. But what are your thoughts on the mid matchup, Viper versus Windrunner?
It's supposed to be Windrunner favored. I remember when at the major we were talking about this exact matchup, and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, Windranger, of course. You have the Wind Run, so you don't get hit by Viper." But then the Viper won the lane. You just chunk out so much damage over time that you
only
Wind Run
off so often you can actually activate.
Exactly, exactly. It's too much damage over time.
So very little mana to speak of in this VP bottom lane. As Carl getting pressured out a bit. Still another 30 seconds to go before he can get a water rune, so we'll traverse into his triangle to get the bounty instead. So he'll be happy with that, of course. I mean, the build on Wind Rangers these days, just the Maelstrom, and past that, it's kind of up in the air. It feels like it's very game dependent, which is kind of... It's cool when you can just base it off of the game instead of having some cookie-cutter build overall.
I think this game, you really need a BKB for Windrunner, as well as the TB. Once those items are picked up, they have a way of playing into this Tidehunter. Right now, there's nothing that they can really do to deal with this Tide. As well as Clockwork completely dumpsters Windranger in the game. Not so much TB, but just the fact that he's this disruptive magic damage guy, you still probably want a BKB, especially against the Tide as well.
Yeah, despite that, I feel like the first wave or two wasn't looking too good for VP in their off lane here. As we can see, the Earth Spike from Whitemon Connect to just take save out of the lane for now. But you can see Nightfall is doing more than fine. 24 and 8 in the CS department. And Kuku, on the other hand, I mean, because of the ability for them to actually move the lanes, actually going to get pressured here. Might be too much damage. A nice save from Whitemon to start things out here. He's getting blocked by the illusions. Beautifully done. Gets the Burrow Strike off into the trees, though. They have just a little bit of vision for Kingslayer to finish him off. It'll be just dandy for VP as Nightfall. Okay, he's actually going for the... Okay, that was a nice move. Very nicely done from Nightfall and Kingslayer. VP... I mean, we kind of expected Sand King to lose the lane, but at the very least, the Kuku did get some good farm in the meantime. I mean, that's kind of a saving grace, I feel like. Because is that one of those heroes that you just don't want to be behind on, or do you feel like they're getting stacked from? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sand King, as long as you're getting levels, you're pretty okay. One thing that has changed with this hero in the last couple of years is that his laning really isn't good. It's one of those heroes that people have an idea that it has good laning, but it doesn't. You need like level 4, level 5 before your laning is really good.
Carl has just out of range from save, so ends up lucking out there. Battery Assault not quite in range, so no kill in the mid lane. And finally the sentries come through to de-ward this Sand King lane so you can actually use that Sandstorm to a high degree.
I don't think so.
They're pressuring Carl quite a bit. You can see the level disadvantage here. GPK was level 6 before Carl. And we already saw the Viper Strike come out, so that's why Carl was so low earlier, as the top rune not available here. Nightfall with that rush. Ooh, actually blocks with the Spirit Lance. I don't know if he intended that, but that was... Is that RNG actually? I don't even know, with the illusion coming out.
I think so, I think so.
Yeah, but he's had some already pretty high-level moves in terms of that micro in the game, so I'm looking forward to that.
That's not something you see.
23 Savage is going to get caught out here. Battery Assault inside the cogs, more than enough, but here comes Carl to try to get some reciprocation. It'll only be a support, though, but at least they get something. Cuckoo, inside that Sandstorm, still gets that Burrow Strike off on a Nightfall. And you can see, even though Cuckoo doesn't have as much farm, he is out-leveling PL right now.
Yeah, you know, it's a hero that can farm up jungle stacks. He's been left kind of alone. It's a big commitment to kill a Sand King into a Sandstorm. I do think it's a fairly easy kill. It's not the tankiest hero compared to before. It's not the hardest hero to kill. Okay, 23 Savage TP'd into this.
Viper Strike, 23. He's only level 5, so there's no Sunder, no counterplay whatsoever. Carl ends up TPing after the dead body has already been shown. Now Cuckoo being spotted by the Sentry. Burrow Strike on the other side. He's doing a lot of damage to Nightfall. I have to be careful here, but the Cold Feet does proc. Kingslayer continue to get the right clicks down, but Nightfall not feeling comfortable with this, so we'll just have to back out. Yeah, the fact that Terrorblade has died twice.
Yeah, it's a problem. This is the issue with the aggro try, is that the thing is, okay, he's a TB, so he can go jungle. A lot of other heroes that couldn't jungle, they would have this problem where they've literally nowhere to go, because you go mid, you die mid, you go to the safe lane, you die to the safe lane, because there's a PL who's really huge here, as well as an AA. You can't play into the Tidehunter, right? So his only play is to go jungle, and I think going mid was...
Oh my god. Epicenter. If he gets the Burrow Epicenter, that is a definite kill. Baiting them in here a bit. Don't think he wants to go for the AA. Not worth. I mean, if you can kill PL, that kind of saves the game to a degree for Terrorblade, who doesn't want to fall too far behind here. But
yeah, if you put the PL behind, then the TB has somewhere to go. But the thing is that hero is perfectly fine at jungling. So I think 23 probably just identified that, like, okay, I should not have gone mid like that.
That save will be caught out here. He gets Whitemon inside his cogs with the Battery Assault applied as well. Cuckoo trying to make some space, gets the Epicenter off, but the Burrow Strike misses. Nightfall with the Doppelganger will be fine. Wonder if that would have been enough damage. Maybe. Kingslayer now getting pressured in the meantime. Looks like the Earth Spike will ensure that at least T1 gets somebody.
Whitemon had a follow-up Hex, so if he does hit that Burrow, he would have... They would have gotten the kill. And the thing is, it's awkward because you're against a PL, so going for this Caustic Finale, it makes a lot of sense. You want to pressure, but just because of the fact that there's so much nuke damage coming out of VP, it seems like Burrow Strike 2 points might have been the play.
Yeah, level 1 Burrow Strike is one of the worst spells.
It's really terrible.
It's basically melee only. As we see, actually GPK and Kingslayer are here. And of course, I'm assuming they have sentries. Indeed they do. Cuckoo staying around a little bit too long. So that'll be essentially a freebie for VP.
No catapult or anything like that, so it is just a kill. I mean, obviously you don't want to die if you're Cuckoo, but it's so much worse as a Sand King to die when there's a catapult wave, because your whole job is defending those towers. Whitemon,
save. Is he going to be in range? The cogs are there, pushes them up into an area that isn't allowed by Gaben himself. But on the other side, Carl with the focus fire. DM misses the Ravage, and Whitemon is actually surviving through this. The power shot connects. Kingslayer's dead instead. Somehow T1 have turned this around. Maybe they can turn it around onto DM himself. They're going to focus on to the PL for now. Save looks to be the first to fall here in this little mini engagement. So 2 for nothing. Carl, okay, this will be an even bigger kill, though, for VP. He's getting slowed perpetually. The blocks attempt from Cuckoo, not quite enough. And now the Viper Strike he has to worry about. Burrow Strike with the melee range. And after all of that, VP still gets 2 value kills off of a missed Ravage.
Well, Nightfall again with the body blocks on Wind Ranger. I mean, that was just... You don't see a PL having this much impact early on because, to be honest, people just farm. They don't really use the illusions for their max potential, but Nightfall is. Also using the illusions to tank the tower for the creep wave, and taking that out as well. Like, this guy's just playing a completely perfect PL so far.
Yeah, I assume from T1's side, they're like, okay, he just missed Ravage, we can fight now. But maybe a little bit of miscommunication overall. As you can see, Whitemon just barely, oh, the 0.2 seconds on the channel. Oh, man.
How does he get knocked over to the right from there?
Because that's how Dota works.
Oh, all of the illusions.
Because there's nothing.
There's nowhere he can go.
Yeah, you can't go on a cliff or anything. So
Gaben was not happy.
Only Arteezy could fit up on that cliff, I think.
That's true.
Valve has coded the game specifically to make sure that
at this point, it seems like they have.
Now, Maelstrom almost done on the Windrunner. Now they're actually going to get the smoke here. See if they can find anything. 2K advantage for VP so far. As DM with the hood, Arcane Boots, Bracer,
That's
and
a tough kill, though.
Next item is Blink, but he is completely surrounded. We have the Epicenter, not being fully channeled. As you can see, the Hex actually canceling the TP. Yeah, that's a good attempt into the Finger of Death. Don't think is that enough for the charge on the Finger of Death? Yes. How many seconds do you get after that?
Quite a few. It doesn't even say. I mean, hold all.
I mean, it's a tooltip. I would.
3 seconds. You get 3 seconds.
Oh, that's quite a while then, yeah. I thought it might be like a second and a half. Okay.
No. Hard kill to get, but a really important one because Tidehunter is not like a Timbersaw. Well, I mean, to some degree it is, but if you die a couple of times on Tide, you become very killable for the rest of the game. Timbersaw, it's a little bit harder. And then there are other heroes that, like, no matter how many times you kill them, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it did require 3 ults, as you said.
Yeah.
But definitely worth, in all likelihood, as long as they don't fight in the next few seconds.
Yeah, you can fall off on Tide and just become a Ravage, though, if you die a couple of times, which feels really bad. Because the hero, it feels so much better when you can play like this frontline VP tank.
Yeah. All right, VP are grouping up, so yeah, the smoke comes out as expected. PL now with the Diffusal Blade. We'll see how active Nightfall actually wants to get, because like you said, he's been more active than we're used to seeing, and that's a full 3 minutes faster than the average. Wow.
Oh, how did...
That's quite good.
How does Carl know? Did they smoke on a ward, or...
Cuckoo... okay, maybe he does know.
Carl with the game sense.
Yeah, so the smoke, okay, they might find the kill instead onto Zephyr. We're going to see the Ravage is going to connect on 2. Be a nice, easy cleanup for VP on Zephyr here. As we see the Burrow Strike connect on the Clockwork, we see 23 Savage gets off the Metamorphosis, which means DM has to be a little bit careful here. In the meantime, Carl with the Focus Fire, he's able to get the AA, but he might take the Viper Strike in turn. We have the Sunder available, not sure. Carl getting extremely low, though. It's going to be a 2 for 2 to start things out, because now the chase is on to GPK.
Oh, Kuko's a haste.
Yep, haste rune. Burrow Strike in 5 seconds. He has to be careful. He's inside the Sandstorm right now, and the right clicks will be enough. So T1 end up getting a ton of kills in this fight. And 23 Savage is back, Jenkins.
Yeah, that's a really cool call from T1 to take that fight after losing a hero right at the start. Without getting any spell off on Zephyr, they're still like, the Ravage is more important. They have no Ravage. Let's just run at these guys. Like, they're diving our towers. Then they get a haste on Cuckoo, which really helps out, as you can see, just dying right at the start.
Yeah, no Curse available, no Cold Embrace, although, you know, we've talked about Cold Embrace and it's...
Like, look at Carl. He just goes in. He's like, I'm just going to take this AA out. And if he survives here, I mean, that'd be completely devastating for VP.
I mean, Sunder was available, but that's not something you want to do. Especially when you're starting to finally come back on the Terrorblade.
Right before Carl dies, he hits the...
Man, I love these guys. They actually have the best celebrations mid-game, for sure.
His boy Carl, sacrificing himself for the greater good.
I guess so.
Shackling right before he dies, suiciding in.
Carl does have the Maelstrom, but, you know, if you look at the farm right now, not doing terrible, but definitely not up to par in terms of just the mid lane matchup as of yet. As we see VP now going to town on this tier 1 tower.
Huh, without Ravage, too. T1 could fight this, but it looks like they don't want to.
Hook shot connects. AA Blast is coming. I don't even think we've seen this spell this game. Curse is going to be trying to counteract this, and the right clicks from Viper. More than enough for Whitemon to take a tumble. So this will be a tier 1 tower for VP.
Yeah, T1 were just trying to kind of poke there while VP were pushing that to delay it. But they saw Cuckoo on the ward top, so they know that that was not something that T1 was supposed to be able to do.
Zephyr getting chased now. Gets the Arctic burn off, trying to go to the high ground, but it's just too much damage. Attempts to TP as well, actually. As you can see, DM not too far away from Blink, but on the other side, Cuckoo does have his, so...
Yeah, that's what they were doing. T1 was trying to delay for Cuckoo to get his Blink, but he walked through a ward, and VP identified like exactly what was happening, and so they just go completely beast mode ham because they know that behind the tower there's going to be no Sand King. So you guys, you know, you're not allowed to be here, so we're gonna punish you for this.
The fact that he's going Eternal Shroud on Sand King. Talk to me about this.
I like this build. I think the Sanjin Kaya Eternal Shroud build on Sand King makes him a monumental pain in the ass to kill in fights. You try to play into the Sandstorm with all of your heroes, and he's just healing for so much because of the hero lifesteal that you get.
That's awesome.
Is he really? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a pretty hard kill. I mean, this. Oh, he's gonna get the burst
that's an
right just to be able to
important rune,
steal the double damage. Indeed. Yep. Shackle shot will not connect, however.
Not
No
even
follow-up.
going on this guy.
Yeah. He just. I mean, even if they get the kill, it's gonna provide enough time for VP to counteract at the very least.
He's gonna ravage you before he dies too, and then that counteract play is gonna be just absolutely devastating. So good call from T1, just kind of poking there. You poke there, and maybe you get some forced TPs or forced rotations, even if it's just through movement.
After that rough start, 23 Savage is now top net worth.
Yeah, he's popping off.
Man, he has made a gigantic comeback in this game. Has the SNY. Dragonlance will be going for Scotty next. As we see the smoke now from T1 on everybody but the aforementioned 23 Savage. Oh, if they can find a value kill, this will help put them in the driver's seat for this game right now. But DM doing what Tidehunters do at this stage. Just tanking up. Oh, Cuckoo. Epicenter. Into the Burrow Strike with that Blink Dagger reveal. Nightfall gets really low, but there's no follow-up at all from T1. So perhaps a little bit of miscommunication as Save misses the hook shot.
Maybe that was a little bit of just trying to force things out. Like if he can force out the Ravage there, then that's a good initiation. It is a little weird when you see these forced. Oh, he's dead.
Yep, another cog. Very nicely done from Save.
Forced plays where you use ultimates can be a little strange, but I think it's worth giving these players enough credit that it's like probably if they went in with an epicenter there, there's some idea behind it, and maybe it was just called off like halfway as it's happening. It's like no, they're all behind there. Like, you know, we maybe somebody just has the inkling feeling that everybody's behind there and it's not a good play, you know, or that maybe they didn't see the PL's hood, something along those lines.
Either way, not on the same page.
Yeah, hard to say.
Which is actually not something we like. I think that's the biggest strength of T1 that we've seen throughout the major in this tournament, is that they've, for the most part, whether it's the disengage or the fight itself, have been on the same
Yeah,
page.
they usually go in together, they get out together. Exactly, so.
Hook shot available again for Save. One of the biggest quality of life for Clockwork, historically speaking, is that cooldown reduction. My God, used to be so long.
Yeah, it was bad.
Not going to have vision to cancel the Zephyr TP, and it looks like nothing will be found.
Both teams have such good reads of each other in terms of these smoke rotations. Like every single time they're getting pinged out or scouted on a ward, and it's not really resulting in anything. All of these team fights are starting from just these long-range initiations of either Sand King Burrow Strike or the Clockwork Hook.
Yeah, Nightfall, I mean, he's not to, you know, obviously 23 Savage is having himself a great game so far, but on the other side, Nightfall is pretty much dead even.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, he is. He has the Diffusal Hood. We'll be going for the Manta style next as the AA Blast on top of the hookshot cogs. Will net VP with another solo kill here.
Yes,
they have a lot of good solo kill potential in this lineup.
They do. Save got so much XP from that, from just being the only one in range there. With the AA, it's really easy to kill any of these heroes. Even the Wind Ranger can die to you if you're Save with the AA Blast until the Wind Ranger gets the BKB, which presumably is why T1 is not looking to like really commit to these fights right now, because they're close enough to the Wind Ranger BKB, and 23 Savage isn't even going for his own. He just wants to tank up and outrange the magic damage, which is something we've been seeing for quite some time now. This Dragonlance build lets you just be outside of the Ravage, outside of the AA Blast, and he is going for one eventually, because that's not, you know, a full solution, but it is partly a solution.
I mean, he has the next 3 items, maybe even more, queued up in his inventory. I love it when players do this.
I mean, if you're Terrorblade, you can do this, though. You're going to get those items.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. If there's a TB jungling, you're just losing. The only other hero is Luna that will jungle faster than a TB, but then TB in the late game beats Luna anyways. So it's like, yeah, TB feels like one of the best carries right now in general.
Yeah, and we see a fight here. Cuckoo get AA blasted. Burrow Strike's not going to connect on anything. He just gets picked off. So again, another solo pick off for VP. But I mean, I feel like, again, Terrorblade, he's getting through almost every single game. Like, he is in almost every single game, Jenkins, and it's not even first 2 picked. Why is that? Do people just want to, do they just assume he's going to get nerfed so they don't have to worry about it anymore? Or?
I like Gov's idea on this. It's the fact that a lot of these supports that people are picking really enable a lot of random carries, and so there's too many there's too many cores that can be played in any position. Like you see an Axe, you don't know if it's offlane, you don't know if it's carry. You see a Lesh, same thing. So it's just not worth banning the carries in the first phase because they're going to get something that's good. So you may as well just ban out like the Enchantresses and the supporting heroes that you don't want to play against AA as well.
Yeah. Which we are seeing. Yeah, that's actually true. The AA has been pretty much perpetually banned after the first couple days of the major. And this is the first time I feel like I've cast him in
Nyx
quite a
as
while.
well. Heroes that block things, heroes that enable things are kind of what you want to ban out because there's too much that's just extremely good in terms of the core roles.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes Dota interesting. Obviously, you want the game to be fully balanced, but having heroes like Viper, which is also one of these picks where if you get it yourself, that means that you can pick up heroes that actually Viper is good against because the other team aren't able to actually pick them at all to begin with because of that block pick, essentially.
When you first said that to me, I thought, wow, this guy smells. I don't know why I'm listening to him. But then I realized, like, you're totally right. It's
when did I tell you this? Months ago.
This was like NADPC season 1 or something. You had this theory, and it's funny. It's like it's progressed to the point where you see it almost every game. You see like the counter getting picked, and then immediately something that it hard counters. That was the whole story through the major with this Nyx Assassin.
Wow, that's a lot of credit being given. Thank you.
Yeah, but you really needed to take a shower that day. I'm going to be honest with you.
I apologize for that. As we're going to see the Roshan taken out. So PL will have that for himself. And that was the first of the game. So we'll see what kind of damage they can actually do with this Aegis. We've seen we've seen everything out of this Roshan in this patch, I feel like, because so much emphasis on number 2. But this first Rosh, we've seen teams, amplify the farm. They just get all the outer towers. They constrict the map.
Yep.
And then I feel like this last series that we watched, it was the complete opposite. They got a little overconfident. It was wasted.
True.
And then T1 comes back and just absolutely destroys them.
Yeah, the difference between that game and this game, though, is that game T1 had really great area control heroes where it doesn't really matter if there's an Aegis or if there isn't. If the enemy team is going to fight into your area, you're just going to win, no matter how many lives they have. As Zephyr,
he's fine.
Yeah, he loves doing this. He's one of the most annoying side lane pushing support players that I've seen. Like, he's always making so much space.
Yeah, these heroes that are able to traverse terrain can have a huge impact. As long as they're able to push the wave as well, they just very annoying to deal with. I mean, Hoodwink, we've seen. Obviously, that's a bit more polarizing. I mean, Wyvern can do so much more.
Why is Hoodwink polarizing, though? It's just because NA picked it, so it's like, oh, it must be shit.
Well, it hasn't had the best win rate this tournament, at least. But that doesn't really mean it. It's still a small sample size in the end.
Of course.
As Nightfall going for the Heart. Super tank build, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis, so we'll see again how many outer towers they're able to secure.
So to cite my fellow analysts once again, Aoi has this idea that the first Aegis often is what you want to use to just extend the farm that you can take on the map. And we can see Nightfall.
Carl, focus fire with the BKB onto the Tidehunter, but the Kraken Shell into the Ravage is there. Attempting to run away as BKBs galore are popped. PL in the meantime on the other side of the map here, or other side of the fight I should say, is Whitemon getting pressured, but there's a nice burrow strike into the right clicks from 23 Savage, trying to find the real PL, but remember, this is just the Aegis, even if they get him. Cuckoo, mana being drained, 23 Savage forced to TP out. Burrow Strike doesn't even have enough mana to TP anymore, so just trying to create as much space as possible. But this is going to be the 3rd kill for VP, and still they maintain the Aegis.
We can kind of see there why certain teams, including both T1 and VP, but I think VP is one of the best teams at this. Just, oh, okay, Zephyr?
Zephyr?
He should be fine.
Again?
There's no stuns, so
yeah,
he's just delaying the Aegis push by a little bit. But playing up into high grounds like that, the problem is you don't know who you're going to run into. So the very first people that Carl runs into, it's Tidehunter and the guy with Aegis.
Yeah.
Neither of these heroes are good kills. And this is exactly why you don't run up high grounds. It's not even about that mischance playing into high grounds. It's about not knowing what is waiting up there for you. And if VP has their wits together, they're going to have the heroes you don't want to run into standing there in the location where that's where the enemy team is going to run up. And this is precisely why teams, if they do go up a high ground, they go for some like wraparound play. So T1 kind of taking a bit of a risk there.
Yeah, and he basically had no good choice on the focus fire either. It was Tidehunter who didn't even end up dying because he's so tanky and still gets off the Ravage just because of the Kraken Shell. And then, or PL, you can focus fire, which maybe you would have killed him, but that's the Aegis still. So no good choice for Carl there. He has forced to pop the BKB. Burrow Strike into the Epicenter. AA Blast will clip Carl. The Epicenter really not doing that much. Again, most of the damage done to a hero that still has Aegis. Big hook shot from Save, but not able to really turn this into anything else, as it looks like he's going to die inside his own cogs here. Has buyback, but this is not looking like much of a push now from VP.
A nice save plays from T1, and T1 is also the type of team, the way that they fight is extremely backline protecty. That's not a word, but they always protect each other.
Backline
and so
protecty.
If you're gonna jump into base like that against T1, I think it's pretty safe to assume that probably both of the supports are going to be there. The panel talked about it. These two guys are playing together constantly, and they're involved in every single play on the map for the most part. And there they were, once again, in position, able to save.
So what exactly did they get with this Aegis? They won one pretty big team fight that we saw. They got the tier 2 bot, have obviously a little bit more map control as a result. So the lead has extended, or has it maintained? What was the lead?
It's extended a bit. I mean, the farm that VP are taking are in the triangle of T1, and this is exactly what Aoi always says with this Aegis, is that if you're this PL player, you can play up extremely far with this Aegis because you have so much time for your team to come and save you after the Aegis despawns. And he has a heart now, so he's a big juicy boy.
Yeah, he is bursting at the seams, as it were. Save does get the bounty rune. Cuckoo is just going to leave him be, it looks like. And Zephyr is also in the area. And Save has had this Aghanims queued up for the last 10 minutes. He definitely wants this. So that is the overclock mechanic. One of the coolest Ags in the game for sure. Save, okay, they're gonna spot out Cuckoo. He actually uses his Blink and Burrow Strike already. They're gonna pop the dust a little bit prematurely. You can see that Zephyr on the sideline gets the curse, but GPK doing a nice job at just sidestepping to make sure that neither of them get stunned for very long.
He can't TP out.
Yeah.
There's a clockwork hook.
BKB, Viper Strike, goodbye Cuckoo. That's a BKB extended, or expended as well.
Yeah, Cuckoo knew that there's no hope just going for a TP there. If he burrows, it's really obvious exactly where he went, so. Oh my god, Zephyr's such an annoying player.
Yes, he is.
He lives for these moments, though, doesn't he?
He's going Aghanim Scepter. What? Awesome.
Chad.
Very cool. That gives you the constant Arctic burn and allows you to apply it more than once. But it does cost you mana per second.
He's going to go for the next wave.
Yeah. All right, talk to me about this. Is this for split pushing, like so you're always off the map so you never get caught out? Or is he actually going to transition? Because most times I see this as more of a right-clicky type build, which isn't much of a thing because of the changes to Winter's Curse.
I think what you mentioned, the split pushing with it, is an extremely underrated element. I can say that as a... Oh, he is going down.
Finally found here inside the cog, Zephyr. I mean, honestly, he's done work, though, to be fair. This is one death out of... How many did he dodge? Like 3-4 different times?
Yeah.
So that's pretty good odds.
He forced the clockwork TP too, and that's the disable on VP. Aside from the Tidehunter Ravage, that is really the only disable they have, so...
Sure.
Forcing that TP is quite important.
Yeah, so 5k net worth lead now for VP. And next rush, we won't know for a little bit when that is up, but we can see that things are definitely going the way of VP right now. But we've seen T1 come back from much larger deficits before.
Yeah, you cannot count this team out. I mean, they seem to enjoy playing from behind. I don't know what sick and twisted players these are, but they love it.
They probably just watch your channel.
Nobody watches my channel.
That's not true. I know that T1 specifically watch your channel. They're big fans. As we see, a Halberd actually picked up on the Tidehunter. So that is going to be pretty big against TB if you can get it off in time. Or even a Windrunner for that matter. As we're seeing some... Well, there's a smoke from T1, but they're not super close to anybody right now. You can see Cuckoo kind of pumping that epicenter. Another great quality of life change, the fact that that is not truly channeled anymore.
It's so good. It's legitimately so good. You can fake people out with it now, like the Pango roll. People
that's true.
Underestimated how big of a buff that is to send.
It only took literally 15 years for that to become a reality.
Yep.
yeah.
And yet, it's still not that good of a hero.
Well, I think once they put that mechanic in, they wanted to make sure that it's not too broken, right? So they had to balance it a bit in that favor. And maybe we'll see some tweaks in the future, as Nightfall is very close to finishing up an MKB, which is going to be pretty strong, especially against the Butterfly from 23 Savage.
Wind Ranger, Butterfly, 16% evasion talent, as well as... Are there any Halberds? Do we have Cuckoo? No, Cuckoo's going for a Shivas. Okay, yeah, so still, he needs the MKB this game because he's going to be the primary hero that's dealing the damage to the Wind and the TB. GPK is going for 1-2, though.
Scotty now picked up by GPK, so he is extremely tanky right now. Actually, third in net worth as a Viper, not too bad. And he's... I mean, the fact that he's 3K higher than the counterpart mid, I think, is the more impressive thing than anything.
Yeah, this new build on Viper with the right-clicking, not only do you farm incredibly fast and gain map advantage because you're just this hero that hits towers from really far away, like a Drow Ranger, it scales so well.
Yeah.
It's so strong in the late game. The combined slows of the Scotty and the poison attack, the magic resistance reduction, the break, the damage, it's nuts. It's really hard to fight into Viper.
Right, T1 are fully smoked and looking for a fight. You see Whitemon getting some D-ward action here, faking things out a bit as save in the vicinity. They're going to spot the cogs, I do believe, yeah. And they're going to be spotted out now. And it looks like that's just going to break up the entire smoke entirely.
Oh, VP, they smoke up off of that.
Yep, and we've only seen a couple Ravages this game.
Oh, they see Cuckoo, but
very patient.
They're dodging him. They want to go for the back line.
The haste runes can actually be taken by Cuckoo, but big Ravage onto 3. Looks like the AA Blast will follow suit. 2 dead instantly in favor of Virtus.pro. DM. Nice Ravage, buddy.
Yeah, that was a cool call. They could have gone on Cuckoo there, but they know that if he's standing in front like that for T1, it's very likely there are people behind him, and he's the bait. So they wrap around a little bit farther, and DM just jumps in blind and Ravages and ends up getting 2 people. He just
Yeah, I said 3, but the other one was an illusion, and I don't discriminate. The illusion counts as a person to me, okay? As we're going to see the second Roche.
There's actually a ward, by the way. He saw
taken
that.
out. Yeah, VP's going to get this. This is going to be the Shard, Aegis, and Cheese. And who takes the Shard is the question, but we'll have to find out very shortly as... Yeah, Cuckoo and company from T1. Oh, the hook shot save finds him. And Nightfall should be able to... Oh, they don't have vision yet. There's the dust. T1. Cuckoo. Okay. He popped his BKB for that.
He BKB'd for to take the dust off, and then the AA blast comes in, which gets the kill. So if he didn't get blasted, he legitimately would have survived there. But for what? He would blink out. He'd probably die anyway because he doesn't have a TP.
Yeah.
So he's going down either way there, but it is pretty interesting play to use the BKB just to take the dust off.
Yeah, I mean, that's an 8-second BKB, so...
Good lord.
Yeah, very close indeed.
Oh, good Gaben.
0.2 seems to be the number of this series for sure. And you see the AA Blast coming in just to finish him off.
Chills.
I mean, in theory, if they didn't have another dust,
he could have ran back
AA
in.
Blast. Yeah, he had Blink Dagger up soon, so
yeah,
get out.
Yeah, he could have gotten out, which would have been a really sick play.
Shard taken on GPK, by the way. So this is the minus armor poison attack, and can apply to towers as well.
Yeah, you see this come out the moment you want to take high ground. I honestly think the fact that you can hit towers is probably more important than the minus armor. Just magic damage to towers is never balanced. These things have such high armor. That's why your hero does so little damage to them, but the magic damage, no mitigation whatsoever.
All right, Zephyr has his Aghanim Scepter, by the way. Let's see how much difference it makes here. Of course, it's the biggest part about it is that Arctic Burn can be applied more than once, so you just take a buttload of damage. It doesn't really matter how tanky you are. It does percentage-based. You see the Doppelganger out for Nightfall. Still has the Aegis, of course, and the Diffusal MKB Heart Manta. He is fully loaded. And you can see with this GPK Shard, these buildings do not last very long. T1 looks like they want to fight. They got out the Burrow Strike, but a nice hook shot onto 2 with the cogs inside the double BKB. Ice Blast to follow. Ravage comes out. It's barely going to clip 23 Savage as they focus all their efforts on him. He's going to pop his BKB, though, and get the Sunder off successfully. But they're kiting him quite well. He finally finds save in the end, but it's a 1-for-1. It costs him their mid laner. Nightfall, he is taking a ton of damage, but this is just the Aegis, remember. Zephyr, quite low in terms of the mana capacity. We'll see if VP want to disengage or not. The nice Hex. Again, the right clicks are something to absolutely fear for 23 Savage. Doppelganger low ground with the Finger of Death. All right, Kraken Shell procs. Epicenter finally comes through for Cuckoo, and it does secure them DM. But in the end, VP still get that melee racks, which is basically what they came for. And Aegis is down though, so that's a silver lining for T1.
Yeah, another silver lining is they picked up VP's gem in that fight, so that means that this map advantage that VP has, that they were trying to translate into taking down all of the wards from T1 and choking them into their base, that's not going to be possible because Cuckoo has the gem, and 23 Savage is doing a lot of damage in these fights. He can definitely out-carry a Phantom Lancer. Just getting that Rax is not enough to secure you this game. GPK was, being an objective gamer, which is, he was being a good boy in that fight. His team was kind of diving like crazy.
Good, clean boy, yeah.
But it results in them losing the gem, which in this late of the game, it is pretty important.
Yeah, we see the Ice Blast beautifully done onto 2. Of course, they are BKB, but they're still affected by that after the BKB wears off. And you can see the Wind Ranger ends up dropping as a result of that.
Look at 23's damage, though. You really have to be careful here if you're VP.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot of damage to PL, who has a heart and a ton of armor, and still, just because 23 has itemized almost entirely to do damage, like he is able to just, if they can get a follow-up stun there, I think he dies.
Yeah, and you can tell VP in that fight, their objective was essentially just to kill everybody else, especially once the Thunder came off. I mean, 23 Savage, you can talk about how much damage he's also really difficult to kill if you don't lock him down completely. And I mean, again, we've talked about this before, but VP's lineup does not have a ton of lockdown.
No, they don't.
Hookshot, Ravage, and that's basically, I mean, cold feet if you get the proc, but that's pretty difficult to do.
And with any other carry, you'd be thinking, oh, okay, well, we have the Ice Blast, right? So just get the Ice Blast on him. He's not going to be able to Satanic. He's going to die in the 1v1 to our carry. Not Terrorblade. It's one of, I believe Brian was quizzing me on this. It's one of 3 abilities that goes through the AA Blast.
3 as in like giving you HP?
Yeah.
So it's HP removal, or I guess it's the opposite.
It's Weaver, Terrorblade, and you should be able to guess the last one because it's your best hero, second best hero.
Spirit Breaker?
No.
My second best hero.
Your best carry.
Oh, Lifestealer.
Yes.
Wait, the Infest?
Infest.
Oh.
That heals through.
Okay.
I didn't realize that.
I mean, I figured you wouldn't take damage, but I mean, it doesn't literally remove it. You just don't take damage.
These are BSJ Brian Cannabis facts, so be careful. I don't know if these are correct. These are what he.
You're saying that you infest somebody while you're AA blasted.
No,
will still
while
heal.
You heal them for it just plus 500 to their.
Oh, I thought you were talking about on Lifestealer himself.
Oh, I don't know if
because that doesn't make sense. I feel like
I didn't ask him for more insight into it.
Are you sure that's what he meant?
I don't care about.
Now I'm really interested in this because yeah, that makes sense because you're giving them HP that. It's like, what's the opposite of HP removal? HP giveth.
Yes, of course.
Giveth by Gabe and the HP. Giveth. I mean, honestly, that one makes a little bit more sense. It's not like a mech that's healing you. It's giving you the health. That's how I interpret it, at least.
Right.
But the healing on Lifesteal, I feel like that would not work based on the limited knowledge that I have over the past 20 years of playing Dota.
Yeah, I would assume that it doesn't. When it comes to these random mechanics that absolutely nobody should remember, I do trust BSJ. He is the primary source for all things
so
mechanics.
Make sure if it's wrong that you target all your hate towards him and not
tweet at Brian Bannis Cannabis Dota. I think that's it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Man, this is a nice little flyby we got going here. We actually see the double damage. We're seeing some very good information.
Important. Yeah, that's good stuff right there.
As we have the unpause now finally. Let's stay in that. Oh,
keep it on that view. That was it. There we go. Look, there's King. Wait, who is that?
Okay, that's maybe not so helpful. All right,
Nightfall. I get confused between Nightfall and Kingslayer because they both changed their names.
Yeah. Ilias and the original. Actually, I don't even want to remember. No, don't tell me because I'm going to get it mixed up.
Okay.
It's hard enough.
I don't like saying the old names because I don't know if the players changed it for a specific reason, and I want to respect that, but I'm very stupid is the problem. So
based off a book.
What is? Nightfall?
Both of them.
Is it the same book?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would assume they both changed at the same time. It should be. But don't quote me on this.
That's a bold assumption.
9K net worth lead for VP as they are in the driver's seat, but they don't have Aegis. And I feel like if T1 has a similar fight to the way that they just fought, they would have won that without the Aegis there.
Yeah, I agree.
AA Blast comes in. That's a pretty, I mean, it's not the longest cooldown. That's a pretty big ult down, but you can see GPK again just sieging this tower. They have double siege as well, actually. So lots of damage done. We have the Burrow Strike with the Shackle connecting, but the Force Staff keeping Nightfall safe. As this tower just melts. Man, this shard is crazy. He's running out of mana, but does have the cheese ready to go. And this is going to be a melee. They're just giving it up right here as Carl pops the BKB and the Focus Fire. They're applying all their pressure to GPK, and they'll get him successfully. Has his buyback available as Nightfall focusing on the backline supports. Not able to find a kill yet, though. He's going to shackle for now, Carl. You see the DM Ravage coming out into the follow-up hook shot, but where's the damage? There's the curse inside the cogs right now. They're getting Force Staff into the backline again. Still only a 1-for-1. Hook shot to safety, save. Another cogs to try to create a little bit of space here.
Oh, he got crit twice.
Yeah, but he's fine for now. He's going to get, actually, that's the overclock. We didn't even mention he has Ags. So finally did end up getting it, but because of that stun, Carl gets, again, T1 are kind of winning these fights, but they've now lost both melee barracks. Feel like they need to go just a little bit sooner.
Yeah, GBK's being an objective gamer here. This is the guy in your pubs that's like the highest rated guy. Everybody else is diving. He's just like, all right, guys, I got this. But you can see the damage from 23. This is, I mean, it's formidable, and Carl as well. Like, these heroes are doing a ton of damage. And Zephyr in that fight, he's using the Ags to just stand in buildings so he doesn't die to Phantom Lancer. It's really cool. Like, he's using it as a way of surviving through the PL, because he's never going to kill you if you're just flying over cliffs and in buildings.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool, actually.
It's really interesting.
It's a very expensive item, but
it is, but it's kind of making him immortal.
I mean, they have 3 really tanky cores, right? Tidehunter, Viper, PL, and the fact that you can also, you know, the HP percentage, it just stacks. It's really nice for that aspect as well.
You mean the HP on Scepter?
Huh?
Oh, HP percentage on the Arctic Burn. I see.
I'm not that stupid.
Well, I'm just thinking about, every time I think about this Winter Wyvern guy, it's, oh, there's a Ravage. Oh, okay, that's God damn it.
It's your turn.
Oh, no.
Thank God.
Oh, no.
Yes.
At least Cinderin's not here.
Thank God for that.
There he is, in the building.
Nice zoom in, yeah, Zephyr.
Why does anybody hire us?
We have the Burrow Strike. A blast is coming from afar. DM is in the vicinity, but they're blowing up the PL. And down Nightfall goes, no buyback. Big curse destroys AA, and there's the fear from 23's Aghanim Scepter, and just like that, T1 find 3 enormous kills. What else can they do from here, though? Roshan not going to be up anytime soon. They need to get some objectives here.
Nightfall's down for 80 seconds. I don't see why they wouldn't just poke a little bit.
Yeah.
70 seconds on both of these really important cores for VP.
I mean, you talked about the damage on 23 Savage, which is obviously crazy. Now that he has the Aghanim Scepter as well, with the gives them that AoE fear, but in addition, you get the extra few seconds of Metamorphosis. But on top of that, I mean, you got Windrunner. Carl on Windrunner with the Daedalus. He is dealing a crap ton of damage as well to single targets.
And against PL in the late game, you can't doppel. The hell's it? Focus Fire stays on the PL, so it's one of the more annoying things to deal with.
Yeah, this is going to be a tower. I mean, if they knew that there was no buybacks,
they
maybe
might go
they could go for more, but they're going to play it safe because you have to assume in their case that there is buyback.
Yeah.
The Focus Fire on the building. He's actually going to back up for now. That's tier 3 towers down. As 23 Savage gets that Metamorphosis off. This is likely to be 2 racks, so it might be an even game in terms of just the building aspect. Yep, the Focus Fire gets that melee rack, so that is 2 racks in favor now of T1, basically evening it up for all intents and purposes. Yep, hook shot is there. A blast to follow. Can they actually blow up? 23 Savage pops the BKB, but the right clicks are out of control. Crit after crit. Not the player from EG, of course. We're talking about the Daedalus. 23 Savage gets Force Staffed. Okay, there's the Sunder. Ravage comes off a little bit late, and 23 Savage is out of there. The Spider Legs save him. And now they TP out to safety after the buybacks have cometh. T1. Wow.
Dude, I'm telling you, you cannot underestimate this team in the late game. This is the only other team that rivals T1's late game decision making is LGD, I think. Like, legitimately, these guys are so good at playing to win, even from a deficit. Like, they do things like this split pushing on Zephyr to stay in the game just a little bit, and as long as they're not at a crazy deficit, they almost always outplay people in team fights in the late game. And what a scary team, man.
Yeah, even though meta's down right now, we talked about the fact that this Aghanim Scepter, the Terror Wave, allows you to get that meta temporarily. So they could go for a quick pickoff here, which is possibly what they're trying to do here. Of course, Roche is up with the Aghanim Scepter inside. VP is currently going for it. And now with that rocket flare, T1 should know. And it looks like they might just give it up, Jenkins. It's going to be too late. So Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim, Scepter. Who are we going to see? It's actually on the PL. We have to wait and talk about that in just a moment. Earthspike is going to connect. You can see the shard on Whitemon saving him for now. Burrow Strike to follow. But look at that damage, just out of control. But the big curse onto PL. Right clicks from GPK on the sideline, but you see the damage from Carl going right through it. Gets Force Staff to safety for now, but inside the pit they go, and the right clicks from 23 Savage are just out of control. GPK inside the pit is dead, but it will cost them the Wind Ranger. Nightfall, still with that Aegis. Looking very healthy right now. GPK's Courier gets killed with an MKB on it. See if that has any implications here. It is a mid for a mid. And everybody else on the fallback.
Oh, so close.
Yep, Cuckoo's just fine as well.
He has nothing defensive left, so if he got hit by that flare, he just dies and loses gem. He does a buyback, though, so it wouldn't be the absolute worst thing.
All right. Well, this game just got very interesting. 2 racks apiece. Aegis, and I assume Cheese still online for VP. And let's talk about this Aghanim Scepter on PL. This is one I've literally never seen. So Juxtapose, which
it creates
is his ultimate.
max illusions, right?
And they last longer. And does it do anything else?
I think that's it.
Yeah, it sounds, I don't know.
It's really terrible.
If you had the crit talent, it would be really good in theory, right? At 25, but it feels like a lot of people don't go for that.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem kind of, I mean, it's a free Roche. It's from Roche, but you have to question. I mean, Tidehunter's Ags is way better.
It's really good. Armor reduction on everybody and that constant spam.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been one of those situations where they just took it real fast, maybe.
I think. I mean, I don't think they were expecting to get Roche totally for free there. I think they were probably thinking they were going to fight it at least at the tail end there, because it's 44 minutes into the game, 2 racks down on both sides. Roche is super important at this point, right? So you don't expect to get it for free, even with spells down. There was no Ravage, so.
Swift Blink now, by the way, on the TB. And we mentioned that GPK's Courier did die, so another minute 40 before he can get his MKB. As we're going to see Burrow Strike with the Eon Disc, allowing him to use it. Attempting to TP out, but the second hook shot to follow because of the Aghanim Scepter. Cuckoo's still fine thanks to this curse from the sideline. The Ravage on just 1 here. Nightfall trying to take out the Winter Wyvern. Somehow the Clockwork is still surviving throughout this onslaught.
Detection?
Looks like Zephyr will finally fall. He does get up the Colon Bracelet, which will just delay the inevitable. But that was a Ravage for a Winter Wyvern, Jenkins.
Yeah, and VP, they already TP back to stop this split pushing. 23 is making it so that VP, if they want to go high ground right now, all they're going to get is a couple of ranged racks, and you might get Megas by 23. So really good positioning from him on the map, making that Ravage essentially a waste. If they don't get any tower off of that, then I think you don't want to Ravage there for only Zephyr.
So that is a Spell Prism on DM. So you do have CDR. Doesn't have, like, he probably would go for a Refresher next is my guess, but it's not really remotely close.
Yep, there, he queues it up.
Doesn't have the 25 talent yet with the CDR as well. Man. But if T1 doesn't take advantage of this timing, then it really won't matter, right? Because you're still going into Aegis, so it's not like it's a given.
I think if you're T1, you're pretty happy with how the last couple of minutes have gone. There's an Aegis against you. You can just get there's a real possibility that either team just gets the old run down mid and lose throne if somebody dies without buyback. So it's a real tense situation and favoring VP because of the Aegis temporarily. And so if you can delay that on T1, you're super happy with this. And Wind Ranger late game, I think, is a real contender for one of the best heroes in the game. Once he eventually gets this Aghanim Scepter, which shockingly he's not going for, maybe expecting to pick it up from an eventual Roche.
Yeah, let's just extend. I mean, hey, we're already at 45 minutes. Why not make it to 60, young man? I'm in for that kind of a game for sure. As we see the Swift Blink here. Highest amount of last. Oh, we're going to see the hook shot. It's going to miss here from save, and the Blink is going to save 23 Savage. That could have been really bad. He was actually all alone. And he is, in fact, going for the Refresher Orb now as well.
He's holding the building damage leveler in the backpack, so that way when they do end up running to that high ground, they can
This is where Spider Legs we talked about this before, just having boots not have to take up a slot is so
Spider Legs are legitimately better than, if you don't get a boot item from the tier, whatever the last tier is, Spider Legs are just the best item, neutral item, period, for carries. Especially with Swift
Flicker, Flicker might have the advantage. You get a decent, not quite as much move speed. But
it's good though, Flicker's good as well. Yeah, those are two really good neutral items. It's gonna be smoke on smoke here, it looks like.
Aegis is gone and T1 knows it. Cuckoo. You can see the Stormcrafter is actually giving away where he is, although he is in Sandstorm now, but was smoked initially. All right, this will be a ginormous fight. Only a 3K net worth lead for T1, but basically even right now for all intents and purposes.
Oh, T1's walking right onto a ward here. They have to be careful. Okay, Zephyr has the D ward though, so.
Yeah, Zephyr being spotted on the cliff here. And both teams being very careful as there's the fear that's coming out with the finger of death. PL is dead. 100 seconds does have buyback. Will expend it immediately. DM now on the run. You see the hook shot. This could be pretty big with the A blast coming as well. But there's the Sunder just in time. But 3 stuck inside the cogs. This is a lot of damage coming through now from VP. And will this buyback end up saving them in the end? They do find the Terrorblade. He does have buyback right now. Zephyr's getting focused. GPK doing so much damage on the sideline here. 3 for 2 with a buyback onto the PL. Another buyback to come from Kingslayer himself. And they might just try to go for Throne.
So what Cuckoo's doing is very important right now because you don't have meta on your Terrorblade for the buyback.
Yeah, you don't have Terror Wave either, so literally no way to meta.
Yeah, so we have 50 seconds where there's not really much of a great way to defend, but the advantage is that there is a tier 2 still alive, and that means that VP can only go Throne, and this bot wave pushing in is a real problem for them. They have to Throne right now if they want to get anything.
This is the only play. It's going to take way too long to go top. And they still have this range racks to get as well if they want to go for Megas eventually, but that tier 2, like you said, still standing there. There's the Epicenter Burrow Strike combination. Focus fire with the BKB on Carl. Not enough to take out the Sand King. He gets 4-step to safety. But VP, looks like they're just going to play it safe, Jenkins. They force the buyback on the TB, and I guess that's enough.
Yeah, GPK TPing back. Does not have boots of travel, so yeah, VP have to leave.
I mean, they blew up 23 Savage once. They just need to do it one more time. That should be game. Of course, getting that tier 2 top would make things a little bit easier in terms of your options to finishing the game.
Yeah, that thing is the bane of their existence right now. At this point, I legitimately think that the play is to go backdoor it. They do enough damage that they can. That's one of those things where the play is not... It's a very strange play to make, and it's only something you can make at like 45+ minutes into the game. But if this thing was gone, they would have Megas right now.
Now, Eon Disc on Phantom Lancer here as we see the game has been quite crazy. This is living up to the hype. And again, these teams could find themselves playing each other again in the grand finals, depending on whoever the loser facing the OG versus Alliance match will be. Or the winner, I guess, of those two.
It would also depend on the loser.
Yeah, that's true. I technically was correct what I said.
Yeah. You're always right in some way.
Yeah, in some obscure way, that is true, actually. Yeah, this is getting pretty hype. And we are 10 minutes away, Jenkins. I would love to talk about something very
I'm trying not to jinx it. I wanted to mention it at like 42 minutes. But I'm like, oh, if I say it, it's not going to happen.
This game, without the buyback on 23 Savage, if VP are able to pick him off, the game just ends.
And Nightfall. He does not have buyback either. So he went for an Eon Disc on carry.
Yeah.
Which,
that's true.
Notoriously, we saw Arteezy do this.
Oh, big Ravage. He has the refresher. Double Ravage into the kill. Die back on 23 Savage. It's now turned into a 4 versus 5. I'm not sure if T1 have enough damage on top of all this. We'll just have to wait and see. GPK, they can play this even just a little bit slow if they really want. Nightfall, his Eon Disc does proc. You see the cogs locking in several heroes here. Carl inside, broken and brought down. Does have buyback though, but Sand King into the buyback as well as the building. GPK, objective-based gamer here. That is one tier 4 tower down. He's just going to focus the racks right now. They are going to lose the clockwork, but that is a buyback. And it looks like fortification finally popped. Maybe they just came off cooldown, but tower is basically dead at this point. All right, they have a couple of stuns applied with the focus fire to follow, but the disarm onto Wind Ranger gets the cold embrace to save for now. The several 4-steps are now even farther from the fountain. They can just focus the racks though in all likelihood. VP trying to turn this around into their favor. And VP look like they're going to the grand finals, Jenkins. What a freaking performance. Although,
it's not over
Wind
yet.
Ranger has something to say about this. A Blast not going to connect, but Carl doing so much damage to that BKB. This will be a dieback. Another Cold Embrace saving him. Burrow Strike's going to apply with the hook shot to follow. Only 2 alive for T1 versus the 3 of VP. Finger of Death doing a ton of damage in the meantime, but GPK pops the BKB, still going for Throne, finds it.
Wow.
Oh!
Dude, on the other side, the creeps were hitting Throne for T1. So there could have been some travels play there if VP had lost another hero. That could have gone either way, legitimately, until the very end.
Wow, what a game. 40 seconds left on that TB dieback. And yeah, I mean, you're right. I thought that was completely over, and then Wind Ranger ended up just going ham in the end. But just not quite enough damage. The AoE was definitely lacking in the late game, but both teams, I mean, I have to say, both teams have played exceptionally well in this tournament. And you know, who knows what'll happen, but I will not be disappointed if we see these two teams play again in a best of 5.
I love both of these teams. T1 plays team fights incredibly well together on the same page, like you mentioned. And VP are so good at taking the right jumps. That's something that I noticed from all of their plays. Like, they bait things and they jump the right heroes and they use everything at once. And that literally is what won them the game. So it's just right in their wheelhouse to win like that. But what a game. Good Gaben.
Good Gaben indeed. So VP goes to the grand finals. T1 will have to go to the lower bracket to face either OG or Alliance. Panel, break it down.
Nail biter of a finisher, and T1 end up getting dethroned. Some of the best late game decision making, but still, you're going up against the online kings of Virtus.pro. Hope you enjoyed that. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we will take down the entire series under a microscope.
So right with you, I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Kick back, relax, there's no rush in wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher the beautiful things you do, and higher we fly, desire these moments just with you, with you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh.
VP clinch their grand final position here in ESL 1 Summer 2021, powered by Intel. And T1, unfortunately, will be dropped down to the lower bracket. They're not eliminated.
Oh, look at sorry, Tsunami. Look at that. Cogs into Ice Blast. Oh! The ability to understand, of course, the 4-star's coming in and he connects it. Sorry, Tsunami, but as you were saying, we just wanted to salivate on this.
Refresher
Oh,
coming up
look
from
at
DM, double
dieback.
ravage.
Damn. I don't know. This game just it had it all. You know, VP. They took the first position in the game. They were in a commanding lead, and I was like, all right, VP's gonna take it. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, a little bit of that T1 magic. The game's all back close, and I don't know. It was just a great game.
Good stuff. We expected the close series in this one. I said before the series started, this is probably going to be the best series we've seen so far, and the boys delivered because it definitely was, especially the third game. You can never say, you know, T1 they lost the game because they don't. Like, they don't lose the game so easily. Even with the 10K, 15K goal deficit in the game, they still know how to bounce back. At one point, I was really worried for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and I guess if they had ultimately gone for tier 4 towers, they may have been able to win. They were respecting the idea that maybe there was a buyback available on the side of VP, so they're like, let's go for 2 Raxes instead. Burned most of their metamorphosis time, and then threatened the bot racks, but they didn't go for the jugular.
Yeah, those situations are always so scary in a game of Dota, because like if you go for the ancient and it's like then you don't go for the racks and suddenly you only get 1 rax, not 2. Like, can you really do it? And I think just in the moment, calculating all that is very hard. And I think I respect T1 not going for that type of play, resetting, trying to go for again. But it was on VP. Their ability, I think their clutch plays with the supports, kind of unlocking these much later get the fights. Like every time the A Blast connected, not on one, it was like 2 or 3 heroes every time. And I think just the support duo, it was insane on Virtus.pro. And I will always say that after a game, I'm always going to praise the supports, because sure, the cores, 11-4, 12-4, boring. It's about the clockwork and AA setting up them for their own success.
And that's what we praised in game number 2 as well. We were like, oh man, Zephyr and White Munch, like sure, 23 Savage doing a fantastic job, Carl doing a fantastic job, Cuckoo doing a fantastic job, but these supports in both these series, I mean both these games in this series have been...
All right, no, sorry, I just
you got
realized,
very excited all of a sudden.
No, I did, because you were talking about supports, right? Supports are amazing. Just like our production.
I need you to calm down.
No, I like to...
There we go.
But I am role-playing Zephyr right now, defending the... Do you know in the Ancient when Kingslayer was playing around with the Ags? And I'm sure production is so good at some point, we might even get that highlight to show as well, because I think that play was where T1 finally started bringing back the game. The point where Kingslayer was running into the Ancient tier 4 area and Zephyr was using the Arctic Burn on top of the Ancient maneuvering, that was the point where T1 really had their comeback play. And I think that individually... VP kind of learned as well, they can't go that aggressive against T1.
It's something similar to what Nature's Prophet does when he has a naked throne and needs to defend it. Just keep sprouting it until you win the game. It was pretty much the similar idea here. I like that. I like this Aghanim Scepter. I think it's very underrated. He decided to go for a different item build instead of going for the Holy Locket. You're playing into Ancient Apparition.
Here it is.
There's just going to be a great setup for AA Blast, and here we go.
Like, this is the point in the game where VP, if they don't try and go for Zephyr here and they just continue to take the racks, take the range in the mid and the bot, then they're going to be in a good stead just to control the rest of the game here on out. But because they try and make this play, and T1 are making so many intricate clutch plays deep behind their tier 4s, it just makes it a little bit easier. But alas, this is the main turning point for T1. And yeah, it's just... This game was so good.
Yeah, it was just great Dota overall, as we expected. This is the type of performance I want to see from Virtus.pro online, because the boys, you can tell, they feel much more comfortable playing from their own homes. And yeah, I know they can do much better than they did at both majors. So looking forward to see them at TI. Like how much, maybe you know what they should do? Maybe try to set up a LAN boot camp for them. You know, play while there's people around them screaming. To see how it goes.
Just get like, you know, their parents or loved ones, whoever they live with, to come into the room with pots and pans and stuff. Just make it really annoying.
Cheer enemy team's name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Tip them IRL if they feed. Just give them,
why are you feeding? Hey, why are you feeding?
Exactly.
Hey, why are you feeding?
Get in the hand, get in the brains.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a psychological game.
Good shout.
And T1, I think that they shouldn't be too shaken up by this. It could have gone either way. At the very last 5 minutes, it was the Dire creeps also banging, I mean, the Radiant creeps banging on the door of the Dire throne. Maybe a few BOTs here and there could have changed the outcome.
Yeah, I think this is a game for T1 where they were able to see the strengths of winner at some points. Early on, they struggled against the Viper matchup in mid lane. I think they didn't expect it to be that hard. But also the key takeaway was Sanking. How many times, again, we don't need to see highlights, it was kind of, we saw Sanking like use Epi on heroes, and it's like, that was your ultimate? Really? Yeah. Ooh. But then it was more of like a setup and a bar of strikes. I think, yeah, T1 learned a lot from this series, and I think I'm hoping to see this as a rematch in the grand finals, because I think these two teams are so close to each other.
Well, we also had an amazing OG versus Nigma series, and I bet OG fans are desperately hoping that they'll make it through. But next one is going to be OG versus Alliance, another European showdown. Gonna have to go to a break before that happens, but strap in. This is gonna be a story for the ages. We'll be right back. last series of the day, third to last series of the entire tournament. And it's one that I'm sure Europeans are well familiar with at this point, at least during Season 1 DPC, Season 2 DPC, and also all throughout most of 2020. It's Alliance versus OG. But this isn't the OG that you may have remembered, well, unless if you're speaking about March 2020. Those were simpler times. No, this is a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a change, and now we're back to Sumail on OG versus Alliance. And what are you chuckling at?
It's a good look.
He just looked at me and started laughing, which is apparently is very common in this work in this industry. We'll be contacting the HR department about that.
Do you feel like you're not taken seriously enough, Jenkins?
Nobody takes me seriously. People correct me. Why are you laughing?
Nothing. Just taking you.
I look like a Scooby-Doo villain again, don't I?
Yes, you do. What happened to the denim vest? You didn't want to go for the Canadian tuxedo again?
No.
Yeah.
I got made fun of for that. I was bullied.
It's my fault. I should have taken the any key pledge. If I see it online, I want to speak up and say something. What do you have to say about Alliance AUI 2000? How do you feel about them so far?
They've looked better at this event than the major.
Yeah, that's true.
I think their lanes have looked a little bit susceptible. We saw even in the games against VP, like they sort of got crushed into lanes and snowballed, but their team fighting has looked very good. They're able to come back, like in the same game 2 versus VP, they came back with a 5k deficit. They're very patient with their spells. I think S4 is really good at controlling how team fights occur. He's really good at like just maneuvering around those.
Yeah, and most importantly, they pick Hoodwink.
They do.
True.
They're believers in the Squirrel, which, you know, when you're talking about team fights, is there a better hero at high-skilling team fights than somebody who has a low cooldown stun that can play in the trees, that has a multiple skill shots, right? I'm not on tangos here, you know, this is real.
No, you're speaking the clarity. I can hear it.
Thank you.
And I want to hear about how Limp has been dealing with summer in the heat.
It's super hot right now, but I'm like waiting for this tournament to end so I can start enjoying the summer, because I don't, like when we have games, I don't really want to go out and be out in the sun all day and then come back and play, because I'm gonna be like, my mind is gonna be tired of shit. So yeah, after tomorrow, I'm gonna enjoy summer, go out and be in the border and all this stuff.
The deaths aren't that long right now. So I'm just going to pop the BKB. A beautiful Earth Spike onto 2 into the Rolling Thunder. And that is going to be a freebie. 2 freebies.
I feel like we're still improving. I feel like we're stable, but maybe slightly inconsistent in how our performance is. Like sometimes we can be here, but sometimes it looked like we're here, like really kind of bad, but I don't feel like we're actually... It's usually because of like the VP games, maybe all 3 lanes lost, I don't know, in both games or stuff like this, but yeah, a bit inconsistent maybe, but I feel like we're quite stable.
That Chakram, right, Lip actually jumps over Celery here, but looks like they'll find the kill nonetheless. Now they're jumping with the call down coming in. Gyro taking heavy damage, and Hanskin doing his best to keep him alive, but Armus in the meantime will be the first casualty in this little mini engagement here, and Shad looks to be next. Triple kill for Limp.
I think Sumail fit them very well before. They have had some issues with, I would say, both mid 1 and Ana. I didn't really, like, their carry was kind of lacking, I would say. Like recent Ana, and obviously not when they won TI. But, so yeah, I feel like they're pretty strong. They have a lot of good fighting as their core 4 players, and they have a very solid carry now, so it's gonna be some good games. It's gonna be fun. A lot of fighting, I imagine.
I would feel that saying something like inconsistent but stable seems kind of paradoxical, but we spoke to S4 after the first series of the day, and I was like, well, what happened after the VP series? And what was the pep talk that happened? And S4 said there wasn't really anything necessary. Every player kind of knew that they weren't quite meeting their standards, but in game 2, things looked good. So sometimes it just comes down to the draft, and now they are showing the proper deference to a player like Sumail, saying that, yo, this is a consistent carry that we need to be on the lookout for with OG.
Yeah, one more thing about Alliance is just the fact that they've been... I think a lot of the inconsistency can come from the fact that like they pick so many different heroes. Like Io Gyro, they did not pick that at all for like their last 25 games or something, and then they're pulling that out. But on the other side, equally diverse hero pool Sumail has been looking really good. Like, he just pulled out this Axe carry. He was Naga. Some games he's Medusa. Other games he's playing Nature's Prophet or Leshrac. I mean, he's looking really good. Like, a lot of people are kind of pinning him as this mid laner that has switched to the carry position. He's only going to be playing these, like, mid lane crutch carries, but that's not true. Axe is just about the last thing you'd expect a mid lane carry to be able to play.
What about the Leshracs and the Nature's Prophets, though? Because we saw in the first series, Sumail on Medusa, we said that was them calibrating if Sumail can play hard carries. I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that he can, but what do you find him strongest on, Curtis?
I think Sumail has always been known for his laning and just his aggressiveness from the mid lane. I personally like Sumail when he plays sort of the more tempo heroes. I think he played CK at this tournament. He looked really good on that. You can win your lane and sort of make some early moves. Even on Medusa, I think he farms pretty aggressively, which I like to see. Like, if he knows he's strong enough to take an area and take some farm from his opponents, he's always looking to do that. I think that's the hallmark of a really strong player.
Well, and I think the type of team that's going to allow you access to jungle camps that are, like, closer to the enemy base, it's going to be OG. It's going to be a team that, like, creates chaos, that thrives on chaos. It's going to be Thompson who's playing his hoodwink, diving your base, like, doing ridiculous things. Like, that opens up camps to you that other carries wouldn't be able to farm without that supporting cast.
And as it so happens, we had a chance to speak to Sumail about his hero picks and their expectations for TI.
When the stakes are this high, you can't really think about what's boring. Ideally, you want to play something that's fun and good for the game, but the priority is what's good for the game. If it's good, it's good. You know, you gotta pick it even if you don't enjoy playing it as much. Yeah, so we got together like 4 days ago. It's me and Yon and others are playing from home. So it's TI calls are coming up. Taking it one step at a time. Don't want to set expectations too high because that's when you crash a lot. For now, yeah, just getting there is the goal. We'll take it from there.
Wants to put himself in position right behind him. They're giving them no chance to retreat. They're stuck in those gods. What are they gonna do? Literally destroyed there. All three at once. Those supports pretty much winning the fight for them. Spin to win.
I used to play Medusa mid, and I enjoyed the hero. I love the farming patterns she has. Like, if you figure it out, it can be really fun. You can use every single second on the hero. Same as DB. So I think Medusa is like one of the more fun carries. I feel like carry role is more boring than mid, like way more boring, but it's there's more responsibility to it. Like, you have to be super cautious about the moves you make compared to mid. You can be like very risky or aggressive. I think that's a huge difference. Other than that, I don't think it's too big of a deal. It's pretty natural to like play carry.
Our boy's growing up so fast. He's taking responsibility. He's getting older. You know, it can't be that young, risky know-it-all anymore. And actually, he beat his older brother earlier today. That's right. OG took down Quincy Crew 2-0. But still, he knows that you get a little bit older. You can't have as much fun anymore, Jenkins. You know,
life is all pain, suffering, and Sumail is learning. He's learning that, as, of course, Limp already knows in his old, ripe age.
You know, something that Alliance also know is that FNG really likes this Hoodwink hero. That was the other thing that we asked S4 about in his interview. We were like, what's up with this Hoodwink? And he was like, well, FNG was kind of salty that we didn't give it to him more during the majors, so I figured why not give it to him here. We were hot and cold on it, especially after Alliance got completely smashed by VP by first phasing it, but then they won. And I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's not that bad. And it was against a Timbersaw in one of the games, and now here they have Timbersaw on their team.
Yeah, I think we saw at the major that LGD, they destroyed EG's Timbersaw with Axe carry. And we came to this event, and I've seen, I think, a couple axes where they have Axe against Timbersaw, and they're not laning it against him. Do you know why that is, Jenkins?
Why they're not laning the Axe versus Timber?
Yeah, because at the major,
I remember back before either of these heroes got nerfed. So Timbers got nerfed in his reactive, Axes got nerfed in his spin. It was a really like on razor's edge sort of matchup where like whichever hero gets like one extra wave or like support gets a good pull off. Like the hero that takes a little bit of an advantage takes a huge advantage, which is why I think you see the polar opposite thing happening depending on the game where like Timbers either feeding off of the Axe or vice versa, that Timbers doing really horribly. It seems to still be the same as the old days.
Okay. We haven't seen any offlane Timbers beat Axes yet though, right? I guess it was only the one game at the major. Like, we have 1 point of data.
I think carry acts, like starting with the first wave advantage being in front of your tower, as well as like a lot of the 5s, like, you know, some ancient apparition, something like that against Timber. Like, Timber's early levels just really suck. I think it's easier to take an advantage with the Axe, but once you get the level 2 Q on Timber, you can kill Axe. I think we saw Seb yesterday killing Axe when Axe had 2 levels on him or something like that, with the 2 points in the queue.
I guess the big thing about the safe lane is that Axe can use Battle Hunger to help his support, and Timbersaw doesn't really help on the side at all.
Yeah,
so you always get to like secure pose and an EXP advantage.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, not necessarily just about the hero-to-hero matchup, but also the pairings that both of them have, which no idea if this is going to be a Seb Axe or a Sumail Axe quite yet. It's part of the fun of seeing it as a first phase pick. Meanwhile, for Alliance, I'm kind of coming around to Hoodwink as a first phase pick. I think even though it has like basically 0 flex potential in the hands of Alliance, for one thing, it's a denial pick because Topson's been spamming this mid Hoodwink, so it kind of takes it out of their hands.
Get it out. It's just weird. It's just weird to play against. Soxa yesterday with the arrows and the Hoodwink Bushwhack. I mean, how the hell can you expect that? It's like, oh, I got a creep wave here, I'm fine. Oh, the Bushwhack pushed me like between the creep waves. There's an arrow already coming. That's not so good. It's like, how do you predict that sort of stuff?
And I think apart from the 2 games in Alliance vs VP, this hero has looked really good at both the major and this tournament. Even when Quincy Crew lost to OG, they sort of did the same thing. They denied picked the Hoodwink. I think Mojo ended that game 5-1 or 6-1. Like, he was looking good on the hero. So I can understand the first pick. It's probably a hero that's undervalued because I think it performs a lot better in competitive than it does in pubs. I mean, I've read some posts about some 80% win rate Hoodwink spammers, but they're in like Guardian or something. So
yeah, in this tournament, it was shown as roadkill on the beginning of our meta report. Sub 30% win rate, I think, but there was experimentation. Even the mid Hoodwink from Topson also didn't look that great when they initially started running it, so needed a bit of refinement, but it seems refined now at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, the thing with Hoodwink is that if you're picking it as like a 5 especially, or a 4 to some degree, you're never going to be like, why do we have a Hoodwink? It has stuns. Yeah. It's just a stunner with a break nuke ulti, like a big nuke, some wave clear. It's annoying in trees. It's like picking a Crystal Maiden. You're never like, why is this hero on my team? I think you'd be more likely to ask why Crystal Maiden's on your team than a Hoodwink. It just always performs fine. On the mid lane, I think it's way more of a risk, which is exactly why Topson gets off to playing this hero. He just loves those risky kind of mid laners where it's just feast or famine. There was a Reddit poll that won out between feast or famine, or it was like hit or miss or something like that.
It was bread and butter.
Bread and butter, yeah. It's his bread and butter, absolutely, as Aoi was saying.
As I was saying.
Back to you, Aoi.
So right now, one thing that OG is lacking is they're lacking a little bit of team fight. I mean, both sides really. But if you pick Axe and Mirana, you're very single target because Call, while it's an AoE spell, you pretty much only, other than the Sabs, you pretty much only see it hit on one target. And, Potom is mostly picked for the arrow.
They ban out the Lina, and they have a Mirana. I wonder if Phoenix might be a consideration for OG. Still need to figure out their 5 position.
Tell
me.
Sumail does play carry Mirana.
Oh.
But he's not going to do it because it's terrible. But, if there's any team that's going to do something like that.
They go for a different bird, the more popular bird, Winter Wyvern. I doubt we'll see an Aghanim Scepter this game like we did on Zephyr last game.
That was a cool build.
That was a cool build, but I still feel like Locket is the go-to.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even against heroes like Hoodwink and Timbersaw, who you're setting up for Bushwhack as well as his Sharpshooter, all of Timbersaw's abilities, the Holy Locket is still so good. It just seems like it heals through almost anything that you need to have like 5 heroes that abuse the Cold Embrace to actually punish it. Just 1 or 2 doesn't seem like it's quite enough.
I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing more Slark as a response to Winter Wyvern. I feel like being able to build up Essence Shift on Cold Embrace targets is underrated.
It's a pretty hard matchup for Slark though, because you get ultied and you just get stunned after. You can't Dark Pact off to Winter Skirts.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I really like playing Winter Wyvern for Slark.
But if anybody's gonna play it, it would be Nico, baby.
Yeah,
he does like Slark.
He likes Slark. He likes to be a shark.
I think they should take Phoenix here on Alliance. I think Phoenix is by far the best counter to Winter Wyvern, as shown a couple times in this tournament. If you heal someone and they get Sun Raid, they don't really heal that much. And the thing that I always like versus Cold Embrace is sort of area control spells like Phoenix Egg, Underlord, Pit, where you get out a heal, but you're still baiting your team into a bad position.
You're not worried about Mirana being an egg hitter, already being
I don't
drafted?
think you should be. I don't think Mirana's the same as before. They nerfed the leap attack speed. Like, the talent's not as good. Okay, Skyrath.
Well, I mean, that's like the hero for abusing the Cold Embrace.
Yeah, for sure. I think Miranda will probably just pick up a Force Staff, though.
Yeah.
It is an interesting idea because they have a lot of magical bursts coming out, right? If you get the Skyrath silence onto anyone, combined with a Hoodwink ulti, like, they will die.
Yeah, that's true. I'm wondering what sort of setup we're going to see here from Alliance for the Skyrath, because...
Faceless Void.
Yeah.
I could see that happening.
Yeah, that seems good.
Even if you Code Embrace someone in the Chronosphere, then they can't get Force Staffed, right? You can always hit your Skyrath ulti, your Hoodwink ulti. And this, I don't say it often, but I feel like Alliance's draft has a lot of damage. So what that means is that you can get control in your last two heroes, which is, it's sort of a nice place to be in.
Yeah, but core heroes usually lack in control, and they're missing their mid and their carry hero. So I had the same concern with T1's draft earlier, and I was like, they need a core that can stun. They ended up picking Monkey King, which worked out fairly well for them. But usually the damage comes from your mid and carry, not from your supports. And that sounds like a Morphling, and it is a Morphling.
Okay, so Morphling has been picked a lot as a Timbersaw counter. You get level 6, you turn into Timbersaw, and you just kill him with the Whirling Death.
Yeah.
I think we'll actually see S4 skip the Whirling Death this game if he's getting an even lane. But we have seen a couple times where, like, I think Kezu's Timbersaw just killed ILTW's Morphling at level 1. Like, you do have some pressure timings.
Even with the fact that the stat morph got buffed 3x in level 1, it's still, I mean, it was just horrible before, but now it's still bad. It's very punishable, and it's pretty difficult to play Morphling into Skyrath Mage. If Sky is popping off even remotely, you can literally solo kill the Morph at almost any point in the game unless he has a Linkins.
I pair it up with a Wraith King. But yeah, Skyrath, one of the few heroes, the only hero in the game that has an instant cast silence. The only other one is Orchid and Bloodthorn. So that's a rare solution to a Morphling, and yet OG feel comfortable picking it into the Skyrath. And then Alliance follow up with the Wraith King, so not going to be a Faceless Void, but still some stun setup for the Mystic Flare.
Yeah, it's like a low cooldown setup with the Skyrath. You can always burst somebody between these two heroes, and you have mixed damage. You could survive Axe's Call, but Axe's Call is on a low cooldown, so it's not really that big of a deal with the Wraith King ulti. But the one thing is, the skeletons are so damn annoying for almost all of these heroes, other than maybe Morph. Like, they do a lot of damage to Axe. That's the thing. Axe is kind of low armor, but once he gets the Vanguard, he is pretty happy playing against the skeletons after that point.
10 seconds remaining.
Alliance ban out the Void Spirit. How do you feel about Puck for Limp in this draft AUI?
Well, they have the overall last pick, so I think you sort of have to see what Alliance pick before you decide on your hero.
There it goes.
Like, you might think Puck is really good for your lineup, but if you think Alliance are going to pick it, then you won't get the chance.
That's true. Yeah, because they're both looking for their mid laners at this point, it seems. Because I guess at this point we've all but confirmed that it's an offlane Axe once the Morphling has been picked up. So Sumail on a more traditional carry, and now you need to find who can Topson build an Echo Saber on. Well, Pangolier is still in the mix if he wants to go for that. No Pango.
I don't know. I do think some sort of extra like team fight lockdown from OG would be pretty good. Somebody to like run around and fight, because Morphling doesn't exactly want to be active in the first like 10 to 15 minutes of the game. And between these other heroes that they have, unless Axe is extremely popping off or the Mirana, they don't have damage. So that the Puck and the Bat Rider actually for them would be good, as well as the Leshrac on the other side. Maybe Ember Spirit would be a solid pick.
I like the Pangolier if they have a good lane for him. Like, you basically have to see what Alliance are going to pick, and they're very low in reserve time, so they'll be picking it soon.
Tiny?
Oh, Tiny.
Limp Tiny.
I think Pangolier, with the build that Topson goes for, is good versus Tiny. Traditionally, that hasn't been a good matchup, but that's because you don't get that much HP. If you go Treads, Corrosion, and Echo Saber, you have like
that's true. You
1600 HP. Tiny's not going to burst you.
Yeah, you can survive the burst. Absolutely true. And yeah, disarm against Tiny, very annoying. You just dumpster him in lane. He can't hit you. Can't hit creeps.
Other than that, there's still Razor available in the pool, but that doesn't feel like a very Topson-y hero.
Ember's probably fine as well. Honestly, Razor would not be that bad a pick. I want their hero to be able to team fight. So more than the Razor and the Ember, I just like Pangolier for them.
Yo, how about mid Bristle?
I think it's weird
against Timber and Break. Yeah, the Break from.
Oh, the Break. That's right.
Monkey King.
There you go for a Monkey King.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this is
That's
this is just the dumpster Tiny and lane. This is like such a difficult lane for the Tiny to play into.
I do feel like Limp has played this matchup like 40 times in
Oh
pubs,
yeah, of
though.
course, because everybody plays. It's like Void Spirit versus Monkey and Tiny versus Monkey.
Limp will go into pubs, so just pick his Tiny pretty early, and he will win the game even though it gets countered.
Yeah.
I want to see who's picking what, just to confirm. I mean, I find it very unlikely that it won't be.
Oh, it's top
it could be off lane Monkey King.
Okay, they're playing the Monkey.
Oh, Seb actually does play a lot of off lane Monkey King. They might, if they put the Axe safe thing versus Timbersaw, I actually really like that. I think that could be really strong for them.
What's it gonna
No
be,
one
OG?
this tournament for some reason, but
I mean, that sounds like it would dumpster the Wraith King
yeah,
lane.
that sounds really good.
That sounds
I want to see it.
extremely good.
It also gives you sort of more of a setup for Arrow. It's not the best setup, but it is there.
I'm on the edge of my
20
seat.
seconds on one.
Come on, Sumail. Come on, Seb.
They're doing it.
They're doing it.
Oh,
Okay, that's
OG are so
interesting.
smart. They're gonna lose this game because we're saying this, but they seem so smart. Really well, composure.
Yeah, so reliable. The stun.
So what is the deal with offlane Monkey King? We were saying that Seb's been spamming this in pubs before the tournament even began. What does it do?
He
besides
likes
win the lane?
He likes Monkey King. It's fun.
Okay.
But also it dumpsters melee heroes, melee carries.
It's a good hero at winning the lane, as Jenkins was saying, but it's really good at moving around the map early. Like, you don't have to take the enemy tower, but you can make them unable to play there and then make a fast move to mid. If Thompson wins his lane, I think you can expect Seb to sort of leap from trees and come in from behind or hit a stun and go for mid tower first.
Yeah, I think if you win the lane, it's a really good hero for moving around, like a traditional offlaner would, something like a Leshrac running around and killing people. And then that's why the picking condition for it is you need to make sure that there's a hero that you can lane against that you're going to win against. In Wraith King, it's like you just stun the skeletons, they all die.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this turns out offlane Monkey King, and I'm also happy for the debut of this casting duo on the mainstream. Say hello to Avo Plus and Seek and Strike.
Hello guys, and thank you Tsunami for the nice pass. We started in the B stream, now we are here. The panel's very excited for the draft, Richie. They really like the OG picks. Let's see if they are right or if it will Kyle OG. We're gonna see very soon as our match is gonna be underway any second.
Yeah, I will say the last time we casted an offlane Monkey King, I believe, was for the previous iteration of Bait back in DPC Season 1 for Eastern Europe. If you recall, that was back when Sexy Fat went satanic on that offlane Monkey King. I'm hoping that that Seb has got something different prepared this time around, and I certainly expect that he does. But I really like what Aoi was kind of hinting towards. This is just a super active build. That is something that Sexy Fat at least was able to show us in the last patch, and I'm hoping that Seb is going to be able to wow us with his early game rotations. Because I like the sound of taking that tower away from Alliance early on. It makes their jungling, like when you have to try and protect this Wraith King, a little bit more difficult to protect. Especially because Alliance will be able to move through really, really nicely. I mean, they've got Moonlight Shadow, they've got Monkey in the trees, there's an Axe who eventually, if Sumail goes for the same build, is going to be going for that Manta Blink into the Shard, so should be a really, really exciting series.
I feel like it's similar to last year's where you actually get the really quick, constant fight by OG at one point, you know, when Axe and Monkey can come online. The build I've always seen on Seb is actually rushing that Witchblade that used to do a bunch, because of course that works. It's like a better Echo Saber, and then you are also very active to fight. The damage is not as important as the slow, and of course it does work on those statues, so I used to love that build. But I want to point out something from Alliance draft that I really liked as well from them. They're actually copying, or that's not copying, but they're taking inspiration, let's say, from a draft that PSGLGD did in the Major as well. If you actually looked at the Major, the Tiny had really terrible win rate unless he was paired with Ancient Apparition, because the Ancient Apparition allowed him to get those solo kills really easily. And PSGLGD found out that you could actually pair with a different hero, Skywrath Mage, and have a very similar result. With both the damage amplification, of course the Mystic Flare, you kill almost any hero, and it makes Tiny much more useful. I think Alliance is trying to use that strat as well. With one of Hanskin's also classical heroes, he's a really good Skywrath Mage.
Well, we'll see how it's going to be working out for them here. We do have this solo lane up top, though. Seb ought to be able to pretty easily bully away S4, so it's that try down bottom. Of course, taking that first point in the Timber Chain just to make sure that Seb's not able to get off those for Jingu stacks and look for a kill. This bottom tri lane, though, got decent setup here available for an arrow eventually here out from Soxa using that call.
Well,
So there's a decent amount of kill potential for OG.
I think it's a bit difficult for Alliance because no matter what lane you send the Timber to, you know, you're going to be a bit... it's going to be a difficult lane. You know, that's why the Monkey King offlane was such a good idea as well. Yeah, it destroys Wraith King in lane, but Axe can deal with him nicely as well in this situation because, of course, you have the safe lane advantage, and Monkey King can continue to put pressure against the Timber. One of the classic counters. Not as good as the Luna, but still up there. And then you rotate the Morphling, you do the Morph strats that the panel talked about, and you have some really solid ideas here from OG from the lanes. And then the snowball is easy, right? They're going to wait for that 20-minute timing with the Axe and just go ham from there. While Alliance want to get that farm on the Wraith King as soon as possible and try to use the Blink Dagger activation on Limp a bit earlier than that.
I wonder how Thompson's going to want to build this one. Maybe the Echo Saber just for a little bit of extra stats. No, of course not. But, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult to actually try and burst through this Morphlane if you do end up going for more of a stat-style build, as Nico Baby ran down a bit by Sumail. Both supports here for Alliance still holding at level 1 for now. Notel eager to abuse that second skill point that they've gotten here, as well as for Saksa.
So you lose a bunch of experience here as an Axe, but as a laner, you're just really strong. And the Skyreth Mage, I don't feel like does as much. I've seen recently the 4 Skyreth Mages very often will actually get many points in Concussive Shot or Ancient Seal. And in lane, what you'll do is you're harassed with your nice range and your actually decent attack damage. But against an Axe, that's just not as viable. The Battle Hunger can be kind of brutal against you. It's a difficult lane to run here, and the Magic Sticks completely cover them from potential Arcane Bolt builds as well. With Notil at one point, maybe he can go for a single point in the Cold Embrace, and that'll keep Sumail nice and healthy. How do you...
Top lane, man. This is already going pretty rough for S4. I mean, Seb is out of control already, 18-4 compared to the 9-0. So, unsurprisingly, this is working very, very nicely for the Monkey King. S4 is resorted to skipping waves.
Yeah, it's tough to... you're going to have to do a recovery period for Alliance at some point. They do have some really good ganking potential around that Blink Dagger on Tiny. So as long as his lane goes well, you can combine that with Skyreth Mage and Hoodwink, and you have insane magical burst that I think it even kills Morphling, honestly. Even if you don't get him before the attribute shift, it's good enough. In fact, talking about Morphling dying, our observer couldn't even believe it. Limp just surprised him there with an avalanche and murdered poor Thompson. Out of mana, so he couldn't really attribute shift as effectively.
Not just that easy. That's also going to have a little bit of a snowball effect here. We can already see Limp meandering on over and snagging that bounty
cost,
rune.
Actually. All right.
Yep.
With the tree on top of that. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, if you can get those early kills, Morphling has really low range, why not? You can go for it, and that gives your Tiny the advantage that you're looking for anyway, because you're going to be playing around him. Or at least that's the idea to me from the Alliance draft. Before OG can get online. So it's not too bad, even if the lanes aren't going ideally for them.
Seb going for, a bit of a laning build here already pretty early on with those boots after the Quelling Blade and the Wraith Band, just to be able to fight a little bit better. Wow, great kill onto Sumail. Acorn shot into the Bushwhack, though. Just going to allow Hanskin and Nico Baby to bump in a little bit of damage. Well, a little bit too much damage, I should say, that Sumail could actually handle.
They guessed correctly the rotation from the Mirana. Go immediately for the Axe as soon as they saw that. And hey, this is the small recovery, but the Monkey King will get online, so Seb could still be a threat for you. He might be able to fight much sooner together with his teammates. In the middle lane, Limp tries to do the same thing again, but Thompson this time has mana, first of all. And second of all, was ready for this. Not full agility when he was caught. Limp won't be able to get that sneaky kill a second time. Won't have to show the replay a second time. They know. He's a fan of pinball.
Seb's already got an Orb of Corrosion on the way, though, a full Orb of Corrosion, so he's going to be able to give S4 the boot relatively quickly, already up to level 6. Of course, S4 with Timberchain at least able to get just, a little bit of farm every now and then. But again, it's just pretty much domination here through and through in this top lane.
Yeah, the Timber versus Monkey matchup is not the worst matchup because usually there's a support to help you out and mitigate some of the impact. Compared to a Luna that pairs much nicer with that support, Monkey King is better in the 1v1. But that was the ideal situation you got. And because this is your, per se, weakest lane, is the hard lane, right, for OG, making this work for you makes your bottom lane much easier. And again, stops the tempo from Alliance. Saksa just discovered a bunch of stacks here. They probably will be able to steal this. They have an Axe, so I mean, it's honestly the perfect lineup to steal stacks with. Once he gets Vanguard, you're done for. That was Hoodwink mainly stacking it, actually. Hanskin could be in trouble here, but there's no arrow to follow up. They don't want to get a kill. Sumail's just looking for the easy stack money.
Vanguard. I mean, even if Sumail didn't have Vanguard, we've got the complexity strat already that Kyle was keen to bring up and take credit for, because of course they did do it. Seb, rotation top lane from Limp. The Avatos is going to be enough damage along with that Chakram for the kill. And as I was saying, here's No-Tel with Cold Embrace if they needed it, but they didn't. Sumail very easily able to tank these up, so all that efficiency. Thank you very much, FNG, for those stacks. It's going to be a nice goal ejection here for Sumail.
At this point, that was almost insulting for FNG. It's like, by the way, let's not forget, this was the squirrel all along who did this for Sumail. Very happy about this, of course. Now has Berserker's Call. I don't think this should be a kill. Nico has a stun, but the arrow's coming in. Unfortunately, a bit too late. Nico can get away. Regardless, since your axe is this farm, I mean, you're happy as OG. You don't need to get any kills. On the line side, though, Limp is starting to get online.
They might try again here for Seb. Limp is still idling in the area. They've got a ward down as well, watching over that triangle. But they should know that there hasn't been anyone mid for some time. So they're going to be calling that one out. Sub playing it very safe here underneath that tier 1 tower. Limp just daring him to go try and contest the creep wave. You can see how low they keep that creep just to try and bait him in. There goes Limp yet again. Avalanche into the toss. Oh, he tosses the creep, though. Is that going to be enough damage? Not quite. TP's now coming through from the likes of OG. As Limp... Oh, they actually will be able to chop down Seb. As for, in the meantime, escaping in one swift movement.
Yeah, S4 was just on his way out, got Seb along the way, 4 points in Timber Chain. He knows there's no point in maxing reactive armor against the Monkey King. Instead, get the Timber Chain, more damage to farm creeps later, have a better escape, and on top of that, can get kills on Seb. The rotations have been on point by Limp. Again, they're just playing around the Tiny. They know Wraithing will be able to recover. They're just going to get some kills for him, get him the experience required, and also mitigate some of the impact Seb had in the early game. The net worth between Timber and Monkey King now is even. Limp even finds an arcane room. That's going to be great for one more Avatos here.
Yeah, immediately going for that Blink Dagger, so we're not going to be seeing a very similar build that Thompson tried this morning. You know, going for the Echo Saber. What was it? Kaya? Well, it was Sanjin Yasha, wasn't it? On the
it was Midas into Echo Saber. Sorry, Midas into Blink into Echo Saber, then the Sanjin Yasha. Yeah, we saw the heat map, by the way. Limp has been in the top lane for a while. He knows the easiest lane to gank. Now taking some stacks. Thompson wants to disturb him. Here comes the Adaptive Strike, but Limp, you just can't take these creeps. He's a bit too afraid. Bottom lane, Nico is also fighting against Sumail, but we're interested to see what happens with these stacks as Saksa joins them. S4 wanted to protect his mid laner. Again, with the lack of reactive armor, though, you don't want to fight head-on just yet.
No, not much. It's level 3 already, so and he's got the casual cloak for that magic resistance. So as soon as that he sidesteps that arrow from Saksa, he's not going to be too scared of these guys. They do need to land just a setup arrow to be able to get the bonus damage off from Seb, who actually has maxed the Jingu Mastery, by the way. So he should be... I'm a little bit surprised not to see him take a point in Primal Spring. Not because, I mean, that's kind of normal for a carry to take points into Primal Spring, because that's actually what you farm with. But he's going to be forced to lane a little bit longer. At least his rotation game isn't going to be as strong if he just had a single point in it by now. But I think the idea is to just keep S4 closer towards the bottom of this net worth table, and so far, mission accomplished.
I think the idea is similar to the Midas we saw earlier on Thompson, whereas I don't want to fight now, so why should I build for it, right? The ideally, Alliance doesn't come to my part of the map. I'm not going to try and gank to create space, because I'm going to try to punish them instead when they try to go for me. I'm okay with that. OG has demonstrated this kind of thought process before. Alliance will have to now make the plays and make them correctly, and now the ball's on the Alliance court. Let's see. Limp is very close to that Blink Dagger, not quite yet, as Nico will be desperately trying to find farm. He's not going to take this tower by any means. They're just going to be waiting for Limp here to come online. As FNG, by the way, the king of stacks. Oh my goodness, 9 stacks. I think he stacked at least once per minute. Yes. Actually every single minute. Best support possible.
Bottom. He's going to use the call, try to TP out. There's a Wraithfire Blast in a second, and it will be used to kill the king. The one true king, of course, as Seb now actually having TP down bottom. Will channel that ultimate up as 4 is able to escape before we can get off the Jingu Mastery stacks. Oh, looks like he just got it, actually. And we'll be able to lifesteal off of the wave, full HP. Should be fine. Nico Baby seemingly ready to use that level 1 reincarnation, because Alliance, they're bringing more people over. There's the Ava toss. Just the toss actually needed out from Limp to get the kill onto Seb. They have at least gotten the first reincarnation popped, but no one else here from OG to defend the tier 1 tower.
And Limp not even wasting time. He knows he needs to go mid immediately, not chasing after the Mirana. Just goes back to farm, defend the tower as you mentioned. I think the farm he's sacrificing by going to other lanes, even if these ganks are not always successful, is worth it for the space that you're creating, and Timbersaw being able to get online. Hell, even the Wraithing is getting online just because of the rotations and space Limp has made. And then he can always recover just taking farm from the neutrals here, which is mainly the stacks. I mean, all this farm you're seeing from the neutrals have been the stacks from FNG, some of which actually got stolen by the Morphling.
Yeah, very true. Plus, this was meant to be even higher. If you recall, we did steal this stack right where Nico Baby's at a bit earlier. Sumail was able to take that and boost his early game here quite a bit.
It's Sumail who's going to be looking. Oh, that break, that's going to bother him. He can't spin any longer, so he can't take these creeps. FNG knows this, gets close. The Bushwhack only finds creeps, but actually clears the camp. FNG, he makes stacks, he takes stacks. This man, he's playing the jungle game today.
He is. Playing a suitable hero for it as well with the Squirrel, I would say. But really, really nice job there. That is going to let them know that there's vision up here, but because, you know, naturally the last troops in the camp are going to be the strongest ones, or the ones with the most HP, the fact that he picks all of those up, that means that it's going to be the most annoying thing possible he could have done to Sumail here.
Yeah.
Sumail, who, by the way, is making really great progress towards that Manta style.
Yep. Another sharpshooter. I mean, FNG here, I think, more than trying to kill Sumail, is just trying to disturb his farm by taking away his passive, and I think that's perfectly correct here. Yeah, so we're gonna see what FNG did here. I love that we get a replay for farm. That Bushwhack was on point.
Go, actually. Handskin will open up with the Veil already finished up, and they will be able to catch Sumail, who's just farming one single Ancient camp.
Okay, well, that worked out for them. That was the blink reveal for Limp, right?
Yep, into the smoke play, as well as a quote-unquote Veil of Discord reveal. Not really much of a reveal, but Hanskin sure made it look really damn useful. Blowing through Sumail in no time.
Oh, Winter Skirt set up for the arrow. Here comes Limp though, kills No Tail immediately. Can S4 survive this? For now he will. Limp is the target, but Limp is quite tanky, and they just silence Seb. He can't get off the Wukong's command. They throw a tree at him. Seb, a bit slow. They actually used the Hoodwink's tree to Timber Chain too. S4 getting closer to the Monkey King. He will get that kill. Revenge for the lane. They even bushwhack Thompson. He's been silenced. It's not attribute shifting, so S4 wants a second kill. The Berserker's Call stop the checker from being recalled, which means he can't get that last bit of damage in. Alliance won't be able to finish off Thompson, but they do get a nice little Monkey King.
Limp's not going to go for it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just getting the Monkey King was quite a play there as well. The arrow nearly connecting. Oh, mid lane, actually, Saksa, he's got 2 leave charges here. Nico Baby's just looking to force it out of him.
Look at that Acorn shot play. That was on point. That was really good. I never expected you to do that play with Timber, so that was very clever.
Oh, really nicely done. Of course, the arrow that was meant to lock down S4 a bit longer through the curse. Unfortunately, it just got eaten by a creep. So OG, we're expecting a longer duration stun out from that curse onto the Timbersaw. We're rudely surprised when it was actually the creep instead.
And S4 now is completely online from what was a pretty bad lane. He's even going to still go for the Kai and Sanch build. So you have pretty much a tri-core here for Alliance, whereas OG, the Monkey King, lags behind. He's a good utility core, doesn't recover as easily as a Timbersaw. Finds Nico Baby, but actually maybe Nico Baby found him instead. Seb, they make him invisible. That shotgun actually broke the Bushwhack, not ideal. He's still been broken, but he's going to be able to get away. No dust, because they're all cores. Why would you carry dust?
He's also really tanky. He's got Hooded Defiance already, so even though that was a pretty well-charged sharpshooter, it didn't do all that much to him at the end of the day. And especially with the Jingu stacks, able to go ahead, pardon me, and clear that easy camp and pretty much full heal. Limp is actually going for the Echo Saber, by the way. I mean, he is taking notes. It's a tip of the hat here towards Thompson.
No, I mean,
got the.
This is what they always do. Blink Echo Saber. It gives you the burst, right? The difference in Thompson's build was definitely that Midas and S and Y. We'll see if he builds the S and Y later. Morphling. The target here, Limp. Okay, smoke broke, so he knows they must be in the camp, but Thompson actually sees him. Oh no! Pushed him to the high ground. Limp, but he has a blink dagger. He's fine. He's just biding his time. He's like, I swear, you hit nothing there. I'm nowhere. And he just disappeared. It didn't work out for them. Seb actually took the tower in the top lane. A bunch of shenanigans bottom that lead to nothing, which allow OG to at least take a top tower and expand their map a bit further.
Yep, they got a D ward out of that, so, you know, it's not all time wasted at the very least. It was a pretty fresh ward out from OG, so now it's going to be a little bit scarier to go farm in their jungle, where, unbeknownst to them, there are 2 Alliance wards in the bottom area of the map watching over. Anyone looking to try and find a little bit of extra gold here. Soxa, though, doing the same on the other side of the map with that aggressive ward. Usually that implies that they're next to try and push a tier 1 tower, usually in the mid lane. We'll see if OG decides to put any pressure here. As actually, it's Alliance who are going to go for a bit of a wraparound.
Let's see. Veil Discord's available soon. This is the combo I was talking about earlier with the Skyreth Mage Tiny. It murders, honestly, anything they find, even a Morphling. Or perhaps a Winter Wyvern who is really keen on scouting them out. No-Tail. Oh, Winter's Curse used, so he doesn't want to die. Actually cancel the Blink Dagger with the Arctic Burn. Smart play by No-Tail. Really didn't want to die there. I mean, it's honestly worse than Winter's.
He wants to live, yeah. That ward might have been scouted here, but it looks like for now Alliance aren't going to be able to get a sentry out there immediately. So OG farming in confidence in the jungle. Checking quickly on Sumail. His progress towards Manta nearly finished. In fact, now he's got it with that last little spin. So Manta style completed.
All right, broken the Monkey King. Do they have any more stuns? There's a double damage, but no Echo Saber just yet, which means they don't have enough to actually stop that TP. Meanwhile, Thompson actually going to be breaking this tower. There's 2 fights going on. They're trying to kill the squirrel in the top lane. As Thompson, they know there's 2 heroes top, so he's going to be vulnerable and destroyed. Alliance, another easy kill for them here in the mid lane. Top, they can't stop another TP, the bane of Limp for now. But they got a kill on Thompson, so they're quite happy. Hanskin trying to de-ward, found by the Monkey King. Seb is going to finish him off. But they still got a mid laner. I think they're quite happy with that. Even the ward got de-warded there.
Yep, that was him dying for the D ward, which again is very useful because that's now 2 D wards after not freshly placed observer wards, but definitely in the early half of those wards' lifespan. So we're playing with a little bit less vision now over on the side of OG, which makes it harder for Seb to rotate around as freely. It makes it hard for Sumail to know when and if he's able to farm safely, how far he wants to push. So it's a vision game, really, really important to have versus a team that is going to be looking to be a little bit mobile in this early game. Yeah, but we, you know, the panel was talking about what do you use to punish a cold embrace, and Skywrath Mage is absolutely the answer. Easiest setup in the world here for a nice Mystic Flare, only to be buffed further by that Veil.
I do agree with the point they made about the 4-steps, though. I think you should pick up a couple of 4-steps here this game. Winter Wyvern and Mirana can both pick them up, quite useful. I mean, Holy Lock is still priority for the Winter, but later on, those 4-steps, not only do they stop you from being killed by the Mystic Flare combo, they might even be able to destroy trees, which gets you rid of the bushwhack. Like, there's a couple of utility that the 4-step can commit. In the bottom lane this time, No-Till still has that ultimate, but not the time to use it. Instead, we're going to be looking for a tower here as Alliance, expanding their map further. OG still hasn't gone to the point where they could play their game, you could say, as Axe still not online, needs that shard first.
Yeah, Seb is going for the Echo Saber here, by the way, on the Monkey King. I think it's finished now, flying on the way towards him. This no longer slows, it hasn't for a while, by the way, but it no longer slows, or procs rather, on the Wukong Command ultimate. So that's not a thing anymore. But it is good for farming and for building up your Jingu stacks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for the fighter build, which seems to be the case here, right? With a hood, kind of building like a tanky Monkey King that can also just frontline. I think is pretty solid. Like I said, Seb used to build the Witchblade when he was looking for the slow within those monkeys. But then again, he also used to build the Ags at that time because he's a very greedy Monkey King offlane. And probably not the case here. Instead, BKB, play more of the Vanguard Monkey King, seems appropriate for this game. Limp really afraid of that tower. Hit it once, it moved, oh no. Gotta retreat immediately.
You never know if there's a monkey waiting for you right on top of the trees. Fortunately for them, he is currently bottom. There's Blink already for Nico Baby, so we were talking about getting ready to fight here with this Echo Saber. That is definitely a fighting item at the ready for the Wraith King. We can fight, though, here on the side of OG, because we've got a Vessel with 2 charges in it. There's a kill top lane, though, as Thompson morphs into the Hoodwink to utilize that Bushwhack. Back down bottom, though, they have cut the tree of Seb, who's just going to look to TP out. Limp, though, is going to be able to blink on in to stop that one. An Avalanche to keep him held down, and that kill is going over to Nico Baby.
Even the small things. Limp knows when you need to cancel a TP, you gotta go for toss first. The Avalanche has a bit of the 0.5 seconds it takes to get there. Meanwhile, we see the Hoodwink kill yet again, as the observers don't miss a thing. But I think those kills bottom are much more important, as is the one on No-Tail now, Lions. Yeah, you lost the Hoodwink, but he's your 5, so that's equivalent to the No-Tail kill you just got. Meanwhile, you being able to take down the Monkey King, really, really valuable. No Wukong's command to defend your plays. S4 seems quite free here.
Yeah, he is
Sumail.
not scared of anything. He's got Kai on Sanj.
Yeah, Sumail was trying to farm those ancients, but S4 is like, no, I want them. They're mine. What are you going to do, Sumail? How are you going to contest them? You can't.
Did Sumail, by the way, in the last game, because I would say in the last game that he did play the carry axe, they did have a little bit of a better start than this. You know, the kills or whatever, kills mean nothing. But I did still feel like a little bit of a better start. Do you remember if he went first for the shard instead of the blink dagger? I think
yes,
he did,
went for
right?
the shard. Yes, but there was a reason for it, and it's actually similar to this game. We'll see, because in that game he was building up towards the blink dagger, then got killed right before, and he was down. He lost a fair amount of gold, and then needed to be in recovery mode for a while, which is why he went for the shard first. This game, we'll see. Maybe he doesn't consider like he's in recovery mode just yet. Maybe he thinks he has to fight with his team. Seb is committed to this outpost. Nico Baby also sends a skeleton army away. There's actually reinforcements coming the way of Alliance. A whole 4 smokes. Nico Baby's committed to taking the outpost back, and OG probably knows this is a trap.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they were setting a trap, but no, OG just really wanted the outpost there for a couple of seconds. And at least buys space, and it is a little bit of a bait, forcing those rotations, or I guess baiting those rotations, as Sumail instead will go ahead and push up towards top, but in the triangle, in some trouble. But it's going to be Thompson. He's going to be able to stay alive for now, and Arrow will hold down Limp, and Seb actually is going to leap in after this one. He's broken, but he's at least got off the Wukong's command, as the Winter's Curse only catching on to Nico Baby. That is going to be Saksa then leaping away safe and sound, but Seb now back into his own arena is going to be killed off.
All right, Thompson walks back in, though. He's hoping to kill off S4, using his own form with a constant whirling deathing. Nico Baby, though, going on for Sumail. Does he have enough damage? Thompson wants to help him out. In fact, S4 almost dies there, but barely gets away. Here's Limp coming back with the avalanche toss combo, killing 2 cores at once. Alliance was just waiting for that combo to get back online so they could finally punish Sumail and Thompson. They almost did it, but the choice to go for S4, the only core that was really staying around, because of course Wraith King had Reincarnation, you're not going to go for him first. It was just tough. What do you kill? The Tiny is a bit too slippery. The Hoodwink and Scarith Mage are nowhere to be seen. Timber Sun's too tanky, and Wraith King has 2 lives. It's honestly a loser's game no matter who you pick.
Yeah, and Alliance, of course, getting the kills, they're going to be super happy with that, but also just establishing control here in the enemy triangle. This is going to further delay Sumail's blink dagger. He was just about to finish it off, but now he's going to have to hit a couple more small camps before he gets the blink dagger online. He will be ready to go, though. It's literally just a couple of camps, a couple of waves here, and then I suspect OG are going to be looking to smoke around that big power spike, because it is going to be able to chop through just about anyone, especially with this vessel on Saksa. They shouldn't really have too many difficulties here. Second life of Wraith King aside, of course.
Yeah, well, that's the difficulty, though. Your lineup has a fair amount of burst in the Axe and the Morphling, and against the Wraith King, he's the king against these kind of strats. I mean, Nico may be struggling against the illusions. We see it. You know, you're meant to burst on the Wraith King, but if there's a hero that's pretty good against the carry axe, it'd be him. Strength heroes, so nice HP gain, 2 lives, so you can deal with a Monta-style Berserker's Call initial bout of damage. We'll see as OG seems to be preparing for their next fight here with the smoke.
And we'll see who they can find. And into the jungle, or into the triangle goes Seb, leaping up to another tree here.
Oh, FNG.
There just goes. It's going to break. Oh, yeah, that's a kill onto FNG, of course. Just kind of throwing himself into the smoke gank, making sure that his team can escape behind him. S4 might be in some trouble. And he's going to be able to Timber Chain away before Seb can get eyes on him.
Tank the smoke, though. I think that's fine, honestly. I mean, that smoke had to do so much because they had to regain high ground to be able to use it. Then you had to go and try to find the ideal kill. And like I said before, that's really Limp. I mean, you got to kill Limp at the beginning of the fight. He is slippery if obviously he's not the first target, but you should be able to murder him. He's not that tanky. And then you get rid of a big bout of burst damage that Alliance has.
We've been holding on to a couple of smokes here, by the way, for OG. Saksa just had 3. He's now down to 2. And they kind of need to use this period to kind of fight themselves back into this game. Of course, kills don't mean anything, but the 7k net worth lead is a little bit troubling here for OG. Especially because a lot of this is going to be on the Wraith King, who now has got the S and Y on top of that Radiance and Blink Dagger. So he's big.
Yeah. And Axe...
He's a shark.
Axe is going to struggle to kill him twice. That's the goal. We have the full build now, though, for the Axe. So he's come online now. Perhaps he might wait for the BKB. That will nullify some of the impact by Alliance, but Wraith King's only going to get fatter and fatter right now. In fact, you even might see Tiny start to transition into being more of a carry, right? Rather than just the burst damage. The Assault Caress is the first step towards that. giving you that attack speed so you can actually hit. Now with the shard, this transition is a bit smoother, as you actually can become a nice late game carry by having the tree grab always available to you.
Hanskin is basically just building into anti-Morphling. He's got now the Aether Lens, the Veil to amp his damage, and longer cast ranges, of course, and immediately into Aeon Disc. Just knows if he can just kind of distract this Morphling for a little bit in the fight, but and always have that kill threat over him, it's just something that we can't ignore.
Nico Baby has a haste rune. Feels invincible, but is he? No, he thought about it twice. There's that moment with the haste where you think, I can do anything, and then immediately, yep, you go into a play like this, S4, it's gonna be bursted down. Now Sumail, having completed this build, does deal a fair amount of damage, and Timbersaw is no longer a big obstacle. Or a tanky obstacle.
Play here. OG, there's blood in the water. They're gonna go hunting for a shark now. A Seb into the triangle. Smoke will break, and they do have eyes on him. He's gonna hop back down. Able to avoid the Radiance Burn. Arrow is just going to miss FNG. Mystic Flare, good damage onto Seb. Silent Stub. He is going to get the Cold Embrace heal. That'll keep him alive for now. In fact, look at the healing. He is now going to get aided now by at least the Winter's Curse. A Sumail with a 2-man call. Underneath that tier 2 tower, Hanskin will fall. Yuko Baby still having his level 3 reincarnate, but it's Limp is the one in trouble now as the Axe army slowly spinning him to death. Now unaided by that vessel, Limp continuing to try and run away. As Thompson will waveform after him, and it's going to be Sumail with the dunk. Curing the kill and ending a 6-time unstoppable streak here on Limp.
On point teamfight execution by OG. That was exactly what we were talking about, right? I mean, the Timbersaw is a freebie there, sure. But then afterwards, you being able to kill the Tiny first, that was the way you had to do it. You catch the supports out of position. The Axe is not bothering or concerning himself with the Wraith King. On top of that, what actually saved the Monkey King there was the Holy Locket. Let's not forget that you can actually use it on teammates. And that extra bit of healing towards the end allowed Seb to stay alive. Really, really well played that teamfight on OG. This is what we saw, by the way, last game they played with the Axe carry. This just a bit earlier, where the teamfights, they reach a point where they're chaotic, and OG just rubs their hand together. It's like, this is where we relish, this is where we were born. You know, where the chaos is one of us. And Alliance needs to have to deal with this. Unfortunately, Quincy Crew could not do so, but Alliance may have a better plan. They have the heroes to do it, for sure.
Yeah, they got to be like super certain that if we use Mystic Flare and the Ancient Seal on someone that's not the Morphling, that you do end up getting that kill. Because at least then it's like an even fight, right? Or at least it's a 5v4 in that sense. Because if you use that combo of spells and Morphling is not affected by this, he's just going all in. There's nothing really that he's too scared of this game. You know, Bushwhack is always a threat. Wraith Fire Blast, he can usually Manta dodge. And that's kind of about it. At this stage, he's too tanky for Limp to just solo burst him.
To see that again, right? There was the Mystic Flare used, as you mentioned, but immediately saved. And with that, once you got that Cold Embrace, you were lacking actually the magical damage. You already used all your burst. There was the Holy Locket I was talking about. The Radiance might have been able to sort of take him down with the Arcane Bolts, but the Holy Locket made sure that was impossible. Alliance, now they're rethinking their strats. They gotta find the solo kills, make it so these engagements are not as difficult, so it's not a full 5-on-5. But Seb, oh, he actually got bushwhacked. There's the Mystic Flare. This time it is going to work as the Sharpshooter was there to take off Seb's head. Sumail is the next target. He does use the Berserker Skull. Extra armor for now. They hit him with the arrow. Saksa protecting his king, and what a royal guard. Sumail will be able to get away thanks to Saksa's efforts. No till 2.
He could maybe almost blinked right on top of where Sumail was TPing away. That was a little close for comfort. But he's not going to be able to find him. I'm sure Sumail saw the Radiance burn and maybe went a little monk ass, but he's all good to go. TP in top, and he's going to continue farming BOTs now on the Axe, so he's very, very fast.
Thank you for that comment. Top tier analysis. We got the Ethereal Blade as well on the Morphling. So now we can say the Morphling kind of came online, right? He went for like a stats build, and then deviated into the shotgun a bit later. Gives you the viability of going for both, not immediately into the shotgun, which would have made you a bit too weak this game. I agree with his choice, but it stops him. So at some point he has to build Ethereal Blade. It's in his contract, right? So
I believe it is. Yeah, I believe it is.
Because OG's green, of course.
Oh, okay. Saksa, though, he's going to get hit by the silence and cut down rather quickly. Nico Baby very eagerly getting right into the face of the Mirana and hitting her with Wraith Fire Blast. And he's going to be able to do that a little bit more effectively as he's just about to finish off this overwhelming blink. Then into the Eye of Scotty for our Nico Baby Wraith King.
Okay. Why overwhelming blink first? We've seen this before from... Was it Nico Baby that we were casting that did this as well, where he actually kind of rushed the overwhelming blink to a degree?
Yeah, I believe it is.
So what's the idea here? Cancels Blink Daggers and Axe, stops Primal Springs, that's pretty useful. A bit more magical damage, I guess, on the Winter Skirt or the Cold Embrace. So if you still have it off cooldown by some miracle, you'll be able to burst down someone that's been saved. That could be a potential. Also better farming.
Yeah, it's good versus these illusions of Axe as well, because it basically, you know, removes that attack speed bonus you do get from the counter helix.
True,
and other than the Manta style, you don't really build too many attack speed items on a carry Axe. So that is going to be a little bit of a large DPS. A little bit of a large. It is a pretty big minus to the DPS here. So there they go, Nico baby. Oh, there's the blink right into the face of Seb. As now in they go for this team fight. They've already gotten rid of No Tail, so there's no Winter's Curse available. Nico baby in a bit of trouble. Sumail just running him down as Seb and Thompson both looking to try and get a handskin. They have cut down the tree of Seb though, stunned for a couple of seconds as he now will look to rejoin the fight. Thompson in the Timbersaw Thorn, diving underneath the tier 2 tower, will lose the Aegis. The rest of Alliance look to set up around him for the second life.
And Bushwhack misses, but they do have the toss. They continue with the Wraithfire Blast. Thompson is full strength, though. How are you going to bring him down? 2k HP left. Alliance has to give up on Thompson, but they might still be able to find some stragglers. Let's see. Oh, never mind. They're going for Thompson again. He took a different path. Thompson perhaps a bit too cocky, but was it justified as actually going back in? Thompson was just baiting. Sumail's going for the squirrel. Dunked. Goodbye to FNG. And with the E-Blade, Nico Baby, how are you going to hit anything here? S4 or Nico Baby, they're going to go with a man against the man with only one life. But they don't want to get out of this Wukong's command. Oh. Nico Baby re-engaging yet again. The arrow misses. Want to kill Seb. Actually toss it forward. Says, I'll deal with Seb. You go for the Mirana, and Seb is already dead. Limp, acknowledging he was strong enough to finish off the Monkey King. Saksa will die to Hanskin. Alliance end up turning the turn of the team fight.
Yeah. Tide has been turned quite easily there over for the likes of Alliance. I think it ends up here in their favor. Yeah, 4 dead for OG. The fact that they're able to dispatch of No Tail. It was Aegis as well. Yeah, yeah.
Well, no, it's just Aegis on Morphling. It wasn't a death, that's what I'm saying. It was 3 dead plus Aegis,
good point.
technically.
Good point. 3 dead plus Aegis. I mean, it's huge, though. It's so big that they're able to get rid of No Tail immediately in that fight, because then there's no concerns whether or not they group up anymore. You're not really that scared of them after that. Ends up biting them a bit in the butt, because Sumail, it does, you know, much like ILTW did yesterday. Oh, hold that thought. They actually are able to catch Thompson. Saved a bit, though. The magic damage is not enough. There's so much healing right now onto the Morphling, but not enough. At the end of the day, Limp is going to be able to right-click through him as soon as he pops out of that Cold Embrace. Nico Baby might consider going up high ground, but can't. Now that the Arctic Burn is going to put that Blink Dagger on cooldown.
I have liked that the overall in Blink pickup, though. He's able to just chase after the supports really easily. An issue with an extra bout of damage, which of course gets boosted by the Ancient Seal Veil Discord. It's been good here for Nico Baby, and the extra tankiness is definitely welcome. Now they can go for some towers, using the Assault Cuirass, of course, to their advantage. Another overall in Blink, hoping to burst out the Mirana. They use the Mystic Flare, everything in their power. Yule's at the dispel that silence. She needs to leap away. Saksa, they hit her with the Spirit Vessel. She's down. They've lost Saksa, but in exchange, OG might be able to take down Limp. They're chasing after him. BKB has been acting as him, really wants this kill, but Limp, he's only getting away. Seb will jump on top. That's going to guarantee it. As Seb sets up the Wukong's command, doesn't want S4 chasing after him, but S4 still wants to kill Sumail. Who's going to protect him this time? Nico Baby so close to die, but he's still in a second life anyway. Sumail's just a bit faster thanks to the Boots of Travel, so Nico Baby will have to settle for No Tail. As Seb has been left behind, Alliance is now starting to sandwich him. They all go against Seb, who gets healed by the Cold Embrace. No Tail will have to pay for these sins. Overrolling Blink, and No Tail's down for the count. That's a dieback, but still, going for Seb, guaranteeing the kill on the Monkey King as the squirrel dies. All the woodland creatures are falling, and now it's only the big beefy boys fighting it out. They don't want to continue this. Alliance is done with all this bloodlust, but OG is not done yet as they go for S4, who has Aeon Disc. He still has the Timber Chain, but so does Thompson, and the shotgun on top of that Lotus Orb, so he won't be slowed. Instead, Nico Baby, actually from behind, he saw the Mirana, wanted the Mirana, but instead he's only going to find his own death. Nico Baby, the greed. That was an extremely greedy play by him, and he didn't even get the support as a result.
Yeah, that was a bit brutal. Good buyback out from No Tail in the middle of that really, really long fight to make sure that he's able to at least bait them out a little bit longer. Sumail just looking to drag people back in. I mean, that fight started off, I mean, there's so many things to recount. Limp really making the Tiny look just super broken as well, able to blink in and just kidnap Sumail, who has got to use BKB super early on just to get back onto his own high ground. Oh, it's a close one, but you can't just get into the fountain of OG that easily. You know, they're the ones that usually want to go swimming first.
What I'm kind of loving about these fights is that, honestly, I can't really tell who's winning them, and I think neither of the teams can either, because they keep baiting each other, and sometimes I'm questioning if they're baiting themselves to a degree. I mean, I think the end Nico was a bit too much, but all these plays that Alliance is making, like, it's this philosophy that Alliance has been taking that allowed them to get all these sneaky kills out of it. So even though maybe that play was a bit too far, I don't disagree with the idea behind it, which is let's keep trying to get these sneaky kills where OG least expects it. We have insane pickoff potential, but in 5-on-5 we're a bit weaker. So the best advantage, the best way to use this is to use OG's chaos against them.
Yeah, I thought I juked myself out there for a second. Seb had an item on the core I didn't see. It's the Helm of the Iron Will, and I thought he just had queued up a Divine Rapier casually. I was like, Seb, not like this. Go Satanic first.
Yeah, it's Nullifier this time because he saw the Aeon Disc. He's not going to let that happen again. I think the Aeon Disc was a good pickup. Oh, the smoke. This is somewhat of a bait. Samael actually walks in. He has a rolling blink himself, but Samael will be able to last this. He has a BKB. In fact, they're going for the Wraith King first. Bit difficult though, Nico. He's still at the second life. Winter's Curse to reset the fight. Actually, to retreat, perhaps? OG? They have the low ground right now. They need to recover the high ground if they really want to fight this appropriately. Thompson turning into the Wraith King. Got the crit out of it. Yeah, actually, they're going to kill Nico with the illusions. Not going for Limp. Mystic Flare, though, it's bursting out Samael. Wasn't expecting that amount of damage. Cold Embrace at least used. Saving Thompson. He has been silenced, though, but he is full strength already. Nico Baby somehow still alive. He hasn't even lost his first life. Instead, it's poor little Thompson trying to get away. Even with full strength, he doesn't have the resilience to tank all of Alliance's damage, and they'll lose 2 here, OG. Thinking they could do it, but unable to bring down the Wraith King even once.
Yeah, he ends up getting level 25, I want to say halfway into that fight. So he's got that Mortal Strike cooldown, which of course is going to be a huge amount of lifesteal for him every single 2 seconds. On top of this Eye of Scotty in the middle of that fight, making this a really, really difficult engagement for OG, because as soon as they go in, they're kind of just committed, whether they like it or not. It's going to be second Roshan of the game, Aegis Cheese, and that Aghanim Shard, as they do at least be able to find the courier of Nico Baby in the secret shop. But it's not going to do much to stop them from completing Roshan.
I like this strat. Alliance realized that the true weakness that OG has is the reincarnation. So, like, why don't we just give it to a second hero? And then that way, 2 heroes are unkillable. It's literally 1,000 IQ plays here. He also got shard out of it for Tiny, so that's nice.
Radiant's top tower is under Radiant's top tower.
So I think the reason Sumail ends up not having Manta Style there was because he's got Flicker, so he's depending on being able to use Flicker to make sure he can get out of... Oh, hold on, S4, Aeon Disc, of course, being dispelled by that Nullifier. Go Baby, he's immediately in on a no-tail. They want to stop this curse from coming through, but they've got 4-step Sharpshooter just barely out of reach here. As they drag back Nico Baby just barely. He's going to pop this Minotaur Horn, though, just to be able to escape back down to the low ground. The rest of his team is here to support him.
Okay. Alliance biding their time. They know that there's no need to rush this. They'll just wait it out. But OG, because of the axe, they also have some pretty solid lane clear here. And some good high ground defense. Mind you, we haven't been able to see it because Nico Baby, as soon as he sees the high ground, he's like, oh, I have to jump for this? Oh, easy, easy. And he just blinks right forward, trying to kill one of the supports here. Oh, we're gonna see the blink. There's the sharpshooter that Richie was mentioning. Just barely.
Whew, whew. Clip the wing. Luckily, it's a wyvern, not a dragon from Game of Thrones, so it doesn't go down instantly.
That's true. Good thing for No-Tail, because if they lost the Winter Wyvern there, they would have been without any counter initiation options, and that'd be a real pickle for OG right now.
They're just not really that scared, though, of the rest of the counter initiation. Like, Seb is mean and he's tanky for sure, and if he's allowed to, does a lot of damage. But with the burst that they have, they can pretty easily get through him.
They figured out the Hoodwink has the shard now.
Decoy.
Yeah, decoy. Honestly, pretty good shard though. It's the only issue, of course, is that you need to you can control the illusion. You need to be quite clever with it, but I think it's quite a good shard. If it wasn't for the long cooldown, I think it'd be better. But it's 1,400 gold, so what? Are you going to give it another OP ability? Oh, what, Seb?
DKBs, he'll be able to escape. That's also going to give the early warning system for Topson to go ahead and back away, as he was also farming nearby. S4 though, closing the map closing the cap across the map rather quickly with that 25 talents. Topson is going to try and fight him. He's got Sumail here, so it's a bit of a bait. Aeon Disc is out. They do not have the the nullifier that they need. FNG though on the other side of the map, as Alliance are still looking to poke and prod in the base. And they're losing. OG are losing, actually. Saksa in trouble, saved momentarily by the stun, but he leaps down to the low ground and is picked off by FNG. There's a dunk at least onto S4, who does not have buyback. But we gotta get back and defend these barracks.
S4, you had to die for this as Alliance. They're taking the racks. Your death was worth it. Don't worry, brother. Oh, no. The Tiny got caught out with a Berserker's Call. But Nico Baby actually wanted to fight this. They don't need S4. Nico Baby alone can do this. They hit him with a nullifier. Oh, no. Actually, he avoided it. Never mind, because he was invisible in time. Sumail. There's still the Ray Fire Blast. Nico Baby's not leaving your base, it seems like. Nico Baby's confused. He thinks this is his base now. He's going for Topson. This time the nullifier will hit, as Topson desperately trying to murder the squirrel. Unsuccessfully, though. We still have cheese on Nico Baby, so I think he's kind of fine, but he might realize that without the Timber Saw, there's just no need to play this aggressively.
Classic S4 play, distracting enemies so that your team can take base. It's going to work out pretty nicely as they are able to secure the entire top lane of barracks. Wow, already Hanskin turning that Aether Lens into the Octarine core. We can see here, oh, this fight started off. Sharpshooter. Oh, wow, they just completely assassinated No-Tail. Didn't even see it coming.
That was a very dramatic death with the slow motion as well. That looked like Game of Thrones there for a second. Topson gets an illusion. Oh, he's baiting it out. Of course he is. Nico Baby really want that illusion room, but will that be punished? We'll see. Nico Baby still has a second life and the cheese. Might be forced to use it relatively early as Lim comes back in. There's the cheese.
They got Topson.
And Topson will fall. Winter's Curse though, reset the fight, but without Topson, are you gonna have enough damage? The Axe Illusions are hitting, they're spinning as well, and they want
good arrow.
They will take it. As from behind, Monkey King sets up the Wukong's command. Seb, how are you gonna survive this? You, maybe with a Cold Embrace, the force that we're talking about, it's gonna work out. It's gonna save Seb. Nico Baby still has that second life though, and Seb will regardless fall. Limp came back into this to die. That is not what he was looking for there. Barely got away with his life earlier, and now just sacrificing it. But will that be in exchange for Sumail? We'll see in a second, as S4 is trying his best to kill off his axe. They need some sort of stun. FNG, where's your pushback now? Using the sharpshooter in desperation. But that's not going to stop that TP. Nico Baby instead finding a poor little Morphling, stunning off Topson. Topson has been hexed, and they want some roasted pig for dinner. The question is, will they get it? The Flicker helping him out with the Royce Fire Blast, settling the kill. Alliance not leaving any survivors. That's a dieback for Topson.
Yeah, it is. Hanskin, he dies back for that, but he does so much damage in this fight. He ends up getting the kill credit for the death on the Seb. And now, I mean, you've got buyback on Seb. Saksa's back in 9, but Morphling is the bulk of your damage here. Morphling's been able to distract him long enough. As Nico Baby, there's blood in the water, immediately diving tier 4 is onto Sumail. Gets braced now, at least by No-Tail. Make sure he's healed up aplenty. As forward to retaining away, Sumail now looking to displace Nico Baby here. A little bit with that call. Nico Baby taking a bit of damage as Seb is going to be able to set up the Wukong's command around him. Nico Baby, though, right back in onto No-Tail, trying to at least get rid of these backline supports. S4 hit with Nullifier as the dunk didn't go through. Out from Sumail, he tried, but there's too much HP for Nico Baby. He's not even dead yet. Life stealing even more off Seb as the stun will connect. He'll finally end up losing that first life. But that's a dieback now on Seb.
Oh, I don't know how you're going to defend this now. It's Axe versus the world with the help of a Mirana. Sox has done so much before, but no, Soxa won't even get a chance to help here. He has to leap the safety. Instead, they're going for Sumail. Sox has already been bursted. Limp wants the last one. It's going to be 4 Axe. There's 3 toss charges. Sumail won't last this. The buybacks come out, but Alliance, they're now running rampant in the OG base. OG has 2 people to defend this again, but this time they only have a single life. And that better be a valuable one.
Soxa doing his best. He did it yesterday versus Enigma, just trying to get the enemies to dive a little bit too far, but Alliance focusing onto the buildings. Tier 4 is down. There's the jump back in. No-Tail stunned for a second. Chakram is out and already killed off by the tree. Is going to be No-Tail. Sumail now right back on in as they toss him up and down and up again. That time they got an illusion, but it's not going to matter. Throne is down. It's going to be Alliance taking game 1 over OG.
What an impressive performance. Oh, FAG's happy. FAG's very happy. What an impressive performance by Alliance, honestly. I don't think I think OG played a really good game. I think their draft was really solid. Yeah, there were a couple of haphazard plays maybe into the mid game, but it was just Alliance. It was just Alliance doing so well. OG identified the issue halfway through the game. They started killing the Tiny. They actually used their power spikes really well. And the only issue they had was that they were not up against the ideal draft for an Axe carry. I think the Wraith King showed. He just became unkillable at a certain point, and Alliance abused that to a ridiculous degree to just destroy OG towards the end. They didn't really have a chance as the game progressed and Wraith King got more and more farm.
Absolutely. I felt like they've also played a really nice around that Morph lane, especially during that buyback fight, just kiting them around and giving just a little bit of a fight for OG to try and latch onto and take it away. But speaking of taking it away, don't we wave on over to our panel and say hello to Tsunami and friends?
Well, hello, hello. Yes, it is indeed the conclusion of game number 1, and Alliance cheesing, they're smiling, they're having a grand old time. It was a fun victory. And let's go to a break before we figure out just what made it all that fun.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Alliance coming into this game not caring. They're like, oh, it's offlane Monkey King, offlane Axe. I don't care. We got 6 people in our voice comms, 5 people in our voice comms. I don't care. We're gonna kick your ass no matter what you bring our way, OG. And this game was statement game. They do it in style.
Yeah, amazing play by Alliance. I think their take on this game was really interesting in a lot of ways. So we'll talk about the laning stage afterwards as we take a look at these highlights. Every single time jumping with the Tiny and the Skywrath Mage. I love the perma-silence that comes out of the Octarine core with that Skywrath Mage. Made it so hard for Topson to play Dota. And in the laning phase, I was thinking, you know, how do they deal with this Monkey King? This is a problem. And what they did was they did this aggro tri-lane, which went fairly well. They had a good lane. And then you had S4 on the Timbersaw, who was really struggling, of course, versus the Monkey King. And then Limp just rotates, constantly killing him. He just sits in the secret shop, murdering him over and over. They were just so sure. Like, Monkey King is good at laning, right? But in a side lane, he's insanely killable. I feel like we've seen that throughout the entire tournament, is Monkey King is a little bit too far up. You go on him, he does nothing to get away from you. And so that was their plan to deal with the Monkey King. It's like, sure, pick this cheesy shit against us. We're just going to kill you with Limp Tiny.
Yeah, and I think OG's, their draft plan, like, we were shocked by it. We're surprised. And it looked really good at first. But how Alliance were able to react, as Jenkins was mentioning, just killing the offlane solo hero, which is basically the same level in gold as a mid hero. But not only that, they saw the heroes and they instantly decided to aggro tri-lane. I think at the Ana Major, the only time a carry axe really lost a lane was when he got aggro tri-lane. I think it was like a Terrorblade, Earth Spear, and A that aggro tri-lane. It was versus Almay, and Almay had to go to the jungle really early. LGD still won that game because they were the best team at the tournament. But I think Alliance really did their research on this hero. OG's plan is super cool, right? You have 2 silence that are good versus Timbersaw, and then theoretically you have a mid that beats Tiny, but unfortunately Limp sort of just outplaying Topson there.
Yeah, he's that we talked about it. Like, that's a matchup he's probably played so many times. Like, I mean, any matchup they could have given him. Like, he just first picks the Tiny, and I know that the Morphling Tiny is something that, like, a lot of Tiny players are used to. And if you can get like a lucky Invis rune or a haste rune or something like that, you can catch the Morph by surprise. And Limp is the one guy that I would like bank on doing that in a game to solo kill somebody.
It's all about mitigating that snowball potential, which Purge kept his eyes on in their strategy versus OG.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Monkey King was off to a really good start here. He is 6 minutes in, 42-14 versus the 21-2 of S4. A very cool skill build from S4, getting 3 points. And Timber Chain basically giving up on armor after the second skill point because he cared about damage. He did a couple Timber Chains here to try to lower Seb's HP. Seb scans, knowing that the Tiny is gone, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately. So the Avatos is a pretty easy cleanup despite his nice advantage. And then Limp just hangs out for a bit after they buy Arcane Boots on Timbersaw. And it took quite a while, actually, for them to get the Seb kill. He played safe at first as the creep wave pushed up, but eventually he got a little impatient. He assumed that Tiny was back at this point. That would have been the time he gets ganked, but reacts pretty well. He doesn't get fully Avatar, so it kind of looks like there's a really nice turnaround point here. But because he tries to go for this limp kill, S4 is ready to go with that level 4 Timber Chain, and I'm sure he did not expect way more damage and way faster speed coming out there to get that kill. So that was a really nice way to limit what the Monkey was trying to do. And then in the safe lane, Sumail, very far net worth, ahead in the net worth. He's sitting up just under 5k at the 10-minute mark, a full 700 gold more than anybody else. Gets ganked here. Sumail does the smart thing. He does call and TP's out, and literally nobody expects Wraith King to have 4 points in stun, at least not since like 2014 or something like that. It's been a long time since I saw somebody max this ability out. So that was a really, really cool kill as well. They end up working down Seb, getting him kind of low, pressuring the lane. That was really cool. But I really liked how FNG dealt with Sumail afterwards. By the way, he's still on top. 0-2-0, has got no kills, no assists, still has way more net worth than everybody else in this game. Here's that observer that Tiny placed much earlier when he went for that Seb gank, by the way. FNG just puts damage into Tiny, keeps his HP low so that he is potentially gankable. And because Limp had such a good early game, getting that solo kill on Morphling, getting those nice 2 rotations, he gets his Blink Dagger just before 12 minutes. So even though Sumail does show here, what's going to happen when you're low like this, especially when Hoodwink throws some extra nukes on you, is you're going to leave the lane and go jungle because you know that you're vulnerable to be ganked. So just putting pressure on him with a 5-position hero is very effective for setting up this ultimate Veil Smoke Blink Dagger reveal. So even though Sumail does die here and he's now 0-3-0, he's still top net worth in the game. Just imagine how bad it would have been if Alliance didn't do all these successful kills.
So definitely a lot of potential in what OG were going for. They know what they're doing, but Alliance know what they were doing just a little bit better. At least in this game 1, doesn't really matter where you're going to put the Monkey King. They're one step ahead. Let's see if they can continue this trend or if OG will toss another curveball their way in game number 2.
Stay in line, I've heard all my life I would. Now I'm looking for the borderlines. No one's gonna stop me tonight. I'm feeling right this time. You can try to catch me, you can try to catch me. I'm feeling good this time. And you can try to catch me, you can try to catch me. And you can try to catch me, you can try to catch me. I'm out of line again. No, I'm not going down, my friend. Walk away, don't fool yourself again. Walk away, don't hurt your brain. I'm feeling right this time. You can try to catch me, you can try to catch me. I'm feeling good this time. And you can try to catch me, you can try to catch me. And you can try to catch me, you can try to catch me. I don't know what I must have been smoking. I haven't got a clue. But there you were before my eyes like a goddess, and I asked if you could be mine. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do.
Game 2 about to begin, and need I remind you, this is for elimination and regional pride, because winner is going to go on to face Southeast Asia with T1, and then winner of that is going to go on to face Eastern Europe, Virtus.pro, in the grand finals. So which of these 3 regions are going to be the strongest. North America already eliminated from contention. Their one representative, Quincy Crew, fell to OG. I know. All right.
God, our region sucks, boys.
They're terrible.
I can't believe you only got 1 team to this event.
Yeah, it's horrible. We just
they should not get any spots at TI.
I agree.
I read on Reddit.
Or sponsors.
Or sponsors.
Yeah, I hate sponsors.
They should just not be allowed to play Dota.
Except for the ones at this event. I really love these ones.
Oh yes, I'm a big fan of the ones that sponsor the talent, the players. Yeah, and they're playing for $400,000 in this event. Why do they need sponsorship money?
$400 million Tsunami.
I'm not entirely sure that's
depending on what country you convert it to.
Conversion rates.
Even billions.
Production Mute Jenkins.
Mute Jenkins. You have the power to mute Jenkins.
You can press the button.
I can press this to mute Jenkins.
Jenkins,
no, he just never talk now.
1, 2, 3, hello.
Yeah, you're talking into my microphone. How about you test what a first phase Hoodwink is capable in OG's hands this time, because it's looking like it's going to be a tops and mid. No more Hoodwink for FNG.
And then the instant pickup of presumably S4's Magnus, the best Magnus on the planet. This man,
the son of Magnus.
This man makes this hero look good when it's bad, and it's good right now. So he makes it look gooder. Aoi, back to you.
And they pick up the Wyvern with it, which is classically a Magnus counter. OG, they pick up what I think is the best Wyvern counter in the game. I have no idea what the teams think with all their scrims and extra knowledge, being better players at Dota.
And smarter.
Pick up Phoenix, they're smart, more handsome.
Yeah.
Better friends.
Yeah.
Fresher clothes.
Nobody likes you. You don't have any friends.
Chillest restaurants.
The Phoenix, it's really good against Winter Wyvern. Just a lot of magical damage against a Code Embrace. You can area control so that even if you save someone, they sort of just get saved into an egg.
I think it's good against the Magnus too, for the same reasons that you said that it's good against the Winter Wyvern. Like, you RP and you pop the egg, and it's like, the question is, like, do you want to fight into that or not if you're Alliance? It forces a decision, which is kind of annoying. Like, Magnus, you want to RP and just all in on that, whoever you hit, right?
For sure. I think historically, that's sort of been Phoenix's niche. Like, we saw even at the 2017 Kiev Major, we'd have VP versus OG, and VP would pick Warlock, and OG would always just instantly pick this Phoenix. Because if the enemy team is trying to build any sort of teamfight lineup, and you have slightly better teamfight, their lineup doesn't work.
Yeah,
fundamentally, it's just countered.
Yeah, the game just ends because you can never fight, and that's the only thing that you can do if you mass team fight.
How did you feel about the Skywrath as a counter to Cold Embrace? Was it relevant at all in the last game, or not really?
I think not against Cold Embrace, but it looked really good otherwise. I didn't really see him ulti Cold Embrace targets. Maybe like 1 second.
Well, it was like a
couple
once.
times.
It's pretty good. It's like, I think the reason we didn't see it a lot is because he couldn't Cold Embrace. Like, he couldn't Cold Embrace pre-Force Staff against the Sky ult, because it's like, oh, I'm just gonna kill this guy if I Cold Embrace him. But even just with the Tiny, the amplified damage as well as the toss into the Skywrath Mage combo was enough to insta-kill Sumail a few times.
I also really liked his Veil pickup. It's multiplicative, and usually that's diminishing returns. But if you pass the threshold of like 100%, you're actually getting extra value. Scar Silence plus Veil will do, like, the Veil will give more than 18%. It'll only give like 20%, but it's nice.
I mean, for a bursty lineup like they had with the Tiny, that can make all the difference.
And Veil amplifies Tree Toss.
Does it really?
Because it's a spell.
Because it's a spell.
And Limp was really good at tossing it at a creep beside the heroes. I always saw him doing that. So it's 150% times the Veil. Quick math, Jenkins? 177.
What?
Thank you.
Okay, wait, so explain this, because Lacoste was also lecturing about this during the Southeast Asian DPC. Why should mid-Tinies toss the tree at a creep and not at the hero when they're trying to harass?
Does more damage.
I don't think it does.
It does more damage.
See? These Jenkins-ass players.
No, I'm pretty sure I was right about the Mars thing.
You were right about the Mars thing.
I'm pretty sure it just does more damage when you toss it to everything.
No, it's 100 on the main target, 150% on other stuff.
Correct.
How much you want to bet?
I will bet 1 slap on Tsunami.
What the?
I will bet 2 slaps on Tsunami.
Agreed.
I don't agree to this.
Back to the draft.
Back to the draft.
Back to you, Tsunami.
I'm looking it up, but I don't want either of you to win.
We'll see. So I pick up the Mirana. This is the Phoenix answer to some degree. It's not bad with the Magnus, honestly. These like big setups, Winter's Curse plus the RP into Arrow, it's really not bad for those solo pickoffs, even though you're committing like a huge ulti. It's still some setup for the Mirana arrow. You're always going to get a 5-second.
Also, I think Moonlight Shadow's underrated. It's basically a free smoke, so you can get in there with the RP.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So they pick up the Omnite. That's like
hell?
classic counter to Magnus.
Okay, read this tooltip for
You
me.
can't read. You have to read it
Throws
to
the
him.
tree at the unit. Splash damage 150%.
And proccing your attack on it.
And splashing around.
Yeah, so that means that... Ow! What the f...
So Omnite's a classic counter to Magnus. You have Guardian Angel, which is clearly good versus the physical damage throw and power, but you also have I wanted to say cleanse, but Kyle says
Don't
I want to say something else.
you dare use that
a
Kyleism.
strong dispel.
Thank you.
For the Magnus RP, and also you can just what's that spell even called?
I don't even know.
W
Heavenly
spell,
Grace?
repel, Heavenly Grace.
No,
before
nobody
they get
plays
RP'd.
Omni, so like...
I don't know what the spells are called.
Yeah, it's...
It's called Heavenly Grace. It's a strong spell, provides strength on the target, and status resistance?
Yeah, status resistance.
Okay, then.
Yeah, Gods had an interesting argument behind why the big millionaire BTS owner Gods, he had an interesting argument behind why this new Heavenly Grace is worse, and he said magic or spell immunity is just 100% status resistance, which is true, but with status resistance you can bait people. And also, it works against these.
Does anyone think that Repel is worse than Heavenly Grace? I think it's near unanimous.
No,
I don't think so.
When Omnite
Really?
was first pick, it was because Heavenly Grace was much better.
Yeah, well, they added the strength component.
Also,
to it
Repel
now.
used to be like purgeable. So
Yeah,
you could
that's
just
true.
purge it with the Fusil.
That is true. Hey, there's a
Whoa,
purging
diffuse-
guy.
that was even older. Okay, well, here's a strength hero that you can synergize with the bonus strength from Heavenly Grace. It's Sven.
And a strength hero on the other side to purge out. You can still purge the Omni ulti, right? I don't know. This hero
can.
never
Yeah,
gets picked.
You can.
Guardian Angel can
little
still be just purged
Satyr
off.
creep.
Yeah, the little Satyr is super legit on Doom. It makes it counter a lot of heroes that it otherwise shouldn't.
Traditionally, I think Wyvern's supposed to be really good against Sven. But with Bushwhack Phoenix, I don't think this is the case. If you Code Embrace, even one of your tanky dudes, he might just die. Like, if they get to a Spirit Vessel on one of their heroes, you get the Phoenix Ray, a Spirit Vessel on him, plus the Sharpshooter, that hero's just dead in Code Embrace.
Yeah, that's true.
Sven is a very scary hero when he can buy stuff like SNY and have status resistance from Heavenly Grace and just always move forward into fights.
Yeah, it's a good counter to these big team fight wombos. Like, we talked about how status resistance is kind of like a worse spell immunity, but in this case, when you have these BKB piercing things such as Doom, such as Magnus RP, such as Winter's Curse, it's way better. Like, Sven is never going to be stunned. So it's good for Alliance that they have like 3 of them to layer on there. Although I think you just Doom the Omni here. I would imagine that's the
Yeah, ideally, yeah. It is a lot easier to knock that Doom than Omnite. His Guardian Angel is just such a long range now, right?
Yeah.
Before, I think it used to be 700 AoE. I believe it's 1200 now or 1300.
Yeah.
Something really far.
When they changed all of the aura items to be larger, they changed the AoE of that too.
So you can sort of like preemptively put a Heavenly Grace and just try to hide, because there's some sort of hide and seek game between you and Doom, where he wants to Doom you and you want to like just hide and wait him out.
Imagine he'll probably pick up a fairly early Lotus Orb on Omni Knight just to counteract that Doom.
So it is an offlane Omni Knight, right?
We don't know yet.
We don't know
Hard
yet.
to say, yeah.
Okay, so it could be 4 position, it could be...
5 even.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
5 Omni. I mean, that was I think last time it was picked, it was being picked as a 5. There's There's like the meme build with that the Ag Shard hammer.
As 5?
As 5?
No, not as a 5. No, I'm saying as a core. But that was more of like a very brief pub thing. But when it was picked in competitive before, it was kind of just like having this status resistance and purge or dispel on a 5 position seems inherently good if you have some hero that's actually worth giving status resistance to, such as a Sven.
Yeah, I think generally it's picked as a 1 or 3. I think, as a 5 or a 3.
Yep.
I think Zai picked it also against Magnus on Secret, and then I can't remember who picked it as 5, but it actually looked decent.
The thing is, then your lane as a 5 would be Sven Omni Knight against some ranged hero.
It'd be like Mag Potom, probably.
It's it's Magnus though. And Magnus is not the best lane winning hero, and Omni 5 is surprisingly decent at winning.
I think he has 4 armor, pretty high base damage, decent
move speed.
Purification's easily one of the best trade spells if you hit on them, right? It's just heal plus pure damage.
Yep, you pick up an early Orb of Venom, punch people
so
real hard.
I think it is going to be 5 Omnite. It might be 4 Omnite and they put the Phoenix up there, but I would actually prefer it to be a 5.
Omni's eventually going to become the 5, almost no matter
Exactly, yeah.
Even as an offlaner this year.
And you do want items on Phoenix. Like, this is such a high impact Phoenix game.
Yep.
If he has like the shard, you know, if you can even get to some Shivas or any items really, the gold is just really high impact on Phoenix.
Yeah, because like the Phoenix disengage in the team fights, even Doom is like wants to commit and run at people. If you can just egg on his Doom, it feels really bad. The only hero that's really good against the Phoenix is Mirana, but you know, it's a support hero, and you're building into like vessels and items like that. You're not particularly good with Tranquil Boots at killing an egg.
Yeah, and Mirana's gotten some attack speed nerfs over the patches. Also, they made Phoenix's egg 6 hits instead of 5. Like, when it was 5, Mirana support really countered her. But even back then, it was really the Mirana cores that countered Phoenix.
Let's confirm what these was Lifestealer indeed. It's going to be Seb on the Sand King, No-Tail 5 position, Omni Knight, and Hoodwink is being played mid by Thompson. And Alliance last pick, Lifestealer. I imagine there's going to be a lot of contention in the triangles this game, because Alliance is going to be like, well, Sven is basically your only core. Sand King and Hoodwink are mainly just utility.
I'm going to make a call here.
Let's hear it.
This Lifestealer, I was Sven in a pub, and I was 1 in 17.
By the way, it's Limp on Magnus. Mid-mag.
Oh, okay.
Doom.
Offlane Doom, cool.
Okay,
but
1 in 17.
Lifestealer beats Sven in a 1v1. I popped all my stuff. He popped all his stuff, and I fought him to the death, and he killed me. And then I saw D2 Bowie posted a Twitter video, and he's like, "Which one wins?" And I was like, "I know this because I just fed 1 in 17 to this. I had the same items. Lifestealer wins with this late game shard.
And he has Empower.
And Empower,
but
yeah.
He does not. But
Sven
Sven has an Omni Knight.
That is true.
It is a battle of the buff boys in this game today, boys.
Which one are you favoring?
I'm going to go with the Lifestealer, just because I was on the other end of that, and it wasn't very fun for me.
Going 1 in 17?
Yeah.
Curtis, how about you?
I think it's a pretty good Lifestealer game. I'd like to see OG win so we can get a nice game 3.
Sure.
So I'll just pick them.
For the grudge match sake, I'm also hoping for a 3-game series. Who knows if it's a possibility. But I want to hear the cast by Seek and Strike and Avo Plus.
Hello guys, and welcome back. Thank you, Tsunami. And quite the risky move there by Jenkins. You know, he's casting an alliance match. He's talking about his pubs. I don't know about that one. Anyway, let's see what this game is gonna show us, because we have some quite nice strategies here. Particularly something we actually used to cast a bunch. This is the 4 Zoomer strat of the Omni Sven. They used to run this so much. They used to ban Omni first ban every single time against them. And now it's OG Bring It. Learning from NA. Oh, the memes are getting livelier and livelier.
I can't believe it. I mean, NA's already out of the tournament. What are they going on about? No, but you're completely right. The Sven Omni, it's only second best. It's the second best Omni combo, Omni combo. Because the best one is hands down, it's going to be that mid lane Huskar. No one else uses strength as good as Huskar, but Sven is a damn good close second. And because Sven usually just gets kited around the entire game, ideally is how you want to play around to Sven. That status resist for him is absolutely huge. This game, though, Yule Scepter, we do have a natural Yule's builder on Alliance, which of course is going to be one of the better counters to this Sven overall, and that's going to be in the Mirana. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that item is going to be used this game for Hanskin. Played an awesome game last time on the Skywrath Mage, and I'm looking forward to the impact he has in this game here.
Me too. It's going to be certainly an exciting matchup. Another good combo, actually, that we feature. If you're one of the old people like myself, that lane combo that you used to hate the lane against back in Dota 1 in the early stages of Dota 2, which was the Omnite Sanking. It's not the lane combo this time, but you still have the little Purification burst, like little burst, which actually pretty good dealing with Winter Wyvern in the Cold Embrace early. Might be part of the reason why the Sanking also got picked, a little extra buff there. Oh, we'll see. Samael suffering a fair amount. Purification already used. There's the arrow. Samael just wants to get back home, but Limp is not going to let him. First blood given to Alliance's mid laner. Already starting with the right foot.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice as well. That should be, pretty early on into this bottle. You're going to be taking a lot of damage out from the Squirrel here in the mid lane versus Thompson. Not much you could really do about it other than just tank up, buy plenty of regen, and in the late game, channel all that Wrath and RP the Squirrel later on, and just about one-tap her pretty much. What's going on here? FNG is going to be able to TP away. No-Tail is just making sure he can do as much extra damage as possible.
Yeah, we've seen this, right? Usually when Thompson plays the squirrel mid, you need something to just be able to hunt them relatively easily, because otherwise, I mean, we saw this in the Quincy Crew game, you needed to organize your whole hunting squad. You don't have dogs, you can't really smell her out, it's so difficult to find her between the trees, it's tough. And Thompson always makes you lose time with that. Even if he loses net worth, it's okay, because he recovers nicely, has such good lane clear, and even can go for some dangerous farm by doing that. So it's a great way of opening the map that OG has abused a lot this tournament.
Yep, we go through trees pretty nicely at the very least for Alliance. We don't have like a bespoke, you know, tree killer or like anyone. Basically, the way you think about it is. No, no Timber this game, unfortunately for Alliance, right? So that's going to be a little bit of a difficulty when it comes to hunting down Thompson, because guaranteed win or lose, you know, whether he needs to create space just to buy time for Sumail to get his item, or if he just wants to farm, he's going to be split pushing these lanes. He's going to be a big thorn in the side for Alliance.
Yeah. That's true. The counter I like the most against the Hoodwink in general is a very easy kill against her is the Ember. Actually, really solid at doing that. Or any of the spirits actually, particularly Ember and Storm really stand out at being able to break it. As you said, I think there's ways in this game for sure. You can even Doom her as well. That's another way to just getting rid of that. And something the panel did not mention, but also very true, is the Doom also brings a basic dispel. So anything that Guardian Angel actually is going to save, you just Doom that target, and that target is dead to rights.
Oh, very true. S4, eating a stun out from Sumail is going to be fine. Scorched Earth, and he's just too tanky. But, yeah, no, that's a good point. It is going to be a great game to get this Purge creep operational, though, yet again. Again, it's just something super annoying, even if you just hit it onto Sumail, just to slow him down a little bit more as he looks to run around in these fights.
Yeah, gets rid of the Scurry, of course, gets rid of the Warcry. Like, there's so many useful things to be purging off. You can even use it defensively against the spirits. Okay, S4. No. But the Heavenly Grace, unfortunately, all you can do is hit more. But S4, as long as he backs out, he should be fine most of the time. Not too dangerous. I don't think he's gonna die at all this lane. He has some really nice early armor, and even went for the double gauntlets early to deal with his Sven.
There's plenty of damage, though, that they can pump out here, so got to be a little bit careful. He's still got 6 stick charges there now, popping them. But Sumail, he knows, you know, like Aoi said, he knows when he's strong. He knows when he can secure his own farm. And for the most part, with the Omni Knight in the lane with you, this is definitely a lane where you can afford to do that.
So we're seeing Limp kind of leaving the lane of Thompson. I mean, not very surprising as a Magnus. If you can afford to go jungle and there's not too much loss there, you might as well. The creep wave is near the tower anyway. Thompson does offer a lot of harassment. And I mean, Thompson destroyed a Bat Rider mid, so if you're going to be able to beat that matchup with Hoodwink, I think a Magnus certainly is going to suffer. There's not many chances of you being able to shockwave skewer her into the tower.
Oh, well, he's at least going to go for the shockwave play mid lane, but not much else done. Yeah, I think it's a good response by Limp, just to not really worry about it too much. You know, you're not laning versus someone like a Lash. You're not laning versus someone like a DP or a DK. You can afford to just farm waves in between, and, you know, maybe the creep wave gets pushed, but you come back and you push it right back in the face of the squirrel, and you're all good to go.
That's a good arrow. Can they turn that into a kill? No till. This is the base armor the panel is talking about. Tanking those Mirana hits pretty nicely, but the leap, Hanskins come into this. The Heavenly Grace to heal him a bit, but it's only a little bit of regen. It's not going to do enough, even with the extra strength. The poor Omnight will fall there.
Nowhere you could really go. Alliance, by the way, starting off this game with 2 Blightstones on each of their supports. I assume one of these is eventually going to get turned into a medallion into Solar Crest here for Nico Baby, but they really do value just being able to harass these low armor supports. Phoenix especially here is going to suffer a bit to the Wyvern in the lane.
Nico Baby. Okay, the stun from the Centaur. The neutral creeps are allying. Today, they really hate offlaters, huh? They're just attacking whatever they see that's a 3. Seb suffering much like Lelis. Yeah, he's not going to die. Lifestealer doesn't have enough damage just yet. He did go for the point in rage just to, to survive that lane. As S4 and Hanskin, I mean, are you really trying to accomplish anything in this lane but getting the basic farm on Doom? I don't think you can get close to them at all, really. I think there's much more opportunities of you doing something bottom, really, with Lifestealer and the Winter Wyvern at this point.
Yeah, I think Hanskin's probably going to look to maybe throw an arrow top and then look to rotate mid lane for a minute 6 rune. But we can see Thompson and Limp alike are very keen to just, you know, let the melee creeps do their thing in the lane, farm a small camp in between, and then make sure that they're not taking any tower damage here too early on. Limp's already super tanky here. Yeah, 1200, 1300 HP with the power treads ready to go.
Yep. Yeah, the Magnus is not going to get killed. In fact, I don't think Alliance needs to get too many, any kills really out of these lanes. As long as you stabilize due to the power of the Empower. Sorry about that. You're going to be able to easily recover regardless. And OG, I mean, the difficulty is OG has a good ganking squad to deal with you in the mid game. With the Hoodwink sanking, I think most things will die to that. Especially if the Omni has a couple points in purification to add to that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Lots of DOT, some good slows as well that you can end up using to make sure you can secure these kills. Hopefully they're able to give a little bit of farming time to Saksa this game. Because kind of picking up on what Ali was saying, there's a lot of items you do kind of really want this game as a Phoenix. Because not only do you really counter the Wyvern, but you also really counter this Magnus quite easily. There's only a couple of egg hitters you're super concerned with. You know, this is one of those games, Lifestealer especially, yeah. But we've got ways to protect you as well here. But like I said this earlier today, and we don't really see this much in shorter games, or at least like first or second item, mostly because of the prevalence of the Holy Locket. But seeing something like a Refresher on this Phoenix, I think, could still have decent value if it just wasn't such an expensive item.
Yeah, you like seeing the rush on the Refresher, and I don't disagree with that idea. I mean, the Holy Locket seems just such good value this game because you combine that with the Omni Knight and you just get an insane amount of healing. Of course, Heavenly Grace actually boosts up that healing, as we mentioned, because the extra strength. So I can see you going for just easier items than the insane double Refresher. But hey, we've been seeing a lot of Nyx rushing Ag, so it's not out of the question here. Seb in the bottom lane has a Soul Ring and a Power Strike, so you should be fine, unless... Okay, Seb saying the Power Strike to the last second there, and only level 1, not going to get too far off, but just enough as Saksa trying to play against his counterpart, his icy counterpart, and kicking him out there.
Yeah, if we look over like at something that Nico Baby is going to end up building, Mike decides to go into like Armlet, Sange, into, you know, whatever the heck he kind of feels like. But basically, the Armlet, Sange, the most important part there, because already, I mean, he gets popped into a Cold Embrace. Whether or not FNG has the Holy Locket, it's still going to be amping up his heal in that Cold Embrace by just so much. Like, I could really see some damage issues here for OG if we do get these items online for FNG and Nico Baby respectively. Because really the only damage they have here to set up for is going to be the magic damage coming from an Epi, a Phoenix Supernova Sunray, and the Hoodwink.
I mean, at some point the Sven will come online. That's where the damage issues stop happening. But you're right, you know, in the early levels, God Strength might just not be enough. Limp, oh, actually skewers a scroll into an arrow. And Skin jumping around like a frog. And Thompson will fall. Limp, nicely played there. Really want to get rid of Thompson as Nico Baby. Want to get that kill on Seb. You didn't come in the dust for that, but maybe it was just to harass him a bit. Very tired of this constant sandstorms.
Yeah, Sumal already into the jungle here as the top lane has broken down a bit. He doesn't really want to lane versus this Doom anymore, especially with the ice armor, as we can see him chase No Tail around the tower a little bit. But No Tail, not too weak. Oh, my bad. That was just a replay. Sorry. Not only do I sound like Suns fan, I also get baited just like he does too. But No Tail can you know, slowly de-push these waves here, make sure that they're not going to be able to lose this tower too early on, as well as gain a bit of XP and gold along the way.
That's true. I mean, that kill was very valuable, though, so I see why you got the replay going. Being able to stop Hoodwink from being too impactful early is something the other teams have managed, and the issue was that the lanes weren't as easy. This time the lane seems a bit easier for Limp. We're gonna go for the Omni in the top lane. Oh, Omni hates the Doom. It's his arch nemesis. He's the founder of the Holy Light, you know, he's a soldier of righteousness, and then Doom comes by, takes away all your spells, puts a pentagram under you. He's just scared, he's constantly running away because of it. Unfortunate.
Seb will actually TP up here to defend the tower. So we'll leave FNG down bottom all alone. He's going to be able to push a couple of waves here. 3 points in the Splinter Blast, so we've got plenty of split push available for Alliance on this Wyvern alone.
They're taking some mail for a ride. They don't have the Purge, though, unfortunately, so they're thinking twice about a double damage rune. You know, if Sven is glowing any kind of color, red, blue, you just don't get close to him.
Well, now it's blue and red together. And still with the Mask of Madness available, I don't think this tower is very long for this world, especially with the wagon now coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, they took advantage of this time to at least take the stack, so I mean the Sven won't be able to take them, so that's a way to utilize this time if you think you can't defend this tower, but it is still a loss in map control. However, this means the stacks can't be stolen, and it was well spread between Nico Baby and Limp. Limp getting the better part of it, it seems.
And Nico Baby, he's going to be able to recover pretty quickly here and look to close the gap to Sumail just a little bit with the 40% cleave that he's eventually going to be getting. It's max cleave and shockwave, so he doesn't just have to follow Nico Baby around the entire time and keep reapplying the buff, because he's going to be able to find farm pretty quickly in between.
Okay, Hanskin just got away from Thompson. That bushwhack always sets up for the potential sharpshooter, so Hanskin, you know, not gonna wait this out. He has the Yule Scepter queued up, so that the idea here is to completely cancel that sharpshooter initiation, in addition to setting up for the arrow. Very high value item this game. And of course, your favorite thing that Mirana does, arrow the catapult. Oh, no! They blocked the glyph. They found a way to deal with this disgusting interaction.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, it still kills through glyph, so, you know, that's a little... I mean, I guess you can also eat creeps through glyphs, so that's fine, right? But keeping alive the wagon is just about to guarantee this bottom tier 1 tower. Limp is going to look to apply some pressure mid. We'll actually proc 2 TPs out from the likes of OG.
Soxa. Oh, wait, Thompson's joining as well. But OG's just here to defend the tower. Doesn't feel like they want to engage at all. Seb will try to do the same in the top lane. After all, since OG's already taken the mid tower, they're looking pretty good when it comes to map control. They should be able to secure a good amount of farm for the Sven. It seems like now it's full recovery for Nico Baby. Let's see if the Empower will work out for him here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
What do you... Okay, so Armlet Sange, okay. Do you fight immediately on the Armlet Sange this game? Is that the idea for Nico Baby?
I'm not sure. It looks like maybe they were thinking about going for it, but mostly I say that because S4 did have that Blink Dagger queued up. Instead, he just fully bought out the Hood of Defiance, so he's not looking to be this tanky frontline initiator, at least not until Limp has got his own Blink Dagger. So it seems like they're going to rely a little bit more on the Magnus for the initiation in this kind of mid-game before we can get the Blink Dagger online for S4. Smoked up, though, he may... Oh, I apologize, actually. S4 does have the Blink Dagger. It was just on the way in the core here.
Yeah, now he has it, and are they going to try to look for a kill? It seems like with the smoke. They do also have Winter's Curse. Sumail seems quite juicy. Sumail's running back home, though. He has nothing to do with this Doom. Thompson, no, there's the Hoodwink. Coming in with a bushwhack. Acorn shot on top of that. Nico Baby just raging himself to safety. And Sumail, he stayed there a bit too long. They doom him, but there's the TPs to respond to this initiation. Will they succeed? There's still the RP. Standard resistance on Sumail, but he's still going to fall to the doom. Perhaps not the kill with the purification. And they actually save him thanks to the bushwhack and the purification. Guardian Angel to boot. Sumail will live. The last magic wand the same from the Splinter Blast damage. In fact, FNG is the one who's going to die for this. OG just bamboozled Alliance. Alliance thought they could really get that kill, but it was all an illusion.
Yeah, mass TPs, definitely well worth it here. At the very least for Alliance, there's no immediate objective available for them to take, but that's going to be a huge loss for them. Nico Baby, at least farming at peace in his own triangle, is not going to be too affected by this, but it's not exactly what you were looking for here off the Blink Dagger reveal for your Doom, as well as actually, well, it's going to stop Limp from farming too much here as well. That's 4, back down bottom though. Soxa, yeah, he's got Icarus Dive, he's off and away. Has already maxed himself these Fire Spirits. Thompson with the TD rune activated, chasing after Hanskin. Oh, he actually is going to be able to find him with the Ironwood Tree, and Seb blinking on in to secure the kill. Is going to be able to get the job done.
Acorn shot apparently is for noobs. Real pros use Ironwood Tree to set up for their kills.
Honestly, I mean, it is instant.
Yeah, it is. Acorn shot does have a little bit of a travel time, of course. You can also see the animation. But it does give vision, though.
True. Well, it is true, but if you know where they are, I guess it's not too big of a concern. That was quite the kill out from Thompson. I don't remember the Dota 2 anime. Usually, wasn't it Marcy that kills the squirrel? Instead?
Oh, it's true, actually.
They got that one wrong here, but Thompson's not going to be too bothered by that one. A little bit of extra gold in his pocket.
Can you imagine? Thompson just watched the anime. That one moment made him cry. Can't believe you killed the squirrel. Finally gets to avenge it. He's been training a Hoodwink mid for ages. OG just didn't want to let him play it. This is all a whole arc of the anime. I think Thompson would like that. I think that would be something that would suit his character.
I think something that's actually like quite a big strength here from OG is the fact that they do have a mid laner and a support who will gladly play Hoodwink, because we've seen how strong it can be in a couple different regions, and just being able to first pick it and still willing to take that one mid makes it really weird to draft against, and especially the way that Thompson plays it, fight breaking out.
The Power Strike, the Perma Stun with the Bushwhack. He's not getting out of this one. They even got strength. They don't They don't mince their words here. They're gonna go full on with the ultimate, or mince their spells rather, as they also gonna go for that Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, just to highlight this, the level 4 Heavenly Grace is a bonus 50 damage here to Sumail when he's got the God Strength active. And that's huge in the early game as well. I mean, it's 16 minutes in, and you basically to get a free, relic? It's huge.
Yeah. The Winter's Curse, though, that's going to now play against them as he killed his partner. No more Heavenly Grace for Sumail, but the Burrow Strike will keep Hanskin. Actually, will kill him, as S4 does hit Sumail with a Doom, but everything's falling around them. All of Alliance has to retreat. OG, they don't seem to care. Yeah, they've lost the Omnight, but everything else has died. Alliance just lost 3 for this. Nico Baby still wants to go in, gets surprised by a Burrow Strike into the Bushwhack. Sumail just got rid of his Doom, which means the Stormhammer was ready and available to finish off the Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's now a back-to-back death there for Nico Baby. I mean, they were doing their best to try and contest the Roshan, but if you cannot control Saksa in these team fights, it's just the ultimate counter to your team fight here. There's a Supernova in the pit. They knew there was a Supernova somewhere. They just didn't have vision on it. And that made the fight so awkward for them. No one could chase any further to try and secure the kill onto Sumail. They very easily are able to finish off Roshan. And Sumail is just farming like a madman here. He's got so much money.
I love seeing Thompson laugh. I could tell that was the sharpshooter kill that made him laugh at that. Protected by the egg. I mean, that's another way to protect the egg. Oh no. Oh no. They left the nether shell behind.
Whose is it?
What's happening? Someone pick up the nether shell. Oh, okay, Sumail was just leaving it for later. Oh.
Is it?
It's Alliance?
No, apologies.
No, it's
that's
theirs.
OG's.
No, it's theirs. Yeah, okay. I just thought I'd come out from the creeps. Okay. And you give it, of course, to the Sven, because, you know, amplify the Sven's magic damage. Big deal.
Yep. Magic Resist is going to be really nice versus this Wyvern, versus this Doom, as that's going to be the name of the game for them for now. He's going immediately into the Daedalus, though. Doesn't feel the need for a BKB when he's got the Omni Knight to back him up.
Fair, honestly. This good way to close in this matchup that Jenkins was the 114 matchup, we'll call it, between Lightstealer and Sven. In fact, they want to go for their kill.
Yeah, it's Thompson who can give chase. He still has the Ironwood tree, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to find the Acorn Shot combo here. Arrow is going to connect onto Seb. Thompson is going to be a little bit too early there on the Ironwood tree this time around. We'll be able to escape, but no matter, Sumail is still able to find that tier 1 tower with the utmost of ease.
I see what trick Thompson is using now, and I didn't notice it until now, but he uses the Ironwood tree so he can use the Bushwhack, because the Bushwhack is a long projectile, or takes a while to get there, and use the Ironwood tree immediately. I've tried a million times, so you can't use it with Acorn Shot that way, so you have to use Acorn Shot first.
Bottom, in trouble. He's got the guard active, but he is going to get focused and killed. That was going to be an RP out for them, so Limp deciding that the Sanking is definitely worth it. And I'd agree, you're not really looking to fight OG, not at the very least while this Aegis is up. Winter's Curse, nice job. That will allow FNG to TP away, but it's not going to get a kill onto Thompson.
That trick is good. Throw the Bushwhack, then immediately the tree. I like that. I mean, it didn't get to the Winter Wyvern this time, but it's very smart.
You used to be able to do that until they buffed her. Well, they buffed the speed of Acorn Shot, and now it's a little bit too fast for you to do that reliably. So yeah, so Seb probably a little bit, or sorry, Thompson make that is just doing the same trick here with the Ironwood tree instead, going into this Aghanim Scepter because he wants to get this the damage amplification going ASAP for his team. That's some way to get through this Cold Embrace heal.
Exactly, that trick no longer works. Limp, another Bushwhack, but this time he knows, just destroy the trees. Best way to get rid of the Bushwhack. And we're gonna see the build that Thompson loves going, which is gonna be the Aghanim Scepter immediately. A way to buff damage, buff the magical damage rather, and also reduce the standard resistance with that Hunter's Boomerang. Nico Baby?
Yeah,
you're not gonna catch him with the Bushwhack.
No, likely not. That seems like a tall order. Even with this combo, it'd have to be Seb initiating onto him yet again. But Nico Baby definitely realizing there's enemy heroes missing off the map. Instead, it's going to just go and farm in the triangle. Get himself an Empower buff. He's finished off the full Heaven's Halberd now, next into the AC.
Okay. Sumail is just going to farm these Ancients, right? He's going to dominate over the triangle. Alliance just want to avoid fights at all costs, it seems like. Waiting for the Lifestealer to kind of get online. I mean, I guess he's somewhat online with the Heaven's Halberd, but not enough to deal with the Sven, it seems like.
There's a Doom onto Saksa, yet again, just using these big ultis when they're not looking for a fight necessarily. He will tick down, although Hanskin leaping forward to make sure he can get the kill. Sumail is going to pick up the kill onto Saksa, over actually denying, sorry, he picks up the kill onto Hanskin rather, over denying Saksa. As, he's just in it for the gold here.
Okay. I mean, I don't think denies that. Okay, you give Doom a bit more gold. He's gonna get gold anyway with Devour. I think the kill is definitely much more worth it.
You want the kill. You want the kill, especially if you're a Sven. I mean, you're so far ahead. You do everything you can to extend this lead. That's in essence what they're doing with the Aegis here. OG not really making any huge efforts to smoke up and look for team fights themselves. Just looking to get this next damage item onto Sumail. Probably queue up the BKB next if he thinks it's necessary, or maybe he's just gonna go into even more damage here. Who knows?
And the way the Sven is built in, by the way, used to be the logic of why Sven was good against Lifestealer. This you deal so much burst damage, like physical, of course, that Lifestealer can't heal in time with a feast, and that was the logic years ago before he got the attack speed buffs, etc., etc. But after Jenkins pub, of course, this was not the case anymore. And pros realized after that 114 pub that Sven actually loses to the Lifestealer. I still think the logic is pretty good. Oh, 117. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Master Jenkins. So, yeah, the Sven now going for, I think, is the right build against the Lifestealer, which is getting as much damage as possible. As you said, not concerning yourself with BKB, because really everything pierces BKB anyway in Alliance, so you might as well ignore it.
That's a good point, actually. It's not too great of a BKB game. It is for S4. He's got his now completed. Might need to use it here. Oh, Sumail might just be able to burst him through. There's going to be the Bushwhack, and they've secured the kill. They just reclaimed in the same swift movement, however. So we no longer have that one to play with here for the for OG.
So now Alliance, I'm wondering what power spike they really think is going to be the right one. Maybe it's going to be the AC on Lifestealer. That is going to mitigate a lot of the damage on Sven, but for now it's just pickoffs. Oh, Nico Baby, he might get picked off himself. Limp, there's the Bushwhack combo yet again. They have the Sharpshooter ready. I don't think Limp is making out of this one alive. He won't. Off with his head. And F&G, I mean the next target does have a Winter's Curse to see, get away, but the Bushwhack actually got him. No, I don't know how, but Thompson is not going to let anyone escape. Alliance loses 2 for free, and yet again, these initiations, they're just, they're testing the waters, trying to find simple kills, but any small mistake here means an overcommitment.
Yeah, and that's kind of exactly what the panel was talking about here. You know, you TP, and Saksa TPs in, just waste no time dropping the egg immediately, and Alliance, again, in no position to destroy that Supernova, are just left in a really awkward spot. They actually used the Supernova stun to continue chains down and up Limp. He had no chance to get out of there. Surprised that he went for like a kidnapping play like that without had the BKB fully completed. He's pretty darn close to it here. And
a kidnapping, is that what you call it? The skewer?
Sorry?
Is that the skewer play? A kidnapping?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's the same thing for the tiny. You just, or the squirrel napping, right? Whoever he happens to get.
Okay. No, I was just asking because it's called. I've seen it called fishing, kidnapping. That's the first time I hear it, even from
fishing.
You,
sure. We'll go fishing. We'll go with fishing.
That was very dark. Okay.
Sumail, though, which is so much damage. Echo Saver now and the Daedalus. He's going to use that Mask of Banish. He wants to get through this tower. They will lose the tier 1 in exchange for this. His Alliance will propose that trade. Smoked up behind him. Limp closing in now on that BKB, but doesn't quite yet have it.
Okay. Once you get that BKB, perhaps they'll feel more confident to go in and force a 5-on-5. Sven is still looking scary, but you do have a Heaven's Halberd now to sort of deal with him. We haven't really seen a single like teamfight Winter's Curse, mostly just escape Winter's Curses. Or big teamfight Winter's Curse, rather.
Yeah. Well, we might see one now. Limp's got the BKB on the way. Bounty from the tier 1 tower helping him with that. Big items that we're looking for here. We won't quite be able to finish off this full AC for Nico Baby, but we at least have the plate mail for that extra bonus armor. Nice to have versus Sven.
That's very important. And we also get the boomerang now for Thompson. That's gonna, most important I think in this game is the lowering the status resistance. That's gonna allow them to honestly perma-stun the Lifestealer yet again. They've been doing a good job of it until now. Oh, the initiation by S4 though. And this is the kidnapping you're talking about for the Sand King. They're gonna succeed. Seb is dead. But Nico Bay wants to go further, hoping to kill off the Sven. The Supernova is keeping Alliance at bay. It stuns only the Doom as the rest of Alliance just use the high ground. Winter's Curse not going to start that Sharpshooter. But it is going to annoy the squad to a degree. RP up to 3! And they're going to punish them all at once! That area damage is too much for OG to deal with. Alliance finally taking the teamfight of their dreams, and with the Infernal Blade that cancels Sox's TP, they're going to get the last kill they were looking for. They want to turn this into a team wipe, and they will accomplish it swiftly with one last skewer. Triple kill for Limp. What a skewer RP there in the middle of the fight.
Oh yeah. Again, BKB was their go time here. which is why I was shocked that they went for that play earlier at the mid-tier 1 tower. A bit ambitious, but now we see why, you know, they were really eager to look for a fight after this one. Roshan is up. I'm not sure if they know about it. Instead, they're going to look to perhaps get a cheeky little tier 3 tower here.
I mean, that was on point. I like the organization RP, right? You gotta bunch them up, like you're picking up your toys, and then you stun all of them up together. He's made his own vacuum there.
Taken. He's got the epicenter. He's gonna go for it here. Blink stun.
Nice
Nico
rage.
Baby though, way too fast. Immediately on the rage. Limp doesn't have BKB. Doesn't need it though. Nico Baby is just gonna walk off the high ground. Do scepter play though, out from Seb. He's not gonna set him up for much here. And will be able to escape.
That was an I can do it too, Seb. Watch me. Just heals him right after. Don't let him set up whatsoever. Nico really wanted those racks because he went for the melee. Unless they take another fight soon, they're gonna end up reaching. That's why I think he was committing a bit further for them.
And now without Epicenter, or, you know, really any of the ultimates here for a while, at least Sumail's got God's Strength back soon, Supernova in 10, and Sharpshooter doesn't really have a cooldown. But no GA and no Epicenter. I'm surprised that Alliance aren't considering going for Roshan. Not sure if they've scouted it.
Limp.
Second Rosh, they do it extremely fast.
Oh, OG is scouted, that's for sure. Yeah. They have God's Strength yet again, so they have to mask madness. Oh, Nico Baby's like, yeah, you're right. I forgot something in that top lane. Takes the racks immediately. But he's gonna go back. I'm assuming, I mean, they should guess something's happening. It's definitely the Roche. Oh, S4 just walks in. S4 almost got killed. In fact, he might just die here for free. S4 barely getting out thanks to the curse, and the curse will kill Thompson. Friendly fire here from Sumail. Thompson has no buyback, but they can still take the Roche as they're going for FNG right now. There's a Stormhammer. They don't have any more magical damage, it's just waiting him out. The Doom for Sumail. He's not gonna be able to work by himself. There's a Supernova, but quite defensive this time. And Nico Baby just walks into it. Rage is not gonna stop the stun, but it'll allow him to get away with murder. The Sanking specifically.
And now Alliance can just finish Roshan. I mean, it's on 4k HP. You don't have the Squirrel for another 20 seconds. There's going to be no initiation here. It's all going to be on Seb here to initiate. No Supernova either. Yeah, they're going to be able to just say, thank you very much. You know, we were a little bit busy taking your top lane of barracks, and how nice of us for you to prep Roshan for us as well.
Yeah. So kind, OG, as Alliance just take it right away. There's the shard given to Limp. I actually like that very much. If he's getting good skewers and good RPs, give him the Horn Toss too.
Yeah, that Horn Toss is really, really nice. You can catch multiple people with that as well, and it makes your combo a little bit easier to execute. You can go fishing even faster here now on our Magnus with that Horn. This is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for OG. I was really expecting them to be able to go through that Roche a little bit faster, but the Moonlight Shadow, like I always said, it's kind of really showing its strength here. Not even kind of, it is. FNG just walks straight up to Thompson, gets a little bit scared for a second before he realizes Thompson has absolutely no idea he's here, and then they kind of just send in S4 to clump him up.
The classic way to deal with cores, just be invisible. They don't know what dust is. It's not in their inventory ever. And that Winter's Curse so valuable. I mean, it's also because the big difference in terms of HP between Hoodwink and the Sven, right? You're not going to Winter's Curse the Sven, but Hoodwink is a prime target and a glass cannon. It's the ideal situation for a Winter Wyvern. Some good curses, though, in general by FNG, so credit where credit is due. OG are setting up for a fight here.
Yeah, it's a good one as well, especially if they can find Limp. They've got vision. There's going to be the jump onto Limp now. Disarm for a while is going to be Sumail, as there's no Supernova quite yet for Saksa. He's holding on to it. Limp healed up. Look at the heal, and even with the Sunray, Nico Baby right on top of this Supernova, though. He's going to look to scramble it, and then he will be able to get that one done. Just about on the cusp of losing the Aegis, as the stun from Seb will do just about that. Hanskin leaping in. Oh, the crits from Sumail, though, will put him down immediately. Nico Baby's now back, ready to just run away, actually, with that Rage already active. Double buyback out from Alliance, though, is going to spook OG, and they'll back up to their high ground. Yep.
And with this, seems like the guys from Alliance want to continue putting up the pressure. I mean, they want to utilize these buybacks for something. Perhaps bait out an OG, who now used all the resources except for Epicenter and Guardian Angel. Not the biggest things here, but, well, we hear the epicenter. They go for the life stealer. Apparently, it's going to be huge. They go, the activates the rage in time. Open wants to heal back up. There's the RP as well. Samil gets helped by the Guardian Angel, but dispelled immediately by the Doom. Who needs Purge when you got Doom? Samil's down for the count, and they want to go for the squirrel as well, but Thompson is capable of scurrying back to safety. S4 might be in trouble now. Hunter's Boomerang. These stuns last too long. S4 is not going to be able to get away. 70 seconds without him.
We have a curse coming from FNG.
Nice arrow.
And yeah, they're going to go for it. There's going to be the skewer onto Sumail. Look how far he's been fished away. That's a dieback on Sumail. He's dead for 110 seconds. Oh, there's the horn toss and almost the ancient golem. They're getting the kill, but at the end of the day, it's now Nico Baby with 2 extra kills off the tail end of that fight. OG were just hoping to chase a bit further, but this ward paying dividends. As our observers highlights, the Lions straight back up into the high ground like they initially intended.
Sven's getting, sorry, they're gonna actually catch Limp here, and that's gonna be a dieback from Limp. So actually really good kill by OG here, as they're gonna be pushing high ground at the same time as we watch this replay. You know, high ground's dangerous, guys.
A beautiful arrow.
That arrow was on point, but to be honest, that high ground was not to play. We'll see. As they want to go for the Sanking, dispels the open wounds immediately. Nico maybe realizes he's not going to heal as much, but the Fee's doing a bit to keep him alive. He doesn't infest. They catch him with a Pearl Strike. As in goes Saksa, Winter's Curse. There's nothing hitting him though. And neither can Alliance's team do so right now as they infest the Winter Wyvern, hoping to let FNG live. But FNG's already dead. They have to go hit the egg. Nico Baby going straight and scrambling it yet again as Nico proceeds to murder No Tail. No chance for No Tail. Thompson trying to get him with a scurry. Nico is going to chase him to the ends of the earth. Nico Baby wants this skill, but he gets bushwhacked instead. And he's dizzy a bit, turning around a bit too much. Nico won't die here, but he also is not going to get the kill he was looking for. The reinforcements are coming though. S4 running towards the base. Or the enemy base, mind you. As Seb
is popped back. He does have spells to use, as there's going to be the stun onto Seb initially, though. Yule sept it up. He's got Burrow Strike if he can just get away with it. He actually Burrow Strikes aggressively. It's not going to do anything because S4's BK beat and Nico Baby was raged. It's behind back instantly, though, on Seb, as now they look to finally get Nico Baby out of the base. He's still holding on to a cheese, though, although now consuming that one as he is bushwhacked to the tree and broken. S4 blinking away. And now just the rage TP. And guess what? Nothing to go through it. He's free to go.
Alright. They are going to hit the Winter Wyvern though with this. FNG needs to find a way to escape. Instead, he's just going to gain some time for his team. As the Doom is also fighting a Hoodwink here. S4 trying to run away from Thompson, who's almost out of spells, but Thompson doesn't seem to care. Even with low mana, he can chase after this Doom. All he needs is a bushwhack to set up for this. In fact, Samael's running towards him, but S4 now he's a bit too far gone. He might even be able to set up for a kill here if Alliance wants to re-engage.
So just a quick update on buybacks, by the way. Only 3 heroes didn't buy back in that last fight, being S4, Nico Baby, and Thompson. Thompson the only hero currently with buyback, but S4 is just 1 Devour away from it, as Seb is actually going to snag that DD rune. So pretty chaotic, a couple of diebacks to say the least, but OG, they still hang on to this game. They only actually lose the tier 3 in the bottom lane, and they eventually get through the Aegis and Cheese, and are just hoping to now get into a better position to fight for perhaps this next Roshan.
Okay. I got a nullifier now fresh for that Nico Baby. A good way to cancel. I mean, you already needed the purge. Nullifier will proceed to cancel all of the Guardian Angel shenanigans. No more scurrying. He might have just gotten tired of the scurrying, to be honest. Because that last fight, that's what saved Hoodwink completely.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be really nice versus the Omni too, right? It's kind of the item that he's going to hate now that you don't have Purge on Diffusal Blade anymore.
You can still Guardian Angel it out. Sorry, you can still Heavenly Grace it out. So, there's ways. And it not being purgeable like the Repel. That was very dumb, by the way, for the longest time. Like, it gives you magic immunity, but you can purge it? What? What kind of magic immunity is this? I was always very surprised by that.
I mean, Oracle's got that now, right? On the Edict?
No, it gives you magic. It gives you 100% magic resistance. It's different, friend. Magic immunity was the be all end all of. It's the BKBs, you know. It's the creme de la creme of spells.
Yeah, especially back then when magic immunity was really, really strong. It's got a little bit of a change with 7.20, I want to say, or one of those patches some time ago that everyone complained about, and now we all got used to it.
It's true. As we always do, right? New changes, we always complain. You can tell AUI, for example, is one of those players, the old guard, because he was talking about the Diffusal Blade purging it. Like, okay. That was an okay boomer moment from the battle.
Get more charges for it. Yeah, Purge is doing Weatherman segments now.
Yeah, exactly. He's gone from a sword to a talent, imagine. Nico Baby, is he gonna look for an infest kill here, or is he gonna save it still like he's done for these past few fights?
I think he's just going to get level 25. I think they're going to wait till this 25 talent to fight, and then they're going to look for it. I mean, Roche is going to be up to both of these teams. They know it's going to be about this next Roshan, so they're just looking to set out vision and just put themselves in the best position as possible to be able to take a fight easily.
That is actually beautiful, that graphic, by the way. Yes, he's going to go, I'm assuming the Rage talent, 9 times out of 10, honestly. The win rate of the other talent sometimes is a bit of a lie, because when it has such a low pick rate, it's often picked to meme or because you're winning by a bunch, right?
Yeah, what do you mean? Albet didn't end all of his games in the major with 6 Desolators?
Exactly, right? Or how Divine Raper is one of the highest win rates because, of course, if you're winning with it, you probably did something right.
It's an AC finish. Seb jumping forward, will find Hanskin. Thompson immediately throwing forward the Bushwhack. Oh my goodness, buffing even his own damage. No buyback available. Seb is a bit too tanky now, especially with the Lotus Orb, so Nico Baby's not going to want to go on him. Using that open wounds, of course, doesn't want that reflected. He has taken that Rage talent here at 25. First one to reach it in the game. Seb actually not too far from his own here.
Pretty decent, actually. I'm assuming it's going to be the slow blind here. I mean, the Epicenter Pulses is kind of decent if it was like a level 20 talent. I don't think it's that great at level 25. Not against Lifestealer, not when PKPs are up.
Yeah, exactly. Not with this Rage talent, and especially not with the Lincoln Sphere, because now you can't even stun him. So he's going to be able to pop Rage and just kind of laugh in your face. Plus with 3k HP without the Armlet active, there's 3600 now with the Armlet active. I don't know if it's really that strong of a talent for the Epicenter anyway. Who knows? Maybe he's done the back of the napkin math and decides it's the right call.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Sandstorm, particularly because also the Sandstorm blind here, it forces some awkward BKB usages. Because what if Lifestealer has to Rage just to deal with the Sandstorm's blind? Right, that's very annoying. Or to be able to escape the slow, it adds a whole dimension to Sanking's toolkit. I think that's one of the best talents, honestly, he has.
That is true, although I will say, you know, Limp is just going to go, okay, I'll just Horn Toss you and skewer you outside of your Sandstorm then. Or I'll force the fight somewhere else by just robbing Sumail and fishing him away from the fight. You know, that is going to be a bit difficult, right? It's a lot like playing against the Wukong's command in that way.
Yeah. Yep. He's in his burrow, you kidnap him away, as you would say.
Yep.
I think that's the appropriate term. I found the Roshan here. Oh, Nico maybe he's even surprised, but it's like, guys, there's a Roshan. Ags is ready on the Roshan as well. Do you have any... Actually, it's a good Doom Ags game, to be honest. To remove the cleave completely from this man, pretty big deal. Oh, Horn Toss actually plays against him here. No tail though, and dispel him. Lotus Orb helping him out, dispelling the Nullifier. In comes Seb, hoping for a kill, and he might just find it on Limb, but from behind, S4 interrupts his initiation. He actually used the BKB, trying to tank the rest of OG, so he doesn't lose Limp in the process. Supernova has completed, but Lifestealer safe and sound. There's the Winter's Curse to set the fight, but it's only Seb attacking the on there right now. No tail. No tail's going to die here thanks to that Nullifier. Limp, he still has the RP, but doesn't want to use it just on Seb. They're waiting for Sumail, really. That's what they want to kill. Sumail comes back in, but he's been disarmed immediately. The Heaven's Halberd. Nico maybe too quick. He hits him with a Nullifier, but nobody can chase after him. Instead, they're trying to deal with Seb, who's just so annoying. Nobody can actually finish him off. Hanskin might guess with the arrow, no. But the arrow gives vision for the Yule Scepter. And that's going to be, or should be enough to deal with this pesky Sand King, right? He has the, oh, they're going to use the RP. They're done. They're done with Seb. No more shenanigans. This man has to die. Alliance is trying their best, and they'll finally accomplish it. But what an annoying Sand King that was. So difficult to kill him.
Gleipnir out from Thompson, just looking to force Nico Baby back as he wants to be able to cut these waves. Seb, at the very least, forcing the enemies to take as long as possible to murder him is not going to do that much to stop this Roshan, unfortunately. Omni's back in 5 seconds, but the initiations are just going to be way too difficult here without Seb to blink and Burrow Strike in for you. Oh, gee, they might have no choice, though. In they go. They're going to at least try and burst through Marana at the very least, but there goes Sumail. He at least picks up the TD rune, so Limp doesn't want to fight him anymore, as there's going to be the short distance blink onto S4. S4 getting absolutely chunked. They have to use the Winter's Curse just to make sure that he lives. Nico Baby, with the Rage now off cooldown, might be a little bit
of a target here as he actually applies the nullifier, and now the disarm to Sumail as he looks to turn and fight. Saksa, though, does not have Supernova for another 10 seconds. They've at least stunned up the lifestealer and broken him now. Sumail getting pushed this way, that way yet again, but he's going to be able to lifesteal a little bit off of Limp before he flickers back away into the river. Nico Baby after Thompson, now Saksa, who does have the Supernova, will now let it rip, forcing Nico Baby back as Sumail has jumped onto Limp and absolutely turned him apart in the river. Nico Baby hops inside of FNG. Gonna hop right back out, though, as they may look for more.
Yeah, Nico Baby's still strong, looking for an old tail. He really needs to get rid of this Omni if he wants to man fight the Sven fair and square. But it's impossible. Oh no, Nico Baby's been kind of around in the end. You know, they did do the same thing with the Sven, but Sven's Blink Dagger allows him to be able to get in and out of fight. Almost playing like a Tiny in this fight, to be honest. At least they can get the Roche.
It's so huge for Sumail right now, but unfortunately, they just can't quite contest it. They bought themselves so much time. That was a dieback penalty on Seb. He was set for 2 full minutes, and he's going to, unfortunately, just miss out on Roche by about 15 seconds. He would have been an absolutely beastly fight there for Sanking. Loves fighting around Roshan, but he's going to have to miss out on it this time.
So if S4 is keeping the Axe and not using it, is it because he wants to give it to the Mirana? I can only imagine. I mean, it's a good Axe for Mirana too, so fair. That or S4, I don't know, wants to surprise them. We'll see. Limp, there's a shockwave. Seb, though, that's the Sandstorm slow. Really annoying Limp. In fact, Sumail comes in. Cold Embrace is not going to save him. The Doom has been used, though, on Sumail. But can they chase after him? That's the question. Doom has no tools to do so. Has to be Limp, and he's already lost his first life. He also used the buyback earlier, so he can't play too hastily. It's again this annoying Seb that's stopping them right in their tracks. Alliance just wants to hit the enemy K, but are unable to do so because No-Tail instead of making this impossible. No-Tail using that Guardian Angel will save himself from the Lifestealer. The Nullifier finally hits. No-Tail should die in the backlines at port. S4 is going to die himself first. In fact, No-Tail will survive this onslaught.
With a curse.
Winter Wyvern, FNG, that curse is not going to save him from the Sunray, but thanks to Limp's RP, they can kill Sumail, put him out of the fight. As Nico Baby, looking for anything he can find at this point. Seb, with an Epicenter, will surprise the Magnus. Again, no buyback for him. Limp has to eat the cheese, skewers himself, but brings the Sanking with him, and the Supernova on top. The TP immediately will save Limp's life.
Man, both carries kind of just got taken for walks there. Now, Nico Baby, he's going to be in a bit of trouble now. He's going to be able to rage and TP away. No-Tail just completely walked him around. Where did Sumail die? Who did he die to? FNG killed him?
No, he died to the Magnus. He RP'd him. Didn't you see? He RP'd Sven and then proceeded to obviously attack him and kill him. It was not that difficult once he got the RP, but they had to divide the team fight by a lot. It was not easy for them. And Alliance, I mean, honestly, what's keeping Alliance on their toes right now, it's really the Sanking. There we go. Thank you, Observer.
Yeah, that's
once
right.
you get the RP off, yeah, exactly. So Nico Baby comes in, and it was relatively easy kill once they had the RP. But again, this was a huge effort to get Omni-Knight out, to get the Sanking out, you know, and that was what finally allowed them to do this. These two heroes are making life impossible for Nico Baby, who just wants to hit. He's a wee lifestealer. All he wants to do is hit his enemy Sven. He wants to be like Jenkins, the enemy carry, win that pub, but he can't.
No, he cannot. Something you also can't do is look to ignore Sharpshooter. It's going to be upgraded to deal pure damage and go through that spell immunity. Now that Thompson's hit 25. Sumail in the meantime is going for that God Strength, which is further buffed, by the way, by Heavenly Grace when he's got that active, of course, because it just adds to your base stats. Again, a big reason why this combo is as strong as it is.
Just the brute force method against the Lifestealer. I like it. I think the Hoodwink, though, even bigger than the damage a Sharpshooter will deal, the break is a big deal against Nico Baby. Getting rid of Feast and Go, I mean, Go Friends is whatever, but getting rid of Feast is major. He's going to have to heal back up with open wounds, use the Infest cleverly. There's more tools now for OG, and Alliance need to figure out their own tools to deal with the Sanking particularly.
CS4. And it got strength. Sumail's going to want to go for it. The initiation from Seb. They're going to try and pull through S4, but there's the Cold Embrace immediately. FNG still holding on to the Winter's Curse. Will now drop that just to make sure S4 is able to escape. They've doomed up Sumail, but he's got God Strength active. Not seemingly willing to fight, though, as Limp on the way on in. Already using the RP here. Supernova's now out, trying to keep Arteezy alive. Heavenly Grace, GA on top as Nico Baby getting melted by the Ray of Sun. He's going to get stunned on the way back out before he's embraced by FNG. Seb with another stun on in, looking to channel up the Epicenter. He's going to get it off, and and that's 2 dead immediately out from the Epi alone. Nico Baby finds himself in an awkward spot. They get through the Lincoln Sphere, they bushwhack him, and they will be able to get the kill, all in exchange for Sumail. It's going to be a 4-for-1 trade in favor of OG.
Richie's so American. He sees EGs everywhere.
OG. Oh my goodness. I heard Sumail and oof.
You did the call out for Ortiz is what I was joking about. But OG, they only lose Sumail there. Not that big a deal, honestly. Alliance, though, they will have to find a way to deal with this team fight again. Like that Nullifier, you could tell the Guardian Angel was always available. You don't have the secondary Purse deal with it. And the Heavenly Grace can easily deal with a Nullifier. So that's not the perfect solution for that either. Alliance. What are you...
Oh, Saksa. He's got Refresher. He's done it.
He does, yeah, he does have the Refresher, but that was just a Supernova bait. Oh, the break hurting Mirana. No, Alliance is to find a way to both kill Seb and kill Notil in the beginning of the fight, and it seems almost impossible. Seb even went for the extra shard now. More slows around the team fight, a bit of extra damage.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
We're into the base here already, though. OG looking to at least try and equalize here. There are you know, issues in the base, though. There's 2 wagons and a big old wave of super creep currently looking to get that last tier 4 tower down that OG currently have in their base. They will have to TP back and defend the base from just the creeps alone.
Okay. OG, they do go back, but I think this team fight's looking stronger for them, like I said, because of the way they're proposing them. So I don't think they're in a rush right now to finish this. It's not like they just recovered a small lead. It's that they're actually coming back into the game. Despite the fact that Lifestealer has such incredible net worth, these team fights are just looking really good for them. And I mean, the best solution to Lifestealer is kiting him. Nico Bay might consider at some point going for some sort of mobility like a Blink Dagger. For now, he's thinking of the Scotty as a way to slow down the Omnite. Actually, not a bad idea. Together with a Ghoul Frenzy. Hopefully that's enough. And then at least if you can kill Omni, then fine, Sankin can roam around and do his shenanigans, but at least kill the Omnite so you can deal with this Sven.
Seb's got already the Bloodstone flying out to him here, so he's gonna have a little bit of lifesteal in these fights and a bit of burst healing at his disposal now. Aghanim Shard on top of this, of course, now only triggers if there's enemies around you. As OG, they're gonna smoke up. What are they gonna find here, though? Limp ready to break smokes, and with this RP.
Oh, the Skewer got evaded by the burst, right? There's the Doom use. Leon just got triggered. They want to kill the Sand King. They're actually just walking towards the egg, though. Gotta destroy Saksa. The RP to punch him up, and they know Seb's the target. That Doom was worth it. Goodbye to Seb. With the Nullifier, they get rid of the Guardian Angel on No-Tail, and then now get rid of No-Tail. The Supernova has been available, though, but they're already gonna kill Sven. So who cares if the egg explodes? Your carry's dead, OG. What are you gonna do now? Alliance might be able to take Saksa for a ride. There's the Splinter Blast on top of that. There's the Shockwave to get him back. They want Thompson on top of that. Nullifier gets rid of the Scurry. Thompson needs to use the pushback. Wants to get a kill before he dies. Just needs to get away from Nico Baby. But Nico Baby's not letting up. Thompson trying to scurry in the trees. Nico Baby's afraid of no trees. This is not like a cliff. He's going to kill Thompson. He tried his best. But there's ever so much you can do against the Lifestealer. Alliance are now going to do it. They're actually going to reach the high ground a second time after a couple of missed team fights. They finally found a solution.
They're just going for turquoise. They know there's no buyback on Sumail right now. It's going to still be on cooldown for another minute, even if he had the gold, which he doesn't, by the way. Tier 4 tower already nuked through by the creep wave. Nico Baby focusing onto the throne. His S4 just making sure they can get rid of Thompson one last time. He's doing a fair bit of damage. He's going to have to pop the BKB. Nico Baby and Limp, though, objective gamers here, going straight for the throne as the GG is dropped. Alliance, they do it. They win 2-0 here versus OG. They're going to the lower bracket finals where they're faced T1 tomorrow.
That FNG always with a delayed happiness, but such a pure expression. Meanwhile, S4, this is what happiness looks like for S4. Look at that slight smile. It charms anyone here. It was an impressive game by Alliance, and honestly, OG, there was a moment where I really thought they were doing just purely on mechanical skill. I don't think they drafted anything raw against them, and the Sanking was doing so much, even went for an Aeon this preemptively to deal with the Doom, but one misplay at that point would have crushed your whole lineup, and that's exactly what happened. That small misplay where Sanking was a bit out of position, you got rid of him, got rid of the Omnite, and then what do? Alliance just had a stronger core-to-core matchup, and they took advantage of it. So with that,
Alliance return OG to sender and move forward in this tournament. And OG, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Gonna go to a break, and when we return, an interview and a breakdown.
Looking for the feeling, trying to chase the moment. Got everybody thinking I'm gonna make it, gonna make it. The new day dawns, I'm going to light my fire flowing. The spark inside of me exploding out. I just got to do, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work. Nobody said it was easy. It's gonna take everything of me. Still I'm fighting for the finish. I'm gonna make it, gonna make it. The new day dawns, I'm going to light my fire flowing. The spark inside of me exploding out. I just got to do, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work. The new day dawns, I'm going to light my fire flowing. The spark inside of me exploding out. I just got to do, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta do it, gotta get it done, yeah, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work.
Alliance hitting OG with the Mailer Demon in this series 2-0 victory. Fun game to watch all around. High skill all around, but Alliance managed to eke it out.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay from them. Somehow, Kyle was indeed right. On Twitter, he posted some picture. Sven into, or Sven
Wyvern
against
Magnus.
this Wyvern Magnus looks very difficult to play, especially when Alliance is playing the team fight so incredibly well. As we can see, the Doom onto Seb, I think that was absolutely mandatory. He was just chain stunning them constantly and setting up for everybody else to do things, and focusing the egg. That's also a really solid play, using that RP to set up on top of the egg. It's a really weird execution, but it works, right? They have to do that to win the fights.
Yeah, for sure. I think once, I've noticed this tournament, like once the offlaners get their big items, like in this game, once
Doom gets the refresher.
Doom gets refresher. You know,
Sand
in the last series where VP was playing his T1, once DM got that refresher on Tidehunter, like it makes this huge difference because you have these hyper carries who are super strong, but anytime you have an offlaner coming to swing that sort of balance of the team fight, it just always ends up with their team winning.
Yeah, it's like a high damage guy, and then they're just like, I want to hit people. And then every single other hero's like, you're not going to hit people. I will use Force Staffs. And then the offlaner stuns people in front of the carry so that they can actually hit. So it's almost like at that point, they have more value than the carry because they're the only way the carry is going to do anything in the fight.
Yeah, because this carry's got to keep that beat. They've got to keep that tempo, which we're going to hear about from Purge about Sven.
Guys look like a really solid Sven game in the sense that he farms really fast. He's got the Omni Knight to give him like a bonus 40 damage this early into the game. It really accelerates his farming speed, but the downside is that there's also Sven on the enemy team, and Magnus is able to keep up with Sumail pretty consistently throughout this these first couple of minutes where he's clearing